much transforming a little bit, but one thing is for sure that we want to show the different phases of chess, how it can be integrated into different elements of science, into sport, education, and art as well. So we also have actually art performances on stage. And because I think chess is, sorry, chess is much more than just a board game playing on the board. I mean, I was there for more than 3 decades as a competitor, but I've learned during those decades that there are so many different connections to the world through chess, as we saw, for example, the Netflix series also, how much it influenced the world and how successful it was, right? And there are tons of different ways where you're going to bump into chess pieces, the strategy, the logic behind it, the puzzles, many different things, right? And this is what we want to show in the gallery, and each year when we organize the Global Chess Festival, to give something to the people who are chess players and chess enthusiasts. We are going to have in the evening on Chess 24 a tournament actually, and at the same time. So this is more or less how it's...
Yeah, the tournament tonight, everyone will be able to join. There will be 2 special guests, Sergei Karyakin and Jordan Van Foreys. So if you want to join that, once again, all the information will be on the website. I will be showing it throughout the day. But for now, I know the show is about to get started, Judith. And maybe just a last question for yourself. I know, as I said, it's a very, very busy day for you. Do you still look forward? I know you retired as a chess player years ago, but when you play singles, does it still give you a special feeling to be touching the pieces rather than to doing all the things around it?
It's interesting because many times I feel like when I go to play the simultaneous exhibition, that is like another world. My face is different, and kind of I'm back to the future kind of thing, right? Because of course that's my language and that's my home. So it's always nice to go back and see that people are enjoying and they are happy to be able to play with me. But it is so natural still, as I was there for 33 years in my competition, that it is so natural that if you speak your mother language. And but still, it's always fun to be challenged by the players.
So you will be, well, people can watch that, I guess, I believe, on the Stage channel. Then over here, we will have, I believe, 9 different coaches giving lectures throughout the day. So for anyone who's watching us, and I'm really so happy to see, you know, some young kids. It's 10 in the morning, but really a very warm welcome. And once again, if you're watching on YouTube, do join us. So 9 master classes here, and really something for everyone. You've assembled quite a team, so very much to look forward to. And then over here, I believe next up, you will be maybe you can say maybe a few words if you want about your friend Huga, the artist who I think will be joining next. What does it mean to you to have her in Budapest? And also, you know, she will talk about it more, but the chess divas, having someone now, a woman making music about chess.
I think generally this is a little bit what we were talking just before, that how much chess is attracting different segments of the world. And I'm always very happy and enthusiastic when someone is including in her or their artwork something chess. And this was very special for me for the very beginning when her first song was O Capablanca, that it was a big hit, and I think everybody enjoyed it quite a lot. Because obviously you have to be very passionate about the game to dedicate your time, energy, and everything else to really put your words, your thoughts regarding in connection to chess. So this is something very special, I think, for the chess world, and it's kind of present. Everybody is always enjoying whenever she comes out with her new ideas and songs. So I always support these kind of artworks.
And I'm sure we all look forward. I saw that she had a premiere of the Chess Divas last night, actually, in Budapest. And then, yes, back to you. What is coming up? Maybe you can tell us. I know you'll be off in a couple of minutes. What's the first thing that will be happening now in Budapest? What will you be doing next?
Well, just in a second, we are going to have on stage the Judit Polgar method in a demonstration with demo classes. I'm going to have some signature giving to the kids. I'm also going to be on stage opening the day just in a few minutes as well. So actually, I think I have to go for that.
I will not keep you any longer, but I look forward. Well, thank you so much, first of all, for joining me, for opening the festival here online with us. And we very much look forward to having you back at 1 o'clock. So just under 3 hours from now, from your masterclass. Judith, best of luck. Enjoy the day. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. All the best, kids. And we wait everybody else. I'm going to be back. Bye.
See you later. Okay, so that was Judith Polgar, who is now going to be having a busy day. And I think Huga is already here. I took back control. Fiona. Hello, Huga. Let me put you on the center stage. So good to see you. And it's an absolute pleasure having you. Let me just allow, some people are trying to join the room, so let me just let them in, and then we will introduce you. I'm sure a lot of chess fans know you already by now. Actually, do you have a mouse in front of you? Because maybe, I don't think I can change your name. Because it says Judith. I don't know if we.
Yeah, that's not my name. Huga is similar, but it's not the same.
Very close.
1 second, please.
Sure, no problem. And meanwhile, okay, perfect. That's better. Huga, so thank you so much for joining us. Well, live from Budapest. And maybe very first of all, for the people who might not know you, I will ask you to maybe introduce yourself a little bit.
Well, I am Huga. I am an artist. I am a singer, songwriter, script writer, and chess artist. Originally from Chile, living in Budapest. I've been living all over the world. And I am very passionate about chess since a very early age. And since 4 years ago, I decided to mix my two biggest passions, that is music and chess, and bring them together to delight the chess community, and also to bring more people to join the chess community, to inspire them.
And I'm sure you have, well, I know you have done just that. I'm a big fan of your work. Maybe tell us a little bit, because I think when O Capablanca came out, I think in the beginning it was a bit surprising because it had never, this is not something. Oh.
You want to be dressed, you can't be dressed.
It's getting busy in Budapest. Tell us a little bit about, how did you first come up with the idea of combining chess and music, your two passions?
Well, since a very early age, I started collaborating with the Chilean Chess Foundation, and I founded the National Women Chess Tournament back in 2007 in my country, in Chile. So I realized how much chess can be an educational and social development tool. And I just fell in love with the romanticism of the classic era of chess, the beautiful games, Capablanca, Alekhine, and I'm a chess romantic. So I was doing my albums, my music, my records, and suddenly I realized that I really needed to combine my life to be able to be part of the chess community, and I was playing tournaments and studying chess theory and chess games, and I was really feeling a lot of things and experimenting a lot of emotions, and I had a lot of things that I felt like chess was a mirror of life, and inside of you have this roller coaster of emotions while you're playing chess, but you have to be in complete silence and just, poker face. So there's a lot going on inside, and I just wanted to express all that emotions into art, because I think it's the best way that I know how to tell stories of what's going on inside of me, and also the chess players that I met and I could talk about. So that's how it all started. And then I was playing a chess tournament in Rome, and I was getting beat up. Like, I was having a really hard time. And then Capablanca came to me like a strike, like a lightning,
That's fascinating. I mean, to hear how it all started. And I was going to ask you about the lyrics, because I've been really, from the start, every time I was impressed with every new song that came out. So how, as you say, that Rome tournament inspired Capablanca in general, where does your inspiration come from? I think you've also been collaborating with some players, some chess players, on some of the lyrics for certain songs.
Yes, well, for this project, Chess Divas, that is my tribute to female chess legends, I have collaborated already with 2 songs in Russian with lyrics by Alexandra Kostenyuk. So it has been a real pleasure to collaborate with her. She's such an amazing woman, on and off the board. So also I have been making some funny collaborations, like more comedy chess lyrics with Anna Rudolph, and later with Vladimir Kramnik, and with Anish Giri, and well, so forth. I hope with Fiona very
someday,
soon.
Yes. I won't be singing. I'm a terrible singer, but
I'll do the singing, but you do the lyrics, okay?
we can maybe we can find a deal. I think for now I will stick to chess, but of course, I mean, it's so great to have someone like you who's bringing this passion, and combining it to passions. It's really beautiful to see. And let's talk a bit about Chess Divas, which is your latest project, and it is a tribute to all the great women chess players from history. So tell us a bit about Chess Divas.
Yes, well, besides my own chess songs that are like O Capablanca, Isolated Pawn, Tactical, Immortal Game, inspired by Black Lives Matter, that also, society also inspires you to write about chess. I have this side project that is called Chess Divas, that last night was the premiere at the Four Seasons
I was
Hotel.
going to ask you about that.
It was a full house, and it was just amazing. Everybody playing chess and having chess cocktails, and I was singing so many songs about chess and with the chessboard on stage, and it was such an amazing experience. I'm really happy. But now I'm going to tell you about the Chess Divas videos that I am going to be performing also live on stage at this Global Chess Festival edition with the piano player, a Hungarian piano player called Lakatos Laszlo, that is really good. And I am very happy to be performing with him. So these songs that I will be performing today, one of them is a global release. It's a Hungarian song called Ha Roja Volnek, If I Were a Rose. And I made it as a tribute to the 3 Polgar sisters. So in the video, you will be able to watch some tactics from Judit Polgar, Sofia Polgar, and Judith, dedicated this video to chess, filmed in the Paris Youth Bar. That is a very iconic place here in Budapest. And then I'm going to be singing 3 tangos that are inspired by different chess games by Judit Polgar. One of them is Por una Cabeza, that is a very famous tango that appears in many movies as Scent of a Woman with Al Pacino and True Lies or something like that of Schwarzenegger, This famous tango I adapted to chess about a game between Judit Polgar and Garry Kasparov that should have been a draw, because it's an end game that is a rook and knight versus rook. But Judith unfortunately forgot the defensive technique of this draw, and it was a loss, and it was a real tragedy. So I said, okay, we have
it inspired you.
This is really dramatic.
And
draw against Gary and you lose it. That's a nightmare. So so then there is another tango called Malevaje, that is like the mob the mob squad, so to say. And it's inspired by a beautiful game that Judit Polgar won against Vichy Anand, also in Dos Hermanas, in Spain. And she was sacrificing knights, and she was, just smashing him. And so I sing as I am Vichy Anand, like, what have you done to me? I'm totally pinned. I don't know what to move. All that is left for me is to be in Suksvang and just kneel down and pray. So it's a funny song, also very ironic. You can watch these songs already on my YouTube channel.
I was just gonna ask, actually, maybe you can tell us, where can we see your songs, listen to your songs? What are the different platforms?
Well, you can follow me on Instagram. I'm very active on Instagram. It's at Juga Música. And my YouTube channel is Juga. If you put Juga Chess Divas or Juga Chess Songs, you will find all my chess songs and music. And also at my website, jugamusica.com, you can find the Spotify. You can listen to these chess songs on all your favorite platforms. So I really hope that you join me there, and that you let me know in the comments which is your favorite song and why. There are many contests that are coming with Chess 24 in Spanish, and also with Chess Base India. We're going to make a release very soon. And but tonight, you will be able to watch Hein Roja Volnek, also this tribute to the Polgar sisters, this Chess Divas new song, on my YouTube channel. But the tangos are already there, and the Russian song Palya Chornie that I did as a tribute to Vera Menchik, the first women chess champion in the world, in history, in the 20s, because these women, everybody's talking about Beth Harmon, and the Queen Gambit. It's fine, but Beth Harmon doesn't exist.
Yes, that's true.
But Nona Gaprindashvili does exist. And, Vera Menchik does exist. And Judit Polgar and Susan Polgar and Maya Tsiburdanidze and all these Lyudmila Rudenko, they are real heroes, real life heroes. And there are games about them, and their stories and their struggles are so inspiring that I think that we should be talking about them and learning more about their games and celebrating them.
For sure. And I'm really happy that you have made such a nice way, really, of learning about chess. There's so many different ways, I think, to learn about chess, but in music is a first. And maybe can you just tell us what was your expectation when you started combining chess and music, and what has the reception been of chess players?
Every time that I get someone that tells me that they really felt identified about some verse that I said, or some idea that I said, or something about any songs, either the music, the lyrics, the videos, because I also write the scripts, a big part of the art I am doing, it involves the videos. I put the same effort into the music, into the composition, the music production that I also do, and into the scripts and the art of the videos. So I really look forward that when people comment about the whole experience of watching the video, listening to the music, and I feel so grateful and so happy. It just fills my heart with joy to reach to people and to celebrate this feeling that we feel with the beauty of chess, and the pain that chess gives you also, because when you really love chess,
it is
you really care about,
heartbreaking.
you suffer so much, it's really hard. So it's a lot of very intense feelings. And
maybe
also I want to say, sorry, that I'm very happy because I will be releasing today also the first edition. It's a special edition just for the Global Chess Festival of my chess songs. It's a book called I'm an Isolated Pawn, and it includes texts that I wrote about my chess songs journey so far and what inspired me for each song, and it contains the lyrics and the images of my videos, and a CD advance with my songs, exclusive songs that haven't been released yet, some of them. And I'm very happy that I will be giving it to the special guests of this edition of the Global Chess Festival. So I'm very grateful about this also.
But maybe tell us a few words. You are there in Budapest on site. What is it like? The atmosphere, the people?
Give me 1 second, please.
Sure. So, by the way, after Huga, I think we will get started.
Here I am. I can show it to you now. Look at this. It's so beautiful.
Wow, it looks really, really nice. I love that design and with the branding.
I know. I'm so happy about it. Look, and this is the page dedicated to the festival. And I'm very happy. I will save one for you, Fiona.
Thank you so much. I very much hope that we will be able to meet again soon.
Me too, I really hope so.
Yeah, and just tell us maybe how is the atmosphere in Budapest so far? When will you be performing? What are your feelings?
I'm very excited. We have a grand piano on stage with a chessboard on top, so it's totally my crowd, and works of art. The Hungarian National Gallery is such an amazing place, so it's a real honor to be there. And we have a big screen where we will be showing the videos while I'm singing the tangos and the Heinrich Volnek, the tribute to the Polgar sisters, and Sofia Polgar is here also, so it's very exciting to show this video for the first time. I already showed all the videos to Judith, and I'm really, really grateful and happy that she enjoys this tribute to her and to her sisters. So it's beautiful to have the opportunity to release these songs together with my muse.
Yeah, well, you now, as you said, Judith, she is a muse. I know you're also great friends. You are living now in Budapest. How did that came about?
Well, it's a fairy tale city, it's so beautiful, and it has such a chess tradition. So I started collaborating with Judith many years ago, and she invited me to many previous editions of the festival. And I was starting to live in Europe, so it was just organic to stay here. And now I have this collaboration with the piano player Lakatos Laszlo, and I also have made many friends and a great working team, a filming team. So I'm very happy here in Budapest for the moment. But who knows? I've lived in Easter Island many years, Buenos Aires. I lived in Greece. Now I'm living in Budapest. Who knows?
Who knows what will be next?
What destiny is waiting for me.
Well, Huga, it's been really, really nice to see you, but to hear from you, to hear about your projects, and I think most of all, to hear about your passion for the game. So thank you so much for joining us.
And I really invite you. I'm putting here now my website.
Perfect.
So that you can look there, all the links to the videos, and enjoy. Thank you so much, Fiona, and enjoy the festival that is just starting now.
Thank you so much, Huga. Have a great day. Congratulations with your project, and it's been a pleasure. Have a great day. Bye. Okay, so that was Huga, everyone. And maybe while we wait for our first coach of the day, Grandmaster Christian Chavo, maybe what I can do is show you Huga's website very quickly. That way we will test also if I am. Oh, he's next to me. He's already. Let me see. I think Christian might already be here. Oh, there he is.
Hi, Fiona.
I did not realize, Christian. I did not realize that you're going to be joining us from that seat, from Huga and Judith's seat. So you are in Budapest as well. That much I knew. Welcome. Maybe I will ask you to just change the name, because it still says also that you are Judith, but I know you are not Judith. So wait, if I will give you access first.
You can, yes.
And
but
then
actually, I'm very happy with this name also. Very proud of that.
There we go. So do you know how to change it?
To name, of course. Yes. Now I am Huga. Also
No.
okay, let me change it.
So, Christian, you're also joining us from Budapest. Today, you will be giving a 1 hour masterclass, 2 parts. Maybe I will jump in very briefly in between to maybe ask you a couple of questions, introduce the next one. But the first one will be about magical night brilliances. I will not ask you any questions. I will let you get on with it. Maybe just one word also from you. You're there on site in Budapest. How are things going over there?
Oh, thank you so much. Actually, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm actually in the second time to be in this Global Chess Festival as a lecturer or presenter. So so yeah, actually
Exciting.
yes, 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 very happy to be here again.
And we are very happy to have you. I'm looking forward, I have to say, to your master classes. Let me know when you're ready, and I will be leaving the floor to you, and we will be looking. First of all, I believe it's a magical night brilliances, the night, my favorite piece, a very tricky chess piece. So I look forward to this one.
Okay, thank you so much.
And
Yeah, today we will have two topics, and the first will be this magical night moves. I just asked everybody, did you know that Judit Polgar's favorite piece is the night? I'm sure almost everybody heard about it, because night is a very tricky and cheeky piece who can get a lot of interesting things in the chessboard. Let me open my course about it, and let's start immediately with Judith Kasparov game, which we could hear previously from Google about her song. So we can connect this very well together. I hope everybody is seeing the position now, because I load the game. So if you see this position, Judith was white against Kasparov, and if you see this position, black has a pawn up, and it is very hard what to do here. But Judith find a fantastic continuation to reach a drawish position, I can say, because unfortunately in the end she lost the game. But if we just concentrate for the following things, it was simply brilliant. We can realize that if, for example, we take the knight and the rook is taking black back, black has a clear pawn up, and we will come with h4, king b5, so probably he will win the game. And it's a very unpleasant endgame. So Judith found a fantastic continuation here. Knight takes a5. So we immediately started with a brilliant knight sacrifice. But let's see what is the point of it. We can realize immediately this pawn is hanging for free. So king takes a5. And still black has a clear knight up. And still he has a pawn. So what should white do here? White should somehow take the last pawn, because rook and knight against the rook is objectively a drawish position. So that would be the first aim to reach that. What do you think? I will do a quiz here. I don't say this is an easy move or the next move which is happening now, but let's start with an interesting quiz here, how to continue in this position. I will put two moves ahead, and then of course we will continue how to do it. I give 1 minute for it for everybody, and you can just put on the chessboard. So the quiz is starting, the time is going down, so you can just put the moves here. Yes, usually we should do something, something move. Probably this was a little bit hard moment when I when I did this thing. But if we think about that, we should do something pretty forced thing. Okay, I give some hint. The most forced things in the chess is usually giving something check for the opponent. But of course, after that, still we will have a very nice silent move, which would be very important for the future. Okay, so I get some lies here, but okay, I agree that it was not an easy thing. So rook c5 check happened. So usually in this type of position, we should give the check, and okay, now the opponent has to decide where does he go with the king. Of course, king b6 is the logical move to attack the rook, and we can see that somehow we should attack the black rook. Immediately, it is not possible because if we would play king g3, then the rook g4 check, and we lost the rook after that. So we have to go with the rook to a very nice place, rook e5. At first, it's not so clear to understand why we just come here with the rook, but first of all, we don't have so many squares. So we could go to g5 also, but that is full of many other motifs like knight tempos, and probably that wouldn't be so successful like this rook e5. King c6, black tries to come with the king. If we see this position a little bit, the black rook cannot play normally because that is protecting the h5 pawn. The knight cannot really help. Yes, so this rook is controlling two important squares of the knight, the e6 and f5. So it is completely useless to play with the knight. So that's why Kasparov came with the king and king g3. Of course, now it's we have a little time, so it's time to attack the rook immediately. The rook goes to h1. Because if rook g4 check, we can simply play king h3 and h5 pawn has lost. So this is not working at all. Rook h1, and now we continue to attack the rook. Let's do how to do it. Probably this will be a little bit easier quiz. Still, I give you 1 minute, and I hope you can find it how to continue to attack the black rook to leave the h5 pawn, to leave the h5 pawn's protection. Yeah, while the time is going, I try to explain some things. Yeah, white has still an extra h3 pawn, which is not so important, but okay, it's still good if it is there. But in any time, we should focus on that, how to win the h5 pawn. Yeah, I can repeat that again. The d4 knight cannot help at all. So e5 rook is pretty useful there to completely restrict that. Okay, I can get many good replies, so it's very nice to see it. Yeah. So king g2, perfect move, and king b6. Okay, black also has to do something. He comes with the king. Otherwise he cannot do anything with the h5 pawn. So king b6 is a nice move. But okay, now we had an extra square of the rook. Rook a5, just go there. Rook h4, king g3, continue to attack the rook. Rook g4. And okay, now the next question is that where should we go with the king? So after the checks, we always have to just see how to, because we have three possibilities, but one of that is much more logical and tempting than the others. Let's try to find what would be that. Okay, let me give also 1 minute for that. Okay, excellent. You can see already the okay, I can see many good solutions. Very happy to see this always. Usually we should go that squares with the king, from where we can just attack the rook. Because if we go a little bit far, maybe he can easier save his h5 pawn. What would be that square? Still you have 10 seconds. Now 10 seconds. So it's still also just in time to play. Okay, excellent. So king just go to h3. Yeah, if you go to f2 or h2, he could play just pawn h4 and just save the pawn. So of course we have to be so careful here. And okay, now I will not have more quiz in this example. Knight e2, rook takes h5, and Judith successfully take the pawn. And this is a theoretical drawish position, but I don't want to continue how to happen in the game, because the most important was here to sacrifice this knight with this brilliant idea to get both of black pawns. Okay, excellent. So let me show my next example. The next will be also a Judith game. She was black against world champion Boris Spassky, and we will also see a very nice knight maneuver here. So the first move will be also knight attacks against the white king. So maybe at first I will also give you a quiz what would be the most active knight move with black side here. I don't say this is a difficult move. It's just if we just see that the white pawn is on f5, and it's very easily we can take back in the next move. It's probably not so easy to find that knight move. I don't say that this is now so brilliant knight move you have to find. Just sometimes a very natural, which is go ahead and creates a lot of threats for the opponent. This will be like that. I also can see many good answers. Very happy to see it. Okay, excellent. Yes. So knight f4. It was another very interesting knight move. At first sight, the knight g3, which is a knight sacrifice, but creates some pressure. But knight f4 happened in the game. Let's see what is the threat after that. We have two type of checkmate threats: queen takes g2 first, and knight h3 second. So knight h3 would be a very nice smothered checkmate with the knight. So white's only move is g3 to avoid it. Rook takes f5. Now it's time to get back the pawn, and bishop d3. If we try to evaluate this position a bit, we can see that black has some pieces which are undeveloped yet, like the a8, rook, c8, bishop, and still the d7 knight also cannot come so quickly to the attack, because white has also some threats. So white's attacking pieces are the queen, rook, knight, and the h4 pawn. So probably this is not enough for the complete crashing. So sometimes we can be just happy for the draw also, if we don't feel that this is we have enough attack. So it's also much better than continue the pressure more, but the position is not so good, and finally we lose the game. So now we will see that thing when we can just save the game. Let's see how is it possible here. I also do it as a quiz, and a few moves I will do ahead. Let's see how we can do this. So we don't shouldn't have to forget that sometimes the draw is also okay. It's also fine. F5 rook is hanging, so we should do something with that. And let's focus on the knight moves. Exactly, I can see in the chat. White is looking for a draw in this position also, but he also couldn't do anything else. So it wasn't that maybe he didn't see and he should continue with something else, because it was no more like that. Okay, so I also see good replies here. Knight h3 check, king g2, and knight f4. So thanks for this pin. Again, the knight is untakeable. King g1. If the king would go to f2, we can just take this bishop and then knight e5. So just in time, we arrive very well. So that's why his king should just go back to g1. And okay, knight h3 check, king g2, knight f4, and it's draw by perpetual checks. So sometimes the draw can be also a very useful thing, of course, especially against the world champion. So I'm sure Judith was also happy for this in this position. Okay, let me show you my next example here, which is also based on a pretty nice knight move. It will be only two moves. It will be Peter Lake and Michael Adams rapid game, where white to play now, and we can just see that the queen is hanging on d6. I mean the white queen from this knight, but there are so many hanging pieces on the board. So the bishop is also, black bishop is also hanging by the f5 pawn here. So his situation is, both sides' situation is not so easy. We can also realize that if we take with the b1 bishop the e4 knight and the queen is taking back, then we also cannot take the e6 bishop for free, because then the e3 knight is also hanging for free. But we have a nice possibility here to save the material, and finally with the brilliant knight move we can just have a material advantage and a completely winning position. What do you think? How can white continue here to force the things as much as possible? Let me show you the first move. Bishop takes e4 and queen takes e4 here. This will be the last move in the game, and then black resigned. What do you think? What would be that? Of course, I can, or you can also know the hint from there. We have, our topic is the magical knight moves, so I think I don't have to say that which piece will play the good move here. and where. So we should focus on the good attacking moves. I was very lucky because this game I could see by live. I was in the tournament, was in Hungary, in Miskolc, and of course we were happy for that Peter Leko won the game. And I remember when I see the game, I was still excited. Okay, after knight takes e4, what happening? Because still not easy at all. But Peter also found very quickly the winning here. But I'm very happy to see that it's everybody found here the excellent move. So 9g4, great. And Black has to resign the game because White saved the knight, ready to jump to f6 also as a very nice check queen. The e6 bishop is hanging by the pawn, and also the queen cannot take the pawn because knight h6 and check queen. So it's again knight was brilliant in this game and completely decided the game. Moreover, we have also another very nice threat here by queen d8 check. So even if he could survive somehow, but I don't really see how, still we have a queen d8 check, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, king goes to g7, and a pretty nice f6 pawn checkmate. So it's this knight g4 is a pretty multiple move, full of very nice threats here. All right, let me show you the next example because we are still full of a lot of interesting things. All right, the next is a Piquet-Kasparov game, which is from the point structure. We can see this is coming from a nice classical King's Indian variation. And let's see how can we continue the brilliant attack with Black here. Let me give you as a quiz immediately here for you and Black to play, and let's try to focus also on the knight moves. Now it will be brilliant, so we will say this is just a sacrifice, and somehow try to open the position for the white king. So the quiz is starting, so I'm waiting for your brilliant moves. And I can see already some good replies also, so very excited how to continue here. This is only one move now which I did, so it's no more moves. Yes. So also still the topic is the knight magical moves. How to play that. Yeah, it's good to see you almost everybody's replies. Very nice, great. All right. 9g3 check, excellent. And king g1. We can realize that enough quickly if white captures that and f takes back, then it's very quickly he can get checkmate. The queen goes to h4, so it's just, we can say, a typical King's Indian attacking move. And Garry Kasparov was probably the biggest expert of the King's Indian. King g1, and queen takes a8. Now it's time to get back the material. Still the g knight is taboo, because if he takes, the pawn is taking back. Even if immediately the queen cannot come to h4, it's also almost impossible to avoid his threats. So he played the bishop c4. Just wanted to freeze a little bit the king's come, like king f1, king d2 in a good moment, and also open the second rank of the rook. Maybe in a good moment he can escape. And now coming an extremely beautiful and deep continuation, but I don't give it as a quiz because it won't be a knight move. So we will have still a pretty nice knight move in the end. So a6. At first, it's not really understandable move. So probably if a beginner play this move, maybe we can just see that, oh my God, how can he play this type of move? The attack is on the king side, and suddenly he's playing on the queen side with the pawn. So what is Kasparov doing here? We can just see that it's, oh my God, he forget the plans or what happening here, but of course not. This is much more deeper the thing here. He prepared for a fantastic queen a7, and suddenly the queen will attack from this diagonal as well. Queen d3. Still the h takes d3, f takes d3 would be very unpleasant for him. So he wanted to ignore that yet. Queen d3 and queen a7. He just continued with the plan, and b5. Logical, because he would like to close the queen's diagonal with b6. Of course, he doesn't allow that. A takes b5, bishop takes b5, and now we also reach a very nice position when black can continue with a brilliant knight move. I come with those type of examples when this is not so. Knight moves are not so natural. So it's you can just think about a very it's very, how can I say, unusual knight moves. Like, not like, for example, come back or come here, because these are okay, also important, also good, but a brilliant one is coming, and after that white immediately resigned the game. So let me give you also this as a quiz, and let's move that. So you can focus on the knight moves, but very brilliant one, very, how can I say, yeah, very, we don't really see so often this type of moves. I can see nice replies also here, so great. If we calculate 2 moves ahead, actually it's not a really difficult move. Not impossible to find. Okay, excellent. Knight h1. What a wonderful move. Suddenly we go to the corner with the knight. The corner is usually not the best square for the knight, but now it was a brilliant one, because we attack the rook and the rook is pinned. So we can realize that very quickly. If the king is taking that, the queen will take the rook, and in materially black is also winning already. So white resigned the game. Yeah, because I can still show you lots of interesting knight brilliancies, magical knight moves, but let's finish it for here, and let's continue soon with the next topic.
Christian, thank you so much. That was really nice to see those tricky knights, and I'm sure we all learned something here. Judith's favorite piece, but not only. I think we all like to play with the knights. As I say, such a tricky piece. And now next up, this one I'm maybe even more looking forward to. We will be looking at some brilliancies by Tal. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, you are right. Tal's most brilliant victories. It was very hard to collect for me because he had a lots of very nice victories. That's why I tried to I changed I was thinking about him, and I chose Tal because he had a pretty brilliant games from the past. So it's very important if we study the Tal games, we don't have to just see that. If we check with the engine, many times we will see that it was not so correct. But in the past, it was completely different. Nowadays, since that time, the chess improved a lot, especially thanks for the computers. So,
I think we can all get inspired now.
yes, exactly. So, but it doesn't matter. So the most important is always everybody's best should be the best in his own age. So we cannot say that, like for example, if we say about the past world champions like Steenitz or Capablanca, they didn't play so well because if you check with the engine, they played weaker moves. Of course, that time it was still not so developed the chess, especially in tactics, because in strategic they played still very well. But if they were world champion that time and the best in the chess in their own sport, it was simply brilliant.
Well, I look forward to this one, so let's enjoy some of Tal's brilliancies.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me open immediately the first nice game of him. Okay. Oh, it will be some. I just see some freeze here. Okay, now it's go. The first game he was white against Tolush. So at that time, maybe Tolush was not so well-known player. I mean nowadays, but he was a great player that time. So so he was also really a top player. Okay, e4. In the opening part, I don't really want to explain so many things. This is can everybody knows what is the name of this opening? You can just write in the chat, or so you can say too. This is one of the most well-known opening in the Sicilian after this a6. Ah, sorry, I didn't started the game. So this is the position. I'm sure now everybody see it. So I'm waiting in the Najdorf. Excellent. So this is the Najdorf, one of the most popular. By the way, about the Najdorf, I can say a very interesting story which I just heard from somebody. It's somebody asked me who is just was not a professional chess player, but just in the chess world it was going on, and he asked me, "What do you think, Christian? Who is the most who is that chess player from whom we can hear the most? We can hear most his name." And I immediately started to think about something world champion like Kasparov, Karpov, Judit Polgar, or something like that, Magnus Carlsen. But I had to realize that maybe mostly we can hear about the Najdorf because it's a pretty popular opening. So many times, probably we can hear his name more than even Kasparov. Okay, doesn't matter. Just I wanted to say like this. Interesting. Sorry, bishop g5, e6, f4, Queen b6, okay, it's a pretty sharp variation. Queen b2, rook b1, queen a3. This is the poisoned pawn variation in the Najdorf. e5. Nowadays, the main line is a bit different. It is going by f5 or bishop e2. But okay, as I mentioned before, in that time, it was completely okay. Takes. So I would like to focus on the really sharp position when we can see Tal's brilliance moves. Okay, rook b3 was already a very logical move to close the queen's diagonal back. Queen a1 check and king f2. At first sight, this is a bit strange because white didn't castle. He just come out with the king. But we can see that black is pretty undeveloped, so white king is not in danger at all. Okay, queen a4. And okay, now we reach the first very interesting position. I don't give it as a quiz because pretty hard position. He played bishop b5. What a brilliant move, which is sacrificed the bishop for the really strong attack with the knight also against the black king. Actually, as I see this position, I can also show this with the knight brilliances, because Tal himself analyzed after that knight takes e6 would be even more brilliant, and f takes e6, knight d6 check, and he has immediately a decisive attack against the black king. Okay, still the position is pretty complicated, so of course it was not so obvious, otherwise he could find very easily. So this would be a pretty nice thing. Bishop e2 and winning in the end. King is going to h3 as a very protected square. Okay, let's go back to the game because we could analyze this for a very long time. A takes b5, knight takes b5. Now we have also very strong threats. First of all, knight c7 checkmate, because this bishop is controlling this diagonal as well. f6, f6, he takes f6. So black should close the diagonal of the g5 bishop. Rook e1, another brilliant move. So he doesn't count the pieces at all. He just focuses on the attack, and his last piece also comes to the play. Now the h1 rook didn't play yet, so it's come to e1, just create an X-ray motif with the black king, and also full of threats here. Rook a6. He just would like to control the d6 square a little bit, and also takes protection of the e6 pawn. Bishop takes f6. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6. King f7. Let's see if we would evaluate the position. We can just see that black has a clear piece up, but his pieces are pretty undeveloped. b8 knight, c8 bishop, f8 bishop, h8 rook. White, all pieces are playing. So if we think about that, maybe we can say materially white is better because, okay, he has a piece down, but his all pieces are attacking. So if we count of the pieces of the controls and the attacks, it's white is a bit better in materially. Rook f3. The rook is coming, protect the knight, and also ready to jump to a very nice with a discovered check. Still, it's not clear where the knight will jump, but it usually depends on the opponent's reply. In h4 check. king f1, the king is safe again there, and e5. I have to say that also for this position, it seems to be really nice for white, but black's position is also very. So this is a serious variation. This poison pawn is just in practically very dangerous, but objectively, his position is very powerful also. So he has a lot of extra defending possibilities. So it not means that he's losing and he played very badly and crashed very easily him. It's a very nice game still here. Okay, queen d5 check. He just continued the attack here. Bishop e6 and knight d7. Okay, it was time to play a good discover check with the knight. And in this type of position, it's very hard to decide with black. He has so many possibilities with the king, so it's pretty hard to decide which is the best. And this is the first time when black played a really bad move with the king g6. I think e7 would be the best move, and probably this is objectively only as he analyzed, only a drawish at that moment. Probably nowadays the engine can show that maybe different things, but it doesn't matter here because we can just focus on Ta's attacking style. King g6, knight takes e5 check, and king g7. Now at first sight, it seems to be the king is somehow safe. The white queen is hanging, and maybe the black king can save somehow. But okay, now we have a strong continuation. What do you think here? I will give two moves now. How can white continue the attack and get some material advantage also? Let me do it as a quiz. In this type of position, okay, I give you maybe 1.5 minutes because it's not so easy. I can just recommend that for everybody. That this type of position, when you play in the game and you calculating that, always focus on the checks first. How to give checks, but sometimes the not the most obvious checks. Sometimes it's just we have to calculate ahead a bit. And probably then we will find a real solution. So if we just see a check, it not means that we have to play that immediately. We can just control all of them. So first the checks, then if the checks are not working, then we have to focus on the takes, and then we can focus on the sacrifices and attacks, because usually those are deciding the game. I don't say this is an easy position because there are several checks also here, but okay, let's try. I already see good solution, by the way. Okay, yes. It was we had 3 tempting checks. One of that was queen takes b7, another was rook f7, and the third was rook g3. So from these 3 moves, we should decide what is the black continuation. Rook g3 check. Now I don't really want to see what are the others, like queen b7, king g8, or queen e7. Maybe queen e7, he just come back and a little bit stop the checks. Rook f7 seems to be also tempting, but in the end we will not have enough attack. But after rook g3, we can immediately see that, okay, but what about if the queen is taking that? Because if it takes back, then then the d5 queen is hanging by his bishop. So now we need another intermediate move. And okay, although in the previous move I already give this move because I gave two moves, but let me give another chance here to find the best move. How can we play the... Now I also give two moves, but how can we win the material? I can also say that how can we take his queen for free? Yeah, I already see some good solutions. Excellent. So the previous, I accept that it's not, agree that it's not so easy, but okay, here it's possible to find. Also, the intermediate moves. So focus on the checks and the all intermediate moves. Usually, these are deciding the games. So in the chess games, we should also think about that. Usually, I can see from my experience, those moves are deciding. Excellent. All solutions are fine. So congratulations for everybody who solved it, because everybody found that queen takes b7, excellent, knight d7, and now it's time to take back the queen. Okay, and let me show you the last few moves. I don't want to waste so many time because I would like to show still some nice games, because in material white is winning also already here, and the black pieces are also completely uncoordinated. Bishop c5 takes, and finally he avoid the threats, and black resigned here. So we can also see here what a brilliant tactical motives happened by Tal. So it's simply brilliant to see them. Let me show you the next one. The next game, it's against Smyslov, so the previous world champion. Caro-Kann, yeah, you see for 6-6, this is the Caro-Kann opening. I also don't really want to go in the unclear, the complications of the Caro-Kann, just focus on the interesting, brilliant things. The position, both sides are continuing development. I don't say these are the most accurate moves, but also let's focus on the nice things. Here we will also see a very nice intermediate move, bishop d2, come back by tempo, the queen has to leave, and because the a5 was an ideal square of the queen. Queen a6, knight f5, also very nice tempo, bishop d8. Black's play is also enough nice, because okay, Smyslov was also excellent world champion. He wasn't that so attacking style player like Tal, but in the defense he was also excellent. And okay, if you see this position, if you study many Tal games, you will feel that after some time, okay, the pieces are hanging, like for example now the c4 bishop, but it's not sure at all Tal will go with that bishop. He will escape with that. Instead, he will find something, another great attacking move. Now it also happened like that, so he didn't went there like bishop b3 or something like that. But okay, of course it wasn't so easy, because if bishop b3 to protect still the a2 pawn, he can play c5 and c4, and the bishop will be trapped immediately. So queen h4, another great move. Just go to the queen side and focus on the attack against the king with something queen g5, b takes c4, queen g5, threatening with checkmate on g7. But okay, Smyslov also played a great defending move. It's very typical in the chess when, for example, black has a material advantage, but white is attacking with queen, knight, so he has a just strong attack here. Usually, the defending side should sacrifice back the material for the better defending. Now it's also happened like that. So for example, knight e8 would be too passive. Okay, the bishop is also hanging there. So Smyslov found the best way with knight h5, protect the g7 pawn, open the diagonal of the bishop, attack the queen, and okay, if the queen is taking the knight, then the queen is a little bit just go out of the attack. So if queen takes h5, it would be happening knight f6. Just in time the knight arrived. In the next move, okay, let me show. So if queen takes h5, it would be a mistake because knight f6, the queen is hanging. If the queen goes somewhere like queen g5, now the c8 bishop can already take the, okay, let me show the moves, can take the knight, queen takes back, queen takes a2, and suddenly black is much better, probably winning. Of course, we don't take the material back. We continue the attack. Knight h6 check. King h8. Use out that the queen is pinning the g7 pawn. Queen takes h5. Now it's time to take it. It was no another good possibilities. And queen takes a2. Finally, he reached this queen attacks, but now he also find a very nice move. Probably I give you this as a quiz now. It's an attacking move which also leaves some escaping possibility for the white king. What do you think? What would be that move with white, which continue the attack, but also yeah, freeze something square for the king. Okay, I can see good reply already. Very nice. Be careful now with the knight brilliancies, because if we focus on the knight move now, like knight takes f7, the rook is taking back and the queen is threatening to give checkmate on a1, so we have to be careful about these things. So continue the attack and also give some square of the king. Excellent. Bishop c3, very nice. So the bishop is attacking on the long diagonal, pin the g7 pawn. Moreover, it takes some pressure here because in a good moment it can be pretty unpleasant. And also frees the d2 square for the king. So if queen a1 check, then king d2, and that's excellent. And okay, now happened the real mistake of the game, the knight f6. We can experience that. It's very typical in the practical chess when we attack the opponent as much as possible. Usually, after some time, even the best defender players also make some mistakes. This has happened in the game also. Queen f6, knight f6, and now happened an excellent queen sacrifice. Now, let me give you as a quiz here. Only one move I will give, and this is a brilliant one again. But I think it's not so hard to find. Sacrifice the queen and focus on the attack. Yeah, I can see also good solutions. Excellent. Yeah, focus on the queen, sacrifice somehow, try to crush his king's position. And we can also try to use out that his back rank can be a little bit weak. How can we reach that here? His back rank is a bit weak. Still 10 seconds, so still there is possibility to solve it. Okay, excellent. Queen takes f7 exactly. We just take it. Because, okay, what happening if he takes back? If rook takes back, then rook takes d8. And it's simply checkmate in the next move. So his back rank becomes pretty weak. Queen a1 check, also the intermediate reply. King d2. Rook takes f7. Knight takes f7. And finally win back the material. So we can always see that from Dahl games also, he sacrifices as much as possible, focus on the attack, but in the end he will have material advantage. Now we also saw that clear exchange up he has with a completely winning position. Yeah, it's only a few moves happened yet, and black resigned the game. Oh, we could also see brilliant sacrifices here, like queen takes f7. The defending move with bishop c3 was also a little bit attacking. So if we focus on this type of moves and this type of style, we can have a lot of great success in the chess. Judith has also a lot of similar brilliant victories. Okay, let me show you still the last one before I am going out of the time. The next will be just coming from the diagram. This is a very famous game and Tal's move, the Tal-Hjartarson game. This middle game came out from Ruy Lopez Chigorin variation. The position is pretty closed, and it's not so clear how can white break here. I don't give you as a quiz because there are a lot of tempting continuations like knight takes e5, which is also interesting. But in the end, somehow black can always defend it well. So for example, if knight takes e5, d takes e5, which is the most handled move, if knight takes e5, then queen f6. And the queen suddenly comes here and pin the knight, protected the position enough well. So the sacrifice wasn't so successful. If he takes with the queen, then the knight can just come here and also not easy at all. How can we continue the attack? So let me show you this brilliant continuation of him. Rook c5. What a brilliant rook move. Okay, first of all, he attacked the b5 pawn, so this is hanging for free, and it's very hard to do anything against that. But of course, immediately we can see that what the heck is this, because this rook is hanging for free by the pawn d takes c5. But now we can continue with an excellent continuation, knight f takes e5. The queen takes is also very tempting, but we can realize that also knight ef6 and the attack is not so easy in the next. So it's much better to take with the knight, and we don't finish this threat. We just still continue that, because after this knight takes, we are threatening with a discovered knight threats like knight takes d7, knight c4, win the black queen. So black is completely hopeless after that. d7 and then b takes d5, and materially white is also not worse. The exchange down, but this pawn is just going, and he has a completely winning position. In the game it happened queen a6, but after that rook takes b5, he had a completely winning position. So I don't want to continue to show this game until the end, because the most important was this brilliant rook c5 move. So comparison to Taz's brilliant style, we could just see that he sacrificed so many pieces, but in the end, most of the time he had a material advantage. So it not means that it's in the end it's always checkmate or something like that, because in this level the opponents are also defending so well. So so it's probably many times we can just win back the material, and with material up in the end we can just win the game. So thank you so much for your attention also here.
Christian, thank you so very much. Always an inspiration to see some of Tal's brilliant attacking games. Thank you so much for joining us from Budapest, for sharing your knowledge. And yeah, thank you so very much. I hope you have a great day. This was really, really nice.
Thank you so much also for everybody's attention, and especially your help, Fiona. It was my pleasure to be here.
No problem at all. I will now take back control. I will let you enjoy the rest of the day and the celebrations in Budapest. I'm sure we all wish we were there, but you're the lucky one. And I see that our next guest is ready. Shaba Novaki. Christian, thank you so much once again, and have a great day.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye.
Bye. And so next up, we will be joined by Shava Novaki, who's not only a very strong chess player in his own right, but also a team leader at Morgan Stanley. Shava, welcome.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you for this warm welcome. I'm very happy to be here.
And there's some more people. So it's great to see so many people joining the classroom. Remember, throughout the day you can watch on YouTube, but you can also join us here in the Chessable classroom. And this next one I'm also very much looking forward. Shaba, you will be talking about the similarities between business and chess. So maybe before we get into the masterclass, I will let you introduce yourself a little bit and tell us what you will be talking to us about.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Fiona. So Morgan Stanley is proud to sponsor the Global Chess Festival for a third consecutive year, supporting Judit Polgar in her pursuit to inspire the next generation of analytical and strategic thinkers across the globe to play chess. Chess provides a good grounding in many valuable soft skills, including problem solving, rational thinking, decision making, and strategic planning. As such, there are many synergies between the world of business and chess. Thank you for joining me today as we relive this historical game of chess, where I'll be asking you some quiz questions so you can test your knowledge to see if you can find the right moves in the most critical situations. This game was played back in 1985, so that's kind of historical game. Susan Polgar with the white pieces against Peter Hordicai with black. As you know, preparation is very important. So the first thing is to select the opening wisely. You need to analyze the games of your opponent and understand the game style your opponent plays. In business, you often work with many different people in various situations, and being able to understand their goals and challenges can help you perform to a higher level for both your colleagues and clients. So let's see the game how it goes. So the first move was d4 by Susan, knight f6, c4, c5. So that's called the Benoni defense. d5, d6, knight c3, e takes d5, c takes d5, d6, knight f3, g6. So that's all normal in the Benoni system. Bishop f4, and the first inaccuracy, I would say, is this a6 move. This is not a very common move. At that time, maybe it was okay to play a6. So at that time, 1985, there was no computer assistance. Usually, black should have played the normal bishop g7 move, and after e4, castle, and the game goes on, and the black is still okay. After this a6 move, white continued with e4 and then bishop g7, but here comes queen a4 check. So this check has to be blocked by black. Black chose to block it with the bishop, so bishop d7, and now the important move is queen b3. So this queen move is attacking the b7 pawn, and also the d6 pawn is hanging because the bishop is now covering the line from the queen. So black has to decide how to defend this b7 pawn. Black can go back with the bishop, but obviously that's not very tempting. So rather, black decided to go for the attack and played bishop g4, which is the first mistake of the game. Obviously, now white can take on b7. So white took the pawn, and here the rook is hanging. The problem with defending the rook, the only defense is knight bd7. But after knight bd7, white can just simply take the d6 pawn, and this d6 pawn is really covering the squares on b8 and f8. So black cannot castle, and also the rook cannot attack the white queen. So black decided to go for a more interesting attacking line. So instead of playing knight bd7, black took on f3. Of course, white took the rook, and then here comes knight takes e4 with the surprise again. So knight takes e4 has a lot of threats in the position, and black really wants to try to complicate the position, which is usually a good strategy if you have already a material disadvantage. You try to mix things up to make your opponent to make a mistake, or force your opponent to make any inaccuracies. And here is the first quiz question. So you can try to guess the next move. I will give you 1 minute for that quiz. And this quiz is about to find the risk management move, I would say. So I'm working in the risk management department, and I would say this is to manage your risk. So you are attacking, but you also need to focus on the defense as well. This move gives an extra support to your pieces, for your king, to your position, and sometimes not just attacking moves are great moves, but defending moves are great. So particularly, this is my favorite move of the whole game. I am hoping you can still guess it. You have still a couple of seconds to find out what could be the best move. I already see some answers coming in. And actually, yeah, 4 different answers I see already. And the good move was rook c1. Actually, rook c1 is a brilliant move here, because rook c1 is really giving an extra support to the c3 knight, and also can join to the attack, to the defense on the second line. So by playing rook c2 in the next move, the second line could be protected. The moves I received and I've seen, let's see what I have. So for example, g takes f3 is a logical move to take the bishop, the free bishop. But the problem with this move is that now black can take on c3, and now white cannot really take it back, because then bishop takes c3 and the rook is hanging. So black is having already a slightly better position in this game. Of course, the knight cannot. Of course, if you don't take back the knight, then white still can survive, and white still has a slight advantage. But rook c1 is a much stronger continuation. Other moves I've seen, for example, knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 is also tempting, but after bishop takes e4, these two bishops are really dangerous, and the rook is unprotected. So so now white has a rook for the knight, but that's not a huge advantage, and probably this rook will be taken by those bishops. So that will be kind of an even position at the end of the variation. So let's continue with the game. So rook c1 happened in the game, and here black decided to go for even more attacks. So played bishop d4. Black didn't want to give up the idea to attack the white king. So black really wanted to put some extra pressure on white's king and attacking this f2 pawn. So white decided to defend it by playing rook c2. And despite of the fact that white defended it, black decided to take everything on f2. And then the bishop had to retreat to g4. So in this position, white has already a piece up. So white has a nice bishop advantage, and also a very good position, attacking position. But in the last few moves, white had to defend. So now this is the turning point to attack the enemy. So this is going to be the next quiz, and I will also give you 1 minute for that to find the best continuation for white. There are many winning moves already, of course, in the position, but there is one very straightforward move, which makes an extra forcing line for white to put some pressure on black's king. And yes, I can see already a couple of answers coming in, so feel free to guess the move. And this move is really the straightforward continuation. So taking the initiative is very important in chess, to make sure that you are forcing your opponent to make bad moves. We still have 10 more seconds to guess the next move. Okay, thank you for trying. Actually, bishop b5 was the winning move, but there are many other winning moves as well. So bishop b5, and after bishop b5, it's very it's a forcing move to because the rook can join to the attack and give a check to the king. But let's see what other moves we received. So bishop takes a6, for example, is also winning, but here white can black can just simply castle, and then black can continue the attack because the white king is very vulnerable, and this move is not very forcing because we already let the black king to go into the shelter and the safe position. So let's see how the game continues after bishop b5 check. Bishop b5, then a takes b5, of course, and the rook gives the check. And here the king has to decide where to go. King can go to d7 or f8. Those are the two options. What if he goes to d7? So king goes to d7. I'm not going to give you as a quiz. It's quite simple, I think, because now it's very forcing to give a check with the queen. So queen b7 check, then queen c7 blocks it, and rook e7 wins the queen, and then wins the game, of course. So queen d7 doesn't work, so king has to go to f8. So king f8, and then bishop goes to h6. So bishop h6, and then king g8 is forced. And here is the last quiz time for the game to find the most beautiful move. Of course, there are many winning moves here, but still white has to be very careful here. So let's see how white continued the attack. So let's start the quiz. So you still have one minute, and let's see what was the best continuation for white. You can try to find a move which is really making black in a very bad position, and you can you will see why black cannot make any move after that, because black has a threat as well. So you need to stop that threat. You already see some answers coming in. Actually, a lot of people voted for the same move, but actually that's not the move that Susan played. Okay, I see knight e4 as a common move, and also a couple of other moves as well. But actually, in the game, what happened was rook to e7. So rook e7 was the move, which is a really brilliant move. I would say we will see why shortly. But let's just see why knight e4 is not the best move. So knight e4 is very tempting because it brings the knight into the attack, but black has the queen h4 check move, which is attacking the h6 bishop, and also the white king has to retreat to f1, and then after taking the bishop, white can take the knight, and now of course queen f8 is not a good move because knight f6 check, so king g7 has to be played, and now queen can take d6. It's a better position for white, but still unclear. There are still some counter chances for black. The knight e4 was not the best, but after rook e7, the queen cannot go to h4 anymore. So that's why it was a really brilliant move, and really black cannot do anything against this rook. So black played bishop d7, and after this bishop d7 move, there is checkmate in 4 moves actually, and Susan played the most brilliant continuation as Susan played queen takes b8 move, which is really beautiful, to sacrifice the queen in the end of the game. And after queen takes b8, then the knight jumped to e4, and the next move is knight f6 checkmate, and black cannot do anything against that checkmate. So for example, if black played f5, then knight f6, and the game is over. So this is how the game ended, and this is how things can be connected during a chess game to like logical thinking and business. So I hope you find it useful through this game, how chess can help us with decision making, problem solving, and rational thinking. But of course, chess teaches us much more, as chess is also a competition, strategy, tactics, or it can be even art. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much for joining today, and enjoy the next show. Back to you, Fiona.
Thank you so much, Shava, for this very interesting stuff, and always I think interesting to think and hear about the parallels, not just between chess and business, but chess and so many different aspects of life. Also, a big thank you to Morgan Stanley for sponsoring the Global Chessival, the Chessival, maybe that should be a new word, the Global Chess Festival. And thank you so much for your masterclass. And enjoy the rest of your day. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much. And I think next up, we will have Andras Todd, although I don't see Andras just yet. So Andras, if you are in the classroom, please let me know. If we're at the Global Chess Festival. Let me just mute that. So let me see, let me allow everyone, so good to see so many other people who want to join the classroom. Let me allow everyone in. Welcome to everyone who has just joined. Let me find out, where is Andras? So we should have Andras Todd next. While I wait to hear where he is or when he's coming, maybe I can let you know a few words about the program for today. So we should have Andras next. And then, oh, there he is. There he is. Good afternoon, Andras. He's getting ready, getting that last minute. Oh, he could not hear me. Andras, good afternoon.
Hello. Good to be here.
How are you doing? Great to have you. Mr.
you
T
very
in the
much.
chat is saying Andras is usually famously late, or as some might, maybe we are early, but it's good to have you. I think it's late in the day. You are in Australia, is that correct, Andras?
That is correct, and Mr. T is fundamentally wrong. I'm always on time. As a matter of fact, I have been watching the courses, and I just ducked out to grab a drink because I didn't know how long this course would go. And by the time I come back, all I hear is my name from Fiona, so I panicked, and I quickly just stole a drink, and now here I am, ready to rock
You
and
know,
roll.
I was panicking. I thought if you don't come, I will have to do a master class. Wouldn't
Oh, look,
quite be the same.
easy, no problems. I will lend you my course, and you can just present it. It's all good.
Well, let's talk about your courses very briefly. You are a chess coach. You're also a prolific author on Chessable. And you will be talking to us today about the beauty in chess. And I think after that, we'll have a quick Q&A as well.
Yeah, that's the plan, I understand.
So maybe what makes more sense is I will let you fire away with the class, and then I will come back. I think we have roughly 1 hour, give or take. How long would you like to allow for the Q&A?
Look, what do you think is I think it's a 45-15 makes probably the most sense as far as I'm concerned. What would you say?
I think that makes perfect sense. So I will leave the floor to you with the class, and I'll be back in 45 minutes.
Thank you so much. I actually can't see myself now, Fiona. Why is that? Am I supposed to?
You can't. I can see you. I can see you on the big screen in the middle of the board. I think if anyone wants to join the classroom now, you can let them in. Is that correct? Do you see the chat box? I see. I think I can. I think you're the person in charge. So.
Luciana is here. She's the greatest hero of all time. So she's going to save the day if something goes amiss.
So perfect.
Yeah, it's all good. Alrighty.
Fantastic. I leave the floor to you and enjoy.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Welcome. My name is András Tóth. I'm an international master, originally from Hungary, but I actually have been living in Australia for almost 2 decades now. So I'm a bit of a half. And as Fiona has already mentioned, I am a content creator for Chessable, a very proud and very happy content creator. My courses are available there. I also have a YouTube channel, which I very highly recommend you to check out if you would like to see educational chess content. And today I decided to run a course on beauty in chess. And the main reason why I wanted to do this was because I wanted to do something that was definitely a little bit different from what everybody else is doing. And for that reason, I strictly opted for examples that are either lesser known games or definitely rather unknown players who played the games, because I would like to pass on a bit of a message as well with this course or lecture rather, and that is that one of the greatest thing in chess, in my opinion, is the fact that we can create our own masterpieces, and we need to really appreciate our own creations. And so this little course is, or rather lecture, is going to show you a couple of games from lesser known players who created their masterpieces. And I would like to encourage you to appreciate your own chess and your own masterpieces just as much as famous players, because you know, in the end of the day, we are there to enjoy our own chess as well. So in that spirit, we are going to kick off with a game between what I suspect would be 2 Serbian players, Bozidar Kazic against I think it was Branislav or Borislav Vukovic, sorry. The opening phase is not really that important, so I'm going to skip most of the opening actually without any explanation offered. And I'm going to actually ask the audience to offer me the first move for white here. So what would we do here for white in order to exploit the vulnerability of that black king? If you could just type in the chat a couple of ideas that you would consider, that would be very, very handy. So rook e1 check is what I'm getting. Actually, it is still a theoretical position, by the way. So I'm glad that we have rook e1 check. F takes g7 is also theoretical. The best thing about these two moves is that they are mostly interchangeable. The game continued with rook e1. And here black's best according to theory is bishop e6. And then queen d5 and try to tuck the king that way. However, here black went king f8. And now is actually a very important move that comes. Very tempting is to take on g7, but it's actually wrong. Because that would allow the black king to escape with king takes g7. And then we wouldn't really have a good option to continue. So what would you suggest we do instead? Some very cool moves are available here. Mega Patra wants to play bishop g5. And boy, this is a move and a half. I really like this. So once again, takes, king takes. And now the king is actually a lot more difficult to attack than it would be if we play the correct bishop g5. Forcing, or rather, allowing / forcing black to take on f6. The discover check was threatening to win the queen. Now bishop h6 check. And now the king is caught in this very awkward cage in here without any legal moves whatsoever. And the rook on h8 is also a very, very sad customer. So now white's job is to try to open up the position and either cause some trouble on this file or on this file. But first, we need to complete development. What do you think we should be doing with this knight? Where should the knight go? Yeah, VG Monkey, very good. Your message came a bit late. Excellent. Oh, lots of talented customers in the chat. I don't like pawn c3 because that achieves the exact opposite of what we want. We want to open up this file. c3 allows black to close it forever. The correct move is actually knight c3. And the first question to you that I'm going to quiz you on, and this is going to be an easy quiz, is that what do we do after takes on c3? And I'm going to give you no more than half a minute for this because I'm a mean and unpleasant lecturer. Oh, did I quiz you with the wrong move? Oh my God. Okay, my bad. Sorry. I am one of the most experienced Chessable Classroom user, and I gave you the wrong quiz. So what I'm going to quiz you on is this. What do we do now, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry. My bad. Go again. Now I got, yeah. Okay, now we're doing the right thing. Thank you very much. And I've got lots of correct, excellent solutions. Oh my God, I am yet to get a wrong answer. Chess Genius is in the house. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. Looks like I also gave you too much time by the looks of things.
You're a get.
Okay, excellent. So let's have a look at what happened here. So the reason why the knight cannot be captured is because there is a magnificent backrank mate based on this queen trade followed by rook check idea. Bishop f8 is still possible, but rook takes is mate. Okay, so we're going back to knight c3. Black played bishop g4. What should we do now? What should we do now? knight e4 is the call, and that is correct. Very good. And here, black played something very provocative and played knight e5. And this is actually a losing move, but the reason why it loses is actually quite difficult to see. If you are an experienced chess player, you instinctively look to exploit this move by sacrificing your queen and taking on e5. However, if we take on e5, then bishop takes d1, and it's not easy how to continue. VG Monkey wants knight f6, but I don't really see the follow-up after queen takes. If knight takes, the queen hangs. If rook takes, then I can take the rook, yeah? So this is not looking good. Queen e5. So let's go back. I'm going to give you a hint. I'm going to give you a quiz. The correct move is actually knight takes e5. But what on earth was the absolutely genius concept of whites after bishop d1? And it is going to be quiz time, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm only quizzing you for this one just on one move. One move. So let's see how we go. Getting a lot of correct results. Very good. Very, very good. Excellent stuff. All right. So the fact of the matter is that we want to have the knight here, but one knight is not enough. Knight g4 is not possible because the bishop takes. And so by rule of elimination, we actually come to the conclusion that knight d7 is the correct move. The knight is immune because then we have got knight takes f6 mate, which is absolutely marvelous. A beautiful mate. And so black actually is more or less forced here. Oh, sorry. I mean, actually, they played b6, c3. Sorry, this was inverted. So take, knight d7. And black was forced to play bishop e7. And now I'm very curious if we can find a really, really amazing finish off. A lovely, lovely sequence that is going to result in a beautiful checkmate. Away you go. Luciana is not only the goddess of Chessable Classroom, but she's also a very powerful chess player by the looks of things. Getting a few correct solutions already. Very good. Very good. Some slight inaccuracies as well. Some people are very, very close, but they just missed the correct idea. Ten more seconds. All righty, done, dusted. So let's have a look what happens here. So the queen is the piece that we need to outsmart because the queen is defending both this and this checkmate. Both of them indirectly for the time being, but after knight takes f6 check, bishop takes f6, you see that this mate is protected by the queen and this mate is also protected by the queen. Now what you do in such cases, it's called an overloaded piece. You try to decoy the queen one way so that we can strike the other way. And since after knight takes, queen takes, the mate is still protected on the back rank by the rook, we first mess them up with the rook check. And after queen takes, we have got a lovely finish. Knight takes f6, check, mate. A really, really, really nice finish of a very simple game, really. One thing went only wrong for black, and here we go. Mr. Kazic has scored the game of his life by first sacking his queen, then chucking this knight on b7, then sacking a knight, then a rook, and boomski, there is your checkmate. So yeah, that's our beginning for the time being, and now we are going to move on to, yeah, it was a beauty indeed, thank you. We are going to move on to our next game, which is going to be, I'm going to show you the black side of the business here. Nazar Yaremko against David Recuero Guerra. Probably Luciana would know how to pronounce that name correctly, but my Spanish is terrible. Yeah, the opening is going to be, oh, good job, apparently. Apparently, I'm doing a good job on that one. Gracias, señora. Gracias. So we are playing a Sicilian, and someone hopefully will tell me the name of this variation, which is actually going to be a weird transition. Does anyone know what Sicilian line we are looking at now? Kind of. Indeed, well, actually, it's a dragon. So it started off as a classical, but then it transitioned into a dragon. So we are transitioning into Dragonista land. And again, I'm going to skip the opening part for the most part, because that's not what we're talking about. Castles, castles, queen goes back. Okay, quick question. Where do we develop this bishop? I got one vote for e6, one vote for d7. One is correct, the other one is not so much. And unfortunately, it is my good friend M. Lottie who is wrong, but now he corrects himself. Yeah, the bishop needs to go to e6 to attack there. So basically, the rule of thumb is the following. If there is a knight on d4, it's less likely that we can go here. If there is no knight on d4, we definitely should. g4, rook c8, onto the open file, king b1. And here, black did something that I would label as questionable at least, but is a stock standard operation in the dragon. So what do you think black played here? I'm not going to quiz you, so just feel free to type it in. A4 says Nico Rosberg, but I think you mean A5. So yeah, I'm already getting very positive vibes for rook takes c3, which is indeed the main operation in the Sicilian dragon, to eliminate the defender of the king and also to weaken the king side position. Now, what's very curious here is that queen took back, and I assume that you would recommend here knight e4. Am I right or am I right? Or actually, or knight takes g4, perhaps. But the fun thing is that in this position, black actually opted for the very curious. I tell you why he didn't play knight g4, because then bishop d4 trades off this bishop. So that is crystal clear. They actually went for knight d5. All they want to do now is to trade off, is to trade off this bishop so that this boy here is going to be an uncontested beast on that diagonal, attacking b2. And I'm very curious to hear how you would now continue the attack. Actually, one move quiz is incoming. You get 20 seconds, 15 even. I'm not here to muck around. Excellent stuff. Almost everyone got it correct. So queen a5 is the idea. And now we have got a very, very pesky checkmate threat. A3 was played. Rook c8 was played. Bishop e2 was played. Queen a4 was played with the idea of hitting c2 in a number of ways. Rook d2 was played. And now an absolute bonkers of a move was played. I'm going to quiz you. One move only. Actually, I will see. I might change my mind about that one. Now, just one move only. I'm happy for you to get this move right. This is the hardest question of the day so far. So it's totally okay if you got it wrong. And I can guarantee you that when I show you the move, many of you will be like, oh, yeah, right, getcha. So the move that was played here by Black that actually was the beginning of a absolutely brilliant, brutal, but brilliant attack is Rook c3. Boomski, baby, hitting the queen, hitting here. And of course, if they take, what do we do now? Yep, we're taking on a3. A threat is mate in 2. And I'm going to test you how to mate here with Black. Let's see if we know famous checkmate pattern ideas. Away you go. Black to move, force mate. A lot of correct solutions coming in. Very happy again. People know their checkmate patterns. Good stuff. So the idea is that you don't go queen check here. You force the king to the corner, then you pull back, then you give the check, and then the kiss of death checkmate pattern is occurring on the board. So that was the reason why Rook c3 was brilliant. 2, white opted to play. Sorry, I need to go to my notation. No. Rook d2, queen a4, rook c3, queen g1. I'm not sure about b5 here, but I like the idea of playing for b4. It's quite amazing how Black just sacrificed an exchange and just casually plays the game as if like nothing happened. Queen c1. And an absolutely insane idea occurred here in the game. The idea behind queen here is to deny the rook sacrifice because, yeah, there is no point in doing this because now I can't take. It's protected. So Black played b4. Holy cow, man. This is insanity. Obviously, the pawn is immune because then it's mate. But what do we do after takes? Any takers in the chat? Mr. T recommends takes. Lotzi recommends takes. Bishop a2 check is no good because I take it and a3 is still guarded. And we have got bishop takes c3 as well. A wide range of moves. To be fair, I think bishop takes c3 is a good move here. But instead, this was played, which is a very unassuming looking move, but it actually carries a brutal, an absolutely brutal threat. And white actually overlooked that threat by playing here rook d3, allowing black to execute a marvelous finish, which again is going to be a subject of your next quiz. Ta-da, let's go. Black to move and win, ladies and gentlemen. Bring on the beauty. Take your time on this one. It's not easy. Take your time. Do not rush it. That's why I give you a lot of time, because it's a very unusual motif. Everybody's very tempted to squeeze in a a2 check, which ironically is part of the solution. The mate is actually quite amazingly queen b4 check. This is difficult to find because it's very unusual that we sacrifice pieces on empty squares. But here capture is compulsory, because after king here takes, king here is mate. However, if they take the queen, which they did, then pawn a2 finishes with a fabulous checkmate. Wowzers. This was actually, in my opinion, an even more difficult attack to pull off than the previous one. But my favorite one for this course is actually the next one. I really do. Oh, no, actually, no, I'm lying. It's the one after this. It's the one after this. So this is actually a famous player. So here I'm lying to you, or at least misleading you. David Navarra is a former top 20, probably even now current top 30 grandmaster from the Czech Republic, a very creative and awesome player. And the opening is going to be the Najdorf, which you have already seen during Christian's lecture. And again, I'm going to skip the opening altogether. We are going to begin our operations here. My first question for you is, where should the white knight go? Everyone wants to go to d5. No respect for material. Unbelievable. Absolutely no respect for material. I'm very glad, by the way, that you have no respect for material, because material is irrelevant. What matters is the attack. Knight d5 was played. And what do we do after ed? E5, very, very good. So both ED5 and E5 are theory, but the main idea is E5 indeed. Very, very good. Takes, knight H5. And my question for you now is that where should we move the queen? I have to tell you, though, in advance, that this is one of the most evil questions I'm asking in the course, or rather the lecture. So be very careful with how you answer this. And if you know me a little well, you would know immediately what to not look at. So the generic rule of thumb is that when chess coach András is asking you where to move the queen, the almost certain answer is that the queen is not going to move at all. And in fact, the correct answer here is the mind-bogglingly awesome E6. Luciana knows how my little brain works. E6, sacrificing a queen, forcing the black king to stay in the middle. Taking f7, not b7, by the way, because then queen b7, rook e7, take. And in the end of all this chaos, black is an exchange up and is easily winning. So instead, what we do is we take f7, king has to take, and now we take e7, we check. Now the king has only one square to go, which is g8, because if f8, then knight check wins the queen. What to do now? I'm getting knight e6 vibes. Rook g7. Wow. The problem with rook g7, Nico, is that it does win the queen back, but that's not enough. We sacrificed way too much material, and it's never about the queen. It's always about the king. So what do we do now? Yes, exactly. Knight e6, threatening the queen, but more importantly, mate in one. They played... oh, no, sorry. My bad. They actually took the knight first, and now they played knight e6. So it's queen e5. What do we do now? What do we do now? Bishop f4 is all right. Although then I have queen f6. What else? Bishop f5. Very interesting. It's going to come later. It's going to come later. Bishop h4 is a bit slow. Luciana is on the money as always. Rook f1. The idea is multiple, actually. Rook f7 taking on g7 is the main concept. Knight f8 was played. I'm going to tell you something shocking, by the way. Even this move is still theory. All of this is still theory. The first bad move was bishop c8. And now I need a punishment, please. How do we punish this bishop c8 move? Yeah, it's theory all the way up to here. Several games have been played for this position. I'm trying to remember what the move is, but I can't. But trust me on this one, it's theory. So what do we do after bishop c8 is the question. Rook e8, outstanding answer there. Anyone else with a different one? Yeah, it is rook e8, mate threat. But the genius move comes here. What should white do now in order to retain the initiative and, more importantly, this attack? How does it go now? Let's go. It's a very, very clever idea. And again, a somewhat unusual one. So let's have a look. The idea was that in this position, we would play bishop g6. Now, that is not an easy move to find, but a really beautiful sacrifice with the dual mate threat of rook takes here, but also bishop takes here. Sorry, bishop f7 mate. So if, for example, rook takes, then we have mate. If they take this, we have mate, which is, by the way, the move that is sometimes easy to overlook, because this check is not good because then rook takes. And if takes here, then we have got a mate into by here, here, here. So yeah, bishop g6 was the move. Mr. Helbig played queen f6. And now the end is very near. Yeah, that was a very tricky one. Bishop took, pawn took. And now I'm going to test you again. So here comes the last quiz of the game. Away we go. Let's go. Another surprising checkmate motive, by the way, that can catch people off guard easily, including me. So let's have a look. The trickery here is that we need to take f6 with the idea again to renew the mate threat on f8. But the surprising shock is that after rook takes e8, we don't take the rook because we have a better one. Boomski. Matutski, as good old Maurice Ashley would say. That is, ladies and gentlemen, a Matutski of a very beautiful kind. Not bad. Not bad. Navarro sacrificed the entire kitchen and sink for the sake of delivering the mate, and kudos to him. All right, the next one is my favorite game in the batch. And again, I'm going to skip the opening phase and getting right into the game. If you are familiar with a gentleman called Olimpiu Ercan, he's, I believe, a Romanian chess historian, and it was played by him when he was a young kid. I actually pinched his game off of his Twitter. We are going to begin Operation Hereabouts. What would be your preferred method of attack here for white? Excuse me. Nico Rosberg is on the money. Absolutely h5. You bet. Brilliant move. And after bishop g7, white did not hesitate to push the bishop back, creating this very awkward situation for black when developing appears to be very, very challenging. Rook e1 was played. A6 was played. Whoa, no, you didn't see that. That was the wrong button. But luckily, no one saw anything. A6 was played. And here he played a very, very clever and attractive developing move. What is your favorite developing move in this position for white? Yeah, please write the answer. Yeah. If I don't tell you it's a quiz, just write the answer. Yeah, knight f3 is next level, man. I love this move. It's really, really lovely. If the blind doesn't get taken, then we get to centralize it with knight e5. It did get taken. Queen takes f7, f6, sorry. And knight f7 was played. Now, this position is absolutely begging for an epic finish. And epic finish it did get, for sure. Now, the next move I absolutely love. And it's a very important building block of the attack. So I'm going to quiz you on this one, but I'm telling you, it's a very difficult concept. So, yeah, let's see how we go. It's one move only. I'm only testing you for one move, and therefore I only allow 45 seconds. But it's not an everyday idea. Wow, everyone is killing it, man. What is happening here? I'm teaching geniuses, chess geniuses across the board. Chess geniuses across the board. So, the brilliant idea here is to play d6. And the concept behind the move is to simply disallow black to play d6 and develop the bishop and be able to access some kind of harmony amongst the pieces. Instead, now after d6, as my good friend, the Ginger GM, Simon Williams, likes to say, black is entirely discombobulated and is feeling very, very depressed behind this mass of pawns that now prevent black from developing his pieces properly. So the big question, of course, is what to do. What to do? Actually, now that I'm looking at Mr. M. Lotz's recommendation, I am not sure why they didn't play bishop c4. Knight d5 was played, but bishop c4 looks quite attractive too. I reckon the reason why white didn't choose to play like this, because it almost certainly forces black to play e6. And after queen f7, king f7, bishop d8, although white is winning, it's a boring endgame. And they wanted to give a beautiful checkmate, and that's exactly what they did. Knight d5, knight takes, and this is the biggest big brain move of the whole game. What would you do if I told you that you were not allowed to take either of these pieces? Bishop c4 looks all right. I like that. Although bear in mind that the mate on f7 is still covered. I give you a hint. It's a rook move. It's a rook move. No, rook takes e7 can be just taken by the bishop, and then it's still a mess. That's it. It's rook h4. And the idea is absolutely mental. Like, mental. I tell you what the idea is. If I play a la-la move, you go rook f4. I play another la-la move, check, and checkmate. Now, if you think that's beauty, then check out what happened in the game. After knight g5, rook h4, they played rook g8. And I'm just going to test you on the next few moves. Not quite what happened, mind you. But something to that effect. Actually, yeah, I don't know. This is gonna be a bit rough. But let's just go with the first two moves, and I'm going to quiz you on the first two, and we'll take it from there. So away you go. It's absolutely mind-boggling. You're going to be falling in love with this game faster than I did. Maybe I haven't given enough time, but yeah, I should have cut this puzzle differently. But the problem is that it's really best appreciated if it's presented as one puzzle, but then it would have been 4 moves, and they are 4 very, very tricky moves indeed. So yeah, I thought that it would be actually easier to cut it half. So here comes the big reveal. So queen f7 check. Boom, shki, right in the face. And after king takes, rook f4 check. Now we understand why rook g8 was a terrible move, by the way, because the poor bugger doesn't have a square to go to via the king side, so they had to go back. But now the awkward situation is that knight f6 is not quite a checkmate, because then the king can come back. So here your challenge now is going to be actually no, I'm going to be nice to you, because I usually don't do that. So why not just once be nice? I'm going to play out this move, and now I'm going to quiz you, ladies and gentlemen, on the remaining moverinos. And because if I'm a meanie, you're not getting a lot of time. Oh, there you go. A fairly wide range of answers. If I had told you it was a mate in 2, I think you would have scored better. But I was a meanie, and I did not. So the way how you can easily figure out the solution to this puzzle is the fact that you want to move the knight to a square where after king e8, you have got mate. And in order that to be true, we need to go knight somewhere, followed by king here, followed by knight takes mate. So now we're reduced to 2 knight moves, knight here and here. Those are the 2 moves that attack d6. I don't need to explain why knight e8 is not exactly attractive. And so knight e4 check was played, but this move allows the king now to have two choices. King e8 is met by the thematic knight d6 check, utilizing the pin. Beautiful stuff. But the even more attractive idea, of course, is that if the king is trying to leg it and run for the woods this way, then we have got this marvelous discovered check, and the knight cuts off the king. The king's escape on d5. I saw someone tried here knight g5 with a double check, but the problem with that idea here is that it allows the king to escape here. Hence the need for knight c3, and now the rook is doing a beautiful job at covering all these squares. So winner chicken dinner. Black king got mated in a remarkably beautiful fashion, and I think that the lovely Fiona is back, encouraging you guys to ask questions. So I'm assuming, Fiona, that we are going to transition very gently into the Q&A. Is that correct?
That is correct, Andras. And what a spectacular game. Thank you so much for that brilliant masterclass. And also a big shout out to everyone who is in the classroom with us. Good to see everyone being so active, taking part. So it's great to see everyone. And yeah, we will transition. We probably only have 10 minutes at most, because the great Judit Polgar is getting ready for her 1 o'clock masterclass. So Judith will be here with her masterclass in 17 minutes. So if you have any questions for Andras, meanwhile, while I wait for questions, I'm also having an eye on the YouTube chat. Maybe a warm welcome as well to Grandmaster. I don't know if you saw, but Grandmaster Gabor Pap joined your lesson towards the end. Gabor will be giving the final lesson of the day in just under 4 hours. So while I wait for any questions, maybe you can tell us a bit about your Chessable courses. As I mentioned earlier, you're a prolific author, and you've done some work even relating to Judith, so you can tell us about that.
That's right, yes. So what happened was that after I published 3 of my own courses with Chessable, Chessable actually approached me with this idea that, hey, how would you feel about a collaboration with Judit Polgar? And I dropped the phone and everything else that was in my hands. I'm like, whoa, hang on a second. Did I get that right? Did you say Judit Polgar collaboration for a Chessable course? No, we thought it would be free. I'm like, wowzers. Okay, so opportunity of a lifetime. The guy couldn't even finish the sentence. I'm like, yep, done. In we go, baby. Tell me what you want me to do. And so thus, we very quickly came to all kinds of agreements in regards to what we would want to do and how the work would be distributed between the two of us. But I don't think that I'm giving away a big secret to tell you that that was an experience of a lifetime to work together with Judith, who is not only an amazing chess player, but a really lovely person to work together with. So yeah, that was it. And now all these 3 courses have been already published and available on the Chessable website, and they have already received very good reviews. So we are both delighted that it was received positively by the community.
Fantastic. So everyone should, of course, check that out. I see a question from Mr. T33, who is wondering, where can we access such games for analysis? So I guess the kind of games you were just showing.
Yeah, look, it's a tricky business, because some of them I saw in books and published online in random places like Facebook and Twitter, and I just remembered them, and then I saved them for a rainy day, and ta-da, here we go, here comes the rainy day. And so they became very, very handy. Usually when I see something beautiful, whether I'm browsing the internet or on chess forums or wherever I go in search for content, so to speak, and I see something lovely, I tend to save it, because not even, I often don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I just see something there that is valuable. So I'm like, yeah, I think I will save that. And that's how I just assemble this material.
Very nice. We have another question from Nico. He's saying, I am in a weird opening dilemma. I am currently 2000 litres rapid and blitz and struggling to find openings that suit me, since I am fine in any position and I do not prefer any kind of positions. I have lots of time to study it when needed. What is your advice on my opening dilemma?
A little bit too broad and a little bit too open, but my general response would be that it doesn't matter whether you are playing e4 or d4 as white, but you should definitely aim to develop an opening repertoire that is based on fundamentally sound main lines. So be conscious of trying to engage with really big and popular openings, Sicilian, Rui Lopez, some kind of main line against French Caro-Kann if you play e4. If you are a d4 player, then you definitely have to embrace the Slav, the semi-Slav, the Botvinnik, the King's Indian. So don't try to find shortcuts and try to find easy exits and just play some system openings, and that will set you up for life in 10 minutes. Basically, the harder it is, the better it will pay out for you in the long run, is my best piece of advice. So when you're looking at a line and it appears to be too much work, that's an ultimate sign that that's probably the best you can do.
Fantastic. That's sound advice for sure. And maybe one final question for me, as I see the kids are arriving for Judith's lecture. Well, a question from Amlachi. How did you get that good at chess?
Look, lots of training, lots and lots of training, especially in my youth, by the way. So when I was young, but if you look at the crowd who is presenting today, I'm actually one of the weakest players. So there are lots of much better players here to ask today from your presenters than myself. But like everything else in life that you want to master, you just need to practice, train, read a lot, and just be surrounded by chess as much as possible.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good moment. You said there's other people. There's plenty more lectures coming up. The next one, of course, will be by Judith herself. And VG Monkey, I would encourage you to keep that question for Judith herself, because she will be doing a Q&A. She will be doing a Q&A as well in exactly 1 hour. And yeah, maybe she knows better about her daily
I don't feel
routine.
very competent in answering that one.
So if you want to keep your question, Judith will be here with us in 10 minutes. And until then, keep that question for her. Andras, I think, unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to you. But it's been really a pleasure watching this masterclass. What a final position you left us with. Brilliant stuff. Thank you so very much.
No, thank you. It was my pleasure to be here today. I think it's a fantastic day, and I wish you guys all the best and enjoy the rest of the day. And thanks again for having me. Cheerio.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so let me take back control for 1 second. And Judith will be here in 10 minutes. Welcome to everyone who has joined us. Meanwhile, to introduce for Judith, and once again, a big thank you to Andras. What a brilliant masterclass. I think we're going to do something a bit different. I hope I will manage to do it, but we are going to watch a quick video, which will tell you something about how Judith and her sisters, how they started their chess journey. This is a 7-minute video, and after that, Judith will be here for her masterclass. So let me try and share my screen. Hopefully this will work. Let me know if you can see my screen, and hopefully you will be able to
We can
hear
see
it
your
too.
screen.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know. So I will play the video now. Sorry, I see there's... Oh, because I muted YouTube. Excuse me.
Én személy szerint nem hiszek abban, hogy a nők férfiak ellen képesek lennének versenyezni. Ez nagyon nehéz dolog a játékban lévő óriási feszültség miatt. Meg vagyok győződve arról, hogy ez szinte lehetetlen. Majdnem lehetetlen.
Zsófi?
Ket, le chat, di katze.
Di katze. Halljam csak.
Di katze.
Nagyon jó. Folytasd, Judit.
Anyu, mikor mehetek be a sakszobába?
Ahhoz még rengeteget kell tanulnod, kicsim. Zsuzsa is keményen dolgozott, hogy apuval és az edzővel ott gyakorolhasson. Tehát?
Kóska.
Ügyes. Tovább?
Te mit csinálsz itt?
Semmit.
Mit zajongsz?
Lebuktam, de kitaláltam valamit. Huszár F5. Na, mit lépsz?
Vezér B.
Vezér F3.
Te kis bástya A7.
Futó A7. Sakk.
Hagyjál.
Futó A7. Csúsza volt.
Nem hiszem el.
Haha, 21-18.
Judit, te jössz.
Szerva ott. 0-0.
A bástyámat mikor veszítettem el?
Tegnap éjjel. Futó A7. Nyert Judit?
Tulajdonképpen igen.
Itt a helyed.
Sakmat.
Tényleg az. Gratulálok.
Szép volt. Köszi. Mennyi volt a tét? Szobkontra 8 forint.
Tartsátok a sort! Jenőkém, tedd le azt a békát, a jó ég áldjon meg.
Mennyi hiányzik még a dinnyéhez? 22, 27, 28. Még egy rekontra is tudunk venni egy 4 kilósat. Azt tudtad, hogy a görög dinnye Dél-Afrikából származik? Nem. Király E8, futó G4, védi a bástyát és bekapcsolja a futót. Huszár E5, futó H5, sakk király E7. Mit vacakol ennyit?
Okay, I hope you all enjoyed that movie, and I see that Judith has joined us, so let me give access to Judith. Judith, it's so good to have you back.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to welcome all the kids I see here. I'm very happy that we can meet at least online.
So tell us a bit while we let everyone into the room, what are we going to learn in this masterclass?
Well, first of all, this masterclass is going to be part of the Chess Ambassadors for the Environment. And what I want to be talking about to all you kids and everybody who is watching us on YouTube, that through chess you can learn a lot of things. And a lot of things in a sense that what's happening on the chessboard, you can also implement it in other parts of life. So it's kind of a way of thinking ahead, thinking about the consequences of it. And now just give me 1 second that I'm going to take my examples for that. Okay?
And also maybe Judith, just to change your name, because earlier Christian was Judith, but now you are Christian.
Okay, I reveal my name. Okay.
Judith, I will mute myself. Everyone enjoy this wonderful masterclass, and I will be back in 45 minutes to answer some questions with you.
Sure.
Enjoy.
So the first example we're going to be seeing, this was when I was maybe 7 years old myself, and it was a training game. I was playing with the white pieces. So what I want to show you that first of all, whenever they ask you something, don't say immediately yes or no. Think about it first. In this position, my opponent was asking whether do I want to change the queen or should I be moving away with my queen from f5. But you know what? I did not want to move because I found something completely different. Because look at my bishop, which is right, cutting the king away. And also I have my rook here on the g5. But for the moment, if I would give a check myself on with the rook on g8, for in that case, oops, sorry, if I would be giving a check on g8, I can't really move all the way this long move. Then black is just going away to c7, and then he's just getting away, and he also has exchange up, so he's going to be winning the game. So what do you think? What did I do in order to stop the black from going? So I start the quiz, you have 30 seconds to think, and all of you should be making the right move. Time is ticking. Oops, not yet, but now it's ticking, okay? I see all of you are so fast, and I get different answers, and this is your only chance. Sometimes in life also, you have no new try, only one try at a time. So let's see, it's only a few seconds left. And I see I have 4 different kind of suggestions. Most of you played the move which I played, and I won the game. Great, great, great. But the other suggestions are also quite good. The only thing is that the best is, I'm going to show you what is the best move, which most of you saw. It's bishop f4. So the reason is, with my double bishop on a4 and on f4, I control the most important square, so the black king has no escape. And if black goes queen f5, if black would be taking my queen, then you all know by now that rook g8 check, and with the 2 bishop and the rook, I win the game. Okay, so my opponent did not play this. He went rook c6, giving up the rook, trying to make space for his king on d7. But after that, I just exchanged, and I won the rook in the next move. So let's see the next example, because I have quite a lot of examples for you here. Let's see the next one. What do we see here in the next example, right? The next example is that the white pieces who played my opponent, he thought that, okay, the king is in the center, we are already playing the end game, and we know that in end games, the king can be one of the biggest and strongest attacker. So look at this king on e4. But I was playing with the black pieces, and suddenly I realized that there is a fantastic idea that I can give a checkmate if my opponent will be not paying attention. So I show you what is my next move. I played king d6. And in this position, my opponent was not paying attention enough, and he just played h4 move. And now I want you all to think about it, because I was playing the previous move in order to have some mating net for the king on e4. So I would like to give you the quiz with this position, and I want you to see the first move, after that the second move, and all the way to the checkmate, okay? So I'm going to give you 1 minute for this, because it's a sequence of moves, and I want you to think about it. How can you trap the king on e4, not to leave any space sneaking out for it? Try to make, wow, wow, wow. We have some kids who are so fast, so fast. This is how you have to be doing it also when you play in a tournament. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. I see good tries, even if you didn't play the best. But you had to be playing. We are still having a few seconds. So think a little how you can really stop the e4 king of moving out from the center. Because I stopped, and then I made a mate at the end.
The chat is...
So just a few seconds left, few seconds left, few seconds left. And we are reaching to the end of it. And let's see what is the move. So I played knight e1. And there are some situations when you can correct your mistakes, but there are situations when you cannot. It's the final mistake, and this can be a huge problem, because white now cannot avoid having checkmated just in a few moves. Look at this. And after that, f5. And look how beautifully I checkmated. I was about 8 years old when I did that. I was extremely proud of myself, I have to tell you. So let's see the next example. This is another example which I really wanted to share with you, because, again, don't make the obvious move immediately. Think first, okay? Because in this position, but also I want to say in this position that you have to have the fighting spirit. Never give up. And if you know some theory, then you can be smart and outsmart your opponent, actually. So here my opponent knew exactly, because we were already grandmasters, both of us. But he thought, okay, he just gives one more chance that maybe I'm not going to be paying attention. So my opponent played king d1. So please think about it. Sorry. Think about it. Why White was still giving the knight up because he still felt that this is the best chance he has. But can I take on a1 and win the game? Or to go and take the a1 knight would be a problem. So now I will give the quiz again, and I want you to think about it for 30 seconds, which move I did. And then we're going to be talking about why I'm going to move 2 moves. So you're going to have a sequence. I give 45 seconds, okay? So let's see how many of you know what is this theoretical idea which I have in mind, which I want to share with you. Even until the last second of the game, you have to be paying attention, focusing. If you know how much winning positions I ruined, and you will hear this from other grandmasters as well, because when you are losing your focus, it can easily happen that you're not paying attention so much anymore. We are going to have 12 seconds left for all of you to share the move, what you have in mind, but probably most of you know that there is some hidden trick here. Okay, so let's see what we have over here. So what happens if king takes on a1? I don't know what you were thinking here, but you know what? In this position, white has a move which draws the game. And this was the idea my opponent had. So if white goes king c2, then black can go knight b3. And this is a mutual zugzwang. And what you have to understand, that the problem is for white that the c2 king has to move away and free one of the squares of the b1 or b2 for the black king, and then I can queen my pawn. And you have to know that with the knight, you cannot lose tempo. This is the only piece you cannot lose tempo with. If you have a rook, if you have a bishop, if you have other pieces, you can. So this is a theoretical draw if it's black to move. So now you will be surely understanding. And you know what? I give you another quiz question here because I want you to remember very well that this position is a draw if you make the right move. So sometimes you really have to make the best possible moves, the only good move. So let's see what you're going to be playing. Okay, I see most of you are getting there. You understand it perfectly what I want to say. Exactly. So please remember for all the time, whenever you play with the defender side, that this is some trick or an idea saving opportunity for you. At the same time, when you have something like this winning position yourself, you have to make sure to stay focused and to play still the best moves. Still a few seconds to go. And let's see what we have here. I got few different kind of results. So the good move is for white for drawing is king c1. Because right now, after black is playing, let's say knight b3 check, after that only king c2 draws, because white has to control always these two squares. So white cannot allow the black king to come out and then free the space for the pawn. So please remember that with knight, you cannot lose tempo, okay? So let's go to the next example, which I want to show you. And I prepared this, I like very much. Here, I was also a kid at the time. And in this position, my opponent played b5. So I'm going to tell you that my opponent set a trap. So I show you what is the trap, and I'm pretty sure that most of you understand it also and knows it. Look at this, what kind of trap my opponent had. He He thought, I'm greedy, I'm going to be taking the pawn, but I'm not blundering this kind of double attack by the queen. So I did not play d5. But we have a saying in Hungarian, I don't know if I'm going to be saying it correctly in English, but when you're creating trap for others, eventually you might fall into it. And this was exactly the case for the black's move b5, because after b5, I was already good. I saw all these tactics myself. So I was playing a move which was a double attack, but completely differently than you think. I played the move h4. So after h4, it is very clear, I think, after what I said, that in the next move, I would be able to capture on b5 the pawn, right? Because the queen on g5 is not possible to take my queen due to my last move of h4. So, okay, I played h4, big deal. And my opponent said, I don't care. I played bishop d7. So now, just for the fun of it, I'm going to give the quiz 30 seconds, not more than that. And I want you to play the best move. And I think it's going to be like 100%. Everybody knows how to make the best move here. And what is the best move? So, let me see. I have almost full score, but still I have one move which is not what I wanted you to play, but it's just as good. So let's see what we have over here. The main idea is that after the move h4, the black queen can be trapped. Okay? So I had somebody who played bishop h7, which is just as good because it's forcing the black king away to h8. But the main idea is, look at this. After knight h5, I'm just trapping the queen unexpectedly. But of course, if white would be playing bishop h7 first, black has to be playing king h8, no other move. And after that, to play knight h5, it still wins the game. Okay? So I just want to make sure that when you set up traps for others, don't be surprised if after that it fires back. So make sure that you understand this part, okay? And then let's go to my next example. This is an example which I think it's important to know that some decisions you can only make if you know theoretical knowledge. Because otherwise, if you don't know some theoretical knowledge, which can go also in other aspects, that sometimes to go to a higher level of understanding, you have to stabilize your basic knowledge. And this is also something here. I just played my last move to go knight f7. And now it's black to move. But I want you to think about it, that after rook g8, why was I so happy with rook knight f7? Because actually after knight f7, the game is won. Even though that in this position, white is better because white has a very good outpost for the knight on e5, and I have a passed pawn right on the g file. But sometimes, for example, if you have a game and you see a pawn structure like this and you have a passed pawn, sometimes you ask yourself, what would happen if everything would change and only the pawn endgame would be played out? Because there are some structures where you can think about it strategically, that if we take everything off, we eliminate the pieces and we exchange the pieces, then it's going to be a win. So this is exactly what's happening right here. So I want you, after rook g8, I'm going to give a quiz. So I want you to play all the way until it becomes very clear. Well, of course, we'll see that it's not the only move, but you will see and understand. So it's going to be a sequence of moves. So I'm going to give you like, maybe it's going to be a little bit long, but maybe some of you will straightforward go do it because you understand why is this a win. And we are going to be seeing the different alternatives. Absolutely. Okay, so you still have time to think about it. And I see I have different alternatives. Maybe this is the first example where I'm having, because I see it, how many different moves you offer. So I see in my backstage screen that what kind of offers we have and what you think, which move to play. And all of them are interesting ideas. At the same time, let's see, it's still, I made maybe too long the time set, but we're going to see just in a half a minute. Still, you can think, you can rethink if you made the right decision, or maybe it was something else which was better. I don't know, maybe you can think, how is it forced win? So this is sometimes when you have a much better position, sometimes you have different winning ideas and you have to choose between the different alternatives, which is better. And many times even the top players have real challenge, like which win to choose, or I'm going to be, I'm winning anyway, so I can do this, I can do that, I can do all kind of moves. But I can only suggest you that sometimes, or many times, it's advisable to focus and to make a decision, because sometimes you can save a lot of energy by playing a simplification and win the simplest way. So let's see what I'm talking about in this position. Knight d6 check, most of you got this right. And after king b8, of course, there is two ways of doing the simplification. And I think many of you started out with rook c8, but actually knight c8, rook c8, it doesn't matter. So you were right, all of you who were suggesting rook c8. Obviously, now you will know, because sometimes I don't know, but you know exactly whether you knew this, you saw it, you calculated all the way. But what is important in this position? Still to come with the king, because the king indeed can be an attacker, and an active king can be extremely powerful. And in this position, I was running all the way to f4, and it was important to stop the black pawn from moving ahead to e5, because I don't want it to exchange it for the d4 pawn, and with those exchange, the d5 pawn would be also postponed. Even though that probably instead of king f4, g4 is also a win, but this is the simplest win. So this is what I'm saying, that sometimes you have different alternatives to win the game. But if you can make it simpler for yourself, it's even better, because look what can happen. a5, I would probably just go b3. Black is in Zugzwang. Black has to be moving away with his king. I'm going to be controlling the center with the king. Black has to keep the control on e6, and then already I'm going to be pushing my pawn all the way, and I'm going to be exchanging my g pawn eventually to the e6 and to the d5, and white wins, right? So let's see the next position. Let's see the next position, what we have. This is going to be a very interesting situation. Let's talk about the position for now a little bit. This game was played already. I was not so little, and I was not as young as you guys, but I was playing already. This was, I think, already I was definitely adult, and I was playing with the world champion Anatoly Karpov. And in this position, if I would ask you, please answer to yourself, that what do you think, who has the more development advantage? Or you can text me also in the message if you want, just to evaluate the position, what do you think? Because it is important to understand that when you have an advantage in development, It means that you can also sacrifice something sometimes, or if you're fast enough, you can take advantage of that. Yeah, I see, I see. That exactly, it's black who has the advantage in development. Why is that? It is pretty simple to say because black already developed with all his pieces, her pieces in this situation. And of course, also don't forget that I castled already. At the same time, for white, white still has to be moving with his bishop in order to castle in the next move, right? But you think that and Karpov was also thinking that he wants to castle as fast as possible. But how to do that? Sometimes it's possible to make what is the fastest way, right? Either you attack something or you oppose with your opponent to try to exchange it, or just to develop with the piece, but then I have one move myself. So this is, for example, bishop a6 is something to consider for white, because if, let's say, I would be moving away with the rook to c7, white might be just castling, though the bishop on a6 might get in trouble. But for some reason, Karpov did not feel comfortable here with my c6 bishop standing right here on the diagonal, which is actually standing really cool, not only because it sees the knight and maybe I can even take it. Moreover, the unpleasant part can be if I play, for example, bishop d5, I can do, and the white queen can get in trouble. But also bishop on c6 is something that might support my b5 move and gain space. So this is something very important to know, that space advantage and development is very important. And now I'm playing with the black pieces, right? So usually if you play against Anatoly Karpov or a big champion, you don't have after move 15 advantage with black, or at least having dangers for white. So what did Karpov play? Karpov played bishop b5. And he was considering that if I'm going to be exchanging on b5, he did not castle yet, but I will not be able to make any such a useful move that can stop him to castle and put his king into safety. And in this position, it would be great gain for white to eliminate the white square bishop, because suddenly the queen on b5 really blocks the b6 pawn. With my knight from d7, I will never get to d6 to kick out the queen from b5. So I didn't like this position. I want you to think about it, that in this position, I want you to make one move which was not gaining material, nor winning the game immediately, but I found the solution. I start the move. I want you to find two moves. It's going to be a sequence, okay? So think about it. 45 minutes for you. How did I make a move that strategically I get a very nice position, fantastic position? And positionally, Karpov, I'm sure he was just shaking his head and he was not happy, I must say, when he saw the move. So actually, the last move of Karpov, we can say it was absolutely a blunder, positional blunder. So let's see, you still have 15 seconds. You still have 15 seconds. So let's see. Okay, so wow, I have 8 different answers. Yes, indeed, the position is very difficult. And I can tell you that practically all the suggestions has its point. But I tell you which is the best one. The best move is to play bishop b4 check. So I can do this move because I have my pawn on a5. And after a takes b4, bishop takes b5. So now you can ask that, come on, it was just an exchange of bishops. I gave up my black square bishop and white had to give up his white square bishop. So what's the big deal? It was just an exchange. I'm not having a pawn up. I'm not having a winning position. Nothing really happened. It's just an exchange, right? But it's not exactly the case. And I tell you why it's not, because now I have a b5 bishop, which absolutely has a much stronger power than the b2 for white. White will never castle short in this game. I can assure you. And this is what happened in the game. I did not allow Karpov to put his king into safety. But still, white can go b takes a5, and I cannot take back on a5 because look, my bishop is hanging, right? So I have to make an intermediate move. You know what? I'm going to be asking you playing the move which I played, because this is still very important, and this is the consequence of the previous move. It's a sequence which has to be seen ahead in order to be able to play the previous bishop b4 check. And I see most of you really understand it very well. Yes, exactly. It is an intermediate move, so you have to make something before you're able to capture back the a5 pawn, because the b5 bishop is under attack, right? So you have to move somehow your bishop away in order to capture the a5 pawn back again. So just a few seconds, and okay, let's see what's the move. Bishop c4 is the move. So I'm attacking the queen. White has no time to take with the pawn, has to be moving away to a3, and then I captured b takes a5. And in this position, it was a long game, and trust me, Karpov was fighting for his life really heavily. But in this position, I think I'm not going to be showing you longer because it was still another 20 moves or 20-something moves. Still, I had to be playing very well. But strategically and positionally, white is in big trouble because white cannot put his king into safety. And my bishop on c4 is much stronger than the bishop on b2. So this is also something I can suggest you, that when you don't know, for example, how to continue a game, then just sit and start evaluating the pieces. And in this position, you can see that white cannot castle. This is already something that is black's advantage. Also, the bishops is clearly an advantage. And the other pieces, generally speaking, are quite okay for both colors. So it means that black is better. Let's go to the next example we are having. Oh, this was a fun game of mine. This is going to be fun to explain it to you. This was the tournament I played in 1994. Well, definitely in a year where all of you were not born yet, but I was still 17, 18 years old at the time. And this tournament was extremely special because it was a theme tournament, which means that it was a Sicilian tournament. Everybody had to be playing the first 3 moves with white, e4, knight f3, and after that d4. So this was very special because I was a very good player in the Sicilian. I was an expert, so I was just flourishing. I won many different kind of games. I was so happy and it was so great and so on. And in this position, I was playing with the black pieces against Gatakamsky, who was one of the top players at the time. Even now, he's playing pretty well on not the highest level, but still he's in the top 30 in the world. And in this position, his last move was d7. You can see if we also again observe the position and we see, okay, the bishop on h1 is really standing really badly, right? Because this f3 pawn is paralyzing that bishop. And the white king is also somewhat pretty shaky right now because you see, all of you, that there is a check possibility for black. But still, white has some tricky ideas. And I tell you what kind of tricky idea white has. So if queen b1, white goes king h2, rook f2, king h3, and the idea of white was that if I go queen h1, he's going to be moving king to g4. And look, I have an extra rook on f2, but still...
تو السك الله بخير اللي قاعد نتفرج في ايفنت ممتع.
g8 would be queening, right? So what could I do? This is the big question. Where did I go wrong then? Okay, so let's see what happens. Did the first move already was something wrong? So let's go back. And let me make a challenge for you that what do you think is the best move? So let's go until the point. Okay, so I give you 1 minute for the next sequence of moves. It's not easy, it's unexpected. Okay. I want you to think. I'm a little tricky by showing you the moves, so don't let yourself to mislead, okay? Wow, I have all kind of moves by you. So let's see what you have. Wow, this is the position when you gave the most different kind of move suggestions. It's difficult. I understand it's difficult, but sometimes the obvious things does not matter, because let's see what is the move. Okay? Let's see what's the move. Queen b1 is still good. Okay? So queen b1 is good. King h2. Don't forget that I should be careful because the pawn is going to be queening with a check. Okay? But it's also, for example, in this situation, it's important to understand that simply you have to learn calculate longer, because don't stop when things go wrong. Maybe if you just think one move ahead, it can make a difference. And this was the case, you know, with the chess engines also, for example, that many times when, let's say, before your time, like 10, 12 years ago, even 15 years ago, when the engines, the programs started to play chess, they could calculate only a certain number of moves. So if they were able to calculate maybe 6 moves, and if only in move 7 there was the great move which made change, then it gave a completely different evaluation than it's in reality in the game. So now I'm talking, because I want to give you a little time. Still, okay, I played rook f2, king h3, and you know what I did? I give you another chance that it's this position. So I want you to think, okay, how would you do now that I was telling all these ideas? Again, please think about it. When in the second example, if you all remember when the king was standing in the middle of the board and I made something that it was stuck, it couldn't escape. So think about that right now, okay? So what do you play? You get 45 seconds for the 2-move sequence. Let's see. Let's see. I want you guys, girls and boys, to make the right move, to think about it. is it such a big problem if white queens with the check? Is it the end of the world? Am I really have to resign after that? I remember I was very happy when I saw this, and I had to see this in advance before whites moved the initial position, which I started out to show you. I have again all kind of move suggestions, but in this position I have to tell you there is only one move which leads to victory. And you should have seen my opponent who got really red on his face when he saw this move, because he thought that things are actually going good for him. So let's see what is the move. The problem is if I just want to go queen f5, the thing is white can go g4, and it's difficult for black to escape, because you cannot take on d7, because right now, look, I would get checkmated. So this is not fun. If I would be going queen f6, I think queen a5, for example, is a move, or queen c5, and white wants to go to c8. So even queen d4, by the way, can be a very interesting try, right? To make a double attack in a very strange way, attacking the rook and forcing the black queen to go away, but actually black would be losing. So in this position, queen f5 is not good. Previously, we were talking about taking the bishop with the check, which was also bad. But I can have time for my move h5. Look at this. Look at this move h5. What do you think about this? I just don't allow the white king to escape. I don't even care that white is giving a check or white is going to be queening. And look at this. White has two queens on the board. And I'm just smiling with my king on h7 and the queen on b1, because the black queen is controlling the diagonal, so white cannot give a check to me. And white has to resign because he cannot get away from checkmate, because I'm right now threatening with many different ideas. Of course, the most simplest to take the bishop in the next move with the queen, but also it's enough to go to f1 only. And it happens very rarely that in a classical game, you can afford and offer to your opponent that have another queen, and I'm going to be still winning this. And so actually my opponent did not queen, but he played queen f8 check, and after king h7, he resigned the game. Okay, so this was a very nice example, which I was enjoying quite a bit when I was playing the game, because it doesn't happen for your opponent. And now I want to reach to the last example, which I collected for you, because I just love this. Already when I was very little, I liked very much a breakthrough. And I think this also has to do this idea that it is difficult. And this can happen also when you learn, when you study, or when you're actually improving in anything. It is very important to don't give up. Because in this position, it seems that black is actually saving the game. Why? It is clear that black is suffering from a bad position, because look, my pawn on a7, it's a passed pawn, right? But on the king side, I have only two pawns right here. So black's plan is, his last move was g5. So if I would be capturing h takes g5, takes, let's say I would take it again, then black has enough time to go to king b7. After that, he's going to be capturing on a7. And it's not going to be a win. White is still better, but it's not going to be a win. So let's go back to the very beginning. With one passed pawn here on a7, it seems that black is able to stop, right? But there is a move which I just want to ask you one move right now. There is one move which creates another passed pawn for white. And black will not be able, so the quiz starts, black will not be able to do anything against the two passed pawns. He can still keep control with the knight and the king, one passed pawn, but if you have two passed pawns, then black is not able to hold that. But of course, we have to think how much material I can offer in order to get the second passed pawn to win the game. So let's see. Let's see. I did not give enough time. I think I have to admit that, but still I got some very good suggestions. And quite some of you knows this pattern. And please, the ones who know it, don't forget it. And those who didn't see this before, just remember. And you can check many of these kind of examples, actually. And let's see what's the move. G4, G4. And I have to tell you that I was the one who won this game, but I also happened to be the suffering side in some other game of mine where my opponent was doing this kind of breakthrough. And the important thing is that if whatever happens, if black would be taking on G4, then also I would just be going H5. So let's see, I want to show you the line. Because you have to calculate also in this position quite a lot. So now black is defending. He wants to be taking one of my passed pawns, but I'm running with the other one. Black has to be playing knight d5 in order, I give it check. This is a very important move. And only after that, I start pushing the pawn. And now that my knight moved away from e4, white can go king e4, black has to stop, right? Has to go to g6. And after that, my road is clear. I go here, I go knight e4 because I want to stop the pawn, and nothing can stop me taking on f6, taking on going to g7, and capture the knight because the poor black king was busy capturing my other pawn. So after king b6, king f6, king c6, king g7, I just queen my pawn, right? And I win. So this would be if black is capturing with the h pawn to g4, but my opponent, Almashi, after g4, he decided to go g takes h4. I also took on h5, and after king d7, h6 again. After that, knight d5, knight d6, king a7, h7, and quite similarly to the other one, but still I have to change a little bit in my technique. But still the main idea that I just have to stop black. If black's played h3, obviously I cannot go king g7 because he's going to be queening first. So I would even lose the game possibly. But I have an option to play knight d4, h2, and after that knight g3. I stop the black's passed pawn, and still black is suffering from having his king so far away, and nobody can stop me from playing king g7 and capturing on h8 the knight. So these were the examples which I wanted to share with you. I wanted you to see some of my thoughts, how I was implementing and what on the chessboard. And I'm using it nowadays a lot when I do, for example, organize the Global Chess Festival. I understand of the decisions I make, I have to take, and responsibility of the consequences. I never give up. I always fight for my ideas if I want to make it. And I do many other things which I translate from the chessboard into the daily activities I'm doing. So I do hope that you're going to be great chess ambassadors for the environment. And I wish you that you're going to be playing the games, a little tournament shortly after this. But thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this class. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Judith. So nice to see how you yourself implemented all these things. And I'm seeing a lot of thank you messages in the chat. It was so great to see so many of you in the class. And now, if you have any questions for Judith, I believe you have 15 minutes roughly to...
Actually, yeah, I have, but I think the kids should be leaving in 10 minutes at least. But for a few questions, if you have, I can definitely answer.
So there's one question already from Mohammed, and he is asking, Judith, how did you learn this kind of patterns?
I learned it that I was practicing a lot. You know, I had, when I was a kid, there was many books that my father was giving me or setting up himself the positions, and also trainers. For example, we had on the wall a big board, and we had 30 little chess boards on it. I think in the cartoon movie it also showed. I'm not sure, but I think it showed. And there, after every lesson, when the coach came, they put all kind of chess puzzles on the wall. So whenever we had a free time together with Sophia, we were just sitting there watching the positions and thinking and writing them down. Of course, nowadays, probably many of you don't even understand. It sounds very strange when you can do it on the screen, right? So you can practice a lot on different platforms to test your pattern recognition. And I think it's good if you try to focus sometimes only on one pattern. For example, breakthrough. Look 10, 15, 20, 100 examples, and then it will burn into your head that it's not important only to understand, but it is very important to practice it as much that you're going to be able to implement it. Because that's a passive knowledge, and active knowledge, that's a different story.
Very nice. Question from Jan, a very practical question. How do we join the tournament at 2 o'clock?
Sorry?
How do we join? A very practical question about how they join the tournament.
The kids who were invited to this lesson, they got a link to another Chessable classroom where there's an opportunity to have the tournament mode as well. So they are going to be leaving very shortly. And actually, I think I also have to leave in 2 minutes or so. I don't think I have so much time. And
then two very final quick questions from the chat. M. Bjarki would like to know, what's the best game you have played?
Wow. One of the games I played and I remember the most is my game against Shiro. I played in the same tournament in Buenos Aires, where I just showed the game of my game against Kamsky.
Okay, and a final question maybe. Unfortunately, there's not time for all the questions, but from VG Monkey, about what time should players wake up? What was your routine, I think, when you were young, and how much, a similar question, how much did you study chess each day when you were 8 or 9 years old?
Well, I didn't go to school. I was homeschooled. And so I was starting with 10, 15 minutes when I was 5 and a half, and then it got more and more and more. So I ended up having 8, 10 hours a day when I became professional.
That's a lot of hours. Judith, thank you so much for that. Will Noam be joining from where you are right now, or he will be entering the classroom himself? Just
1 second. I think he should be soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So please give him a little time to connect. Is it who is going to connect? Sorry.
Noam.
Noam. Yeah. Give him a few minutes, and he's going to collect.
Okay, fantastic. Judith, thank you so very much. And to all the kids who are going to play in the tournament, best of luck. Bye, Judith. So yeah,
bye.
It was so great to see you all, everybody, in the lesson. Let me know, are most of you playing in the tournament at 2 o'clock? You can let me know either in the chat, or if you'd like to unmute yourself for a second and answer the question, you can do that as well.
Is it by invite or not?
I think it's by invite, but if you received the invite, I think it's by invite, but you could check. Maybe if Luciana is in the chat, check with her. But yeah, I think this is by invite. But if you were invited to this class, you should also have received the invitation to the tournament.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But then there's a lot more stuff. Even if you stick around here, we have a lot more lectures to look forward to. Did you want to say something? You unmuted yourself? No, I think not. So we have a lot more a lot more lectures and masterclasses to look forward to here. Next up will be, and actually, M. Lachi, who was just asking about the tournament. So the link is in the chat now if you received the invitation. So you can click that link, and that's the link to the tournament. Now let me see. So we will have next up, we will be joined, and I'm very much looking forward to this one. I know I say it for everyone, but we have some very exciting guests today. Next up will be Noam Manella, who will be also joining us from Budapest. And Noam, he is an author. He is also a researcher in the field of creativity and innovation. And he has written a very popular chess book called Think Like a Machine, together with Zeev Zohar. And it talks about how to mix computers with chess creativity, and how you can use computers also to broaden your chess creativity. I see Mohammed in the chat is asking about the Kahoot challenge. I think this year there is no Kahoot challenge planned as far as I know, but I can tell you what is scheduled next. So Noam will be joining us very, very shortly. And after that, I'm delighted, we will have Anna Musicuk, so former World Rapid champion, former World Blitz champion. She's the world number 7. And Anna will be talking to us about how she was inspired by Judith and show us some of her games. And Anna will be here in 35 minutes. So we will have Noam for roughly half an hour, and then Anna. After that, also very, very interesting, Grandmaster Surya Ganguly from India. Surya Ganguly is not just a very strong player in his own right, but he was for many, many years the second of Vishy Anand, and he will talk about how Vishy prepared, what it was like working with Vishy Anand, about the work they did together, about how Vishy prepared. Also will be telling some stories about the times that he shared with Vishy. Maybe what I will do is I will very quickly share my screen for a second while we wait for Noam. So let me do that right now. So if I share my screen, you should be able to see, first of all, the website. If you are watching us on YouTube, well, you can still join the Chessable Classroom and take an active part. If you want to do so, you can head to globalchessfestival.com/live, and there you will see, well, first of all, if I press the play button, you will see that our show is live here right now. And if you click this link here, the Chessable link, well, that will take you to the classroom. All you need is a Chessable account. You can still create one for free right now. And then meanwhile, there is the other YouTube channel with what is going on in Budapest, where Judith is, where Noam is also. He will be calling us live from Budapest. He already talked, I believe, this morning at the Creativity and Innovation Talks. So what has happened already? The Judit Polgar method was presented. There was the podium discussion that Judith mentioned earlier with other top Hungarian athletes. And right now, what time is it? In 4 minutes, the Goodwill Ambassadors of Chess Awards ceremony will start. If we click on that, we can see some of the awards that are being handed out this year. There will be an award for art. one for science and chess. So the art one will go to Perling. The one for science and chess, it will go to Kenneth Rogoff. And Jerry Nash will be the Goodwill Ambassador of Chess and Education. And Vishy Anand, the Goodwill Ambassador of Chess and Sports. So that's great timing, since we will hear about Vishy soon. And I think Noam has just joined Huga earlier. I didn't get around to showing her channel then, but I will do it now. For any of you interested in listening to Huga's great chess songs, you can do it here. Her YouTube page is simply Huga, so check it out. Now I think we are ready. Let me see. There's so many of you here, so great to see you all. Let me see. Noam, I think, is there. Oh, almost here.
Okay.
Noam, hello, welcome.
Welcome. Just a moment. Let's see what's going on here.
So let me put you in charge.
What's happened here?
So we are joined now by Noam Manello. Noam is just getting set up. As we can see, he has taken Judith's he has taken Judith's seat in Budapest, and Noam will be talking to us, as I said, about the connection between computers and chess creativity. I think there's a lot for us to get inspired by the computers. So we will just load up the games. There will be examples. There will be quizzes. So let me see. I think. Oh no, I think. So I will see. Thank you, Luciana. Thank you so much. Enjoy the tournament, and see you later. Noam, you're muted right now. Let me see. So I just unmuted you. Can you hear me, Noam?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I think we are okay.
Fantastic. Welcome. Maybe before I let you kick off with your masterclass, I will ask you maybe just to briefly introduce yourself. I already have said a few words, but I'm sure you can do it better than me. And maybe also tell us, how is it going there in Budapest?
So it's Budapest. It's great, but I'm only here for a short visit. I came yesterday. I go back tomorrow. You know, all the COVID issues. If you stay more than 70 hours, so you have to be checked. So it's better to go home early as possible.
Yes.
This is the world that we live today.
Of course.
And it's nice to be here. It's great festival. It's great environment, atmosphere. So maybe next year people will come from all over the world.
I very much hope so, that next year there will be less restrictions and that we will all be able to meet in Budapest. And now, well, I will leave the floor to you to talk to us. Well, first of all, I think the talk is inspired by your book, Think Like a Machine, and about how the computers can inspire us and make us more creative. So I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay, so thank you. So as you said, my name is Noam Manella, and I think that the most exciting area in the chess world today is the connection between computers and chess thinking. You know, in 2014, when I wanted to write the Think Like a Machine, I had the idea about this book. I went to a lot of, you know, elite grandmasters, and asked them, what do you think about this idea? And I said, oh, it's so lousy idea. And I thought to myself, it's premature now. And in 2019, when I came to those grandmasters and I asked the same questions, and they didn't remember that I asked them the same question a few years ago, and they said me, wow, it's a great idea. So same idea, once they have been so negative and one positive. So I'm interested mostly in what kind of moves are recommended by engines, and yet top players have a hard time finding them during a game or even in their cozy home analysis. And once those moves are revealed, their logic become very clear. So the question is, why we didn't see it? Why even in our home we missed these moves? And it's very important to say, I'm not talking, or we and the boss that wrote the book, me and Zev Zohar, we are not talking about things that they are only machine capable to do it, because it's so complicated and long in the horizon of the chess. It's only sometimes one move away. And I want to start with this amazing illustration from, it's also open our book, from Alex Shirov's celebrated book, Fire on Board. It was in 1997. This position didn't occur in a game, but Shirov had foreseen it in the game, and before he was playing a move 22nd, and he had believed that after 25 bh6, as we see here, he is completely winning. And before publishing his book, he computer checked the game. 1997, the engine is Fritz 4. It's so primitive. And this primitive engine, after 1 second, found an amazing contradiction to bh6. And the move that I want to show you is so hard to find, even though that it's 2-3 moves away, it becomes so clear. And the move that saved black, let's see, just a moment. Oh, sorry, I have some problem here. So if the bishop take e4, then something is not going right to me. Okay, sorry for this. The queen, the only defense that we have here, just a moment, some technical problem. Is the amazing Queen F4. And this is really shocking move. And let's try to understand this move. All the idea is to distract the queen from the G7 point. Once we take the queen on F4, then bishop take the knight on E4, and then there's no queen G7 threats, and black is absolutely fine. So all we have to find is this amazing idea. And it's so hard that we gave it this exercise to Israeli most talented junior players, and they didn't succeed to get it. They couldn't find the solution like after 10 minutes, even though that they knew that something is going on here. Let's go to another great motive. Chess game is based on a lot of premises about right and wrong, patterns, and a lot of automatic decision. That's how we save precious time. And you know, we are living in a bullet era and a very rapid games. So we save precious time when you understand the patterns of the game. But the machine is free from all these patterns, and it can look the factors in completely different way. In this position that came from the game Donchenko Alexander against Alireza Firouzja, white is fallen in the most banal attacking thinking when he took the rook to b7. This is a very very natural move to keep attacking, to go with the rook to the 7th rank. But actually, the right move is rook to b8. And the idea is that after queen f7, there is a shocking idea that saves white in this position. Could you see it? I give you some seconds to think about it, even though that I won't make a quiz here. I just want you to think, to concentrate, try to understand what's going on, what are the factors in this position, and how can white save himself when it looks like his attack is stuck. And the move, are you ready? Queen e3. Unbelievable move. Still defending the knight on e7. And then, after queen f6, came the combination knight to g5. The king is going to h8. And now, the sting of the idea of rook b8 is revealed by knight f7. And the only chance for black is to go again, and we have repetition. And if you come with the rook to b7, you can't act with this idea. Let's see another thing. So, chess is a playing by instinct. In this little chapter, I want to show you that those instincts sometimes are not so good. So to put the rook on the 7th rank, that it's so instinctual, didn't bring the right result for white. In this position, I want to show you another instinct is to recapture immediately. So what white is playing here is knight to c5. And after the bishop took on c2, white was taking, of course, immediately with the king, but then queen g6 gave black an acceptable position. But if white would concentrate a minute, he would see stockfish idea not to take. Sorry, go back. Go with the king to b2. Now we didn't give the black the opportunity to exchange queens, and black must find a place to his queen, and his queen should defend the said rook e7. But black has an amazing resource here. He plays h6. And this is the idea that stop white from playing king b2. But here, there is another surprise. So sometimes the computer shows an hidden idea after hidden idea. And this is very, very difficult for human, at least in this era, to understand. To see an idea after idea. Can you see what is the move of white here? I give you a few seconds. Okay, I show you. It's amazing resource. Queen g7. And now white has a almost winning position. If the queen moves, white takes another pawn. So if we go to the initial position and we see these moves, king b2 is the beginning of the idea that ending with queen g7. So our instincts sometimes betrayed us, and that's we have to understand. Let's see the last example from this kind. And now in this position, you see a battery in front of the white king. And you know, a battery is a very strong weapon and very hard to give it up. the machine, by the way, is no problem to give it up. The way, what happened in this position is that black tried some kinds of, to use this battery, but after queen h1, he didn't find anything better, and we had repetition. But in this position, if you should think like a machine and get rid of some of these instincts, he would play the quiet queen b7. And it's an amazing move because you give up the battery and now your knight is hanging, but you are of course threatened the rook on d5. And white had nothing better than to take on f2, and after queen d5, queen f4, black has crashing attack with the bishop and the queen, as you can see. So all you have to do when you see such position is to ask yourself, what are my instincts? What they do to me in this, let's say, bullet era? I want to show you another motif in the relations between the computer and the human. When we are attacking, our focus, our attention is most of the times on the enemy king. And we hardly consider moving away our own king. Our own king should be in the shelter. But sometimes we can use the king as a very, very useful attacking weapon. In this game from Ding Liren and Giri Anish, what white did, what Ding Liren did, he tried to attack with the queen and the bishop on the white squares, with queen g8, the queen went, and we have repetition. He didn't find anything better. But actually, in this position, the prophylactic, amazing attacking move is king h3. And the idea is that after king h3, the black king can't escape to g4. So now the attack with the queen and the bishop will be very, very effective. So black should try, let's say, the knight to d3. This is the best option by Stockfish. And then the bishop come to the game. And now there is a nice symphony on the white squares that the queen and the bishop are dealing together. Look, amazing game on the white squares. And what's amazing, the king from h3 helps the queen on g2 to give the checkmate. And this is very flexible chess thinking that even Ding Liren, that is great talent and great player, couldn't see during the game. Let's see another fantastic example of prophylactic in attack and what's going on with our patterns and instinct. In this position, white has really strong attack, but black has counter chances on the second rank. And white was trying the usual 7th rank attack with rook g7. And the surprise is that black could play queen g7. And after queen g7, the king went away. And now it's a draw on the second rank. So if we go back to the initial position, we should ask ourselves, how can we support the attack from the backyard? Like in tennis, from afar, not to play by the net. And the amazing move here by white is, are you ready? To keep attacking with queen h1. This is the most useful attacking move. This is a prophylactic attacking move. We move the king from the danger on g2, and now we are free to keep the attack. And if black is taking, now the rook is very close to the white king, but it's not with check, so we can give check. And after almost the same position, rook e7 is winning, because now black has to waste time if he wants to create threats on the first rank, and he doesn't have time because white is before him. So all we have to do is to be very, very flexible in our thinking. And another topic that I like to discuss today is I call it the most protected square on the board. Statistically, most chess sacrifices involve the capture of enemy units, most of the sacrifices. And this section deals with non-capturing sacrifices, but let's add another level of difficulty to our combinative thinking. The sacrifice will take place on the most protected square. It's very hard for human to think, to see those squares, but of course the machine, for the machine, is very, very easy. Let's look at this position from Liang and Pierrot in Montevideo 2018. White last move was rook to g5. And now he's imprisoning the black queen in Alcatraz jail. And you know, in Alcatraz jail, hardly anyone ever succeeded in escaping from this well-guarded jail. And black's position looked hopeless, and black played rook e4. It's like a resignation. He actually resigned one move later. But black can dig a tunnel and let his queen to escape from Alcatraz through this tunnel. And the move is amazing because it's occurs in the most protected square on the board. The move is rook e5. And rook e5 is saving the game. Now let's see what's going on. If white is taking with the f, it's very easy because we take the rook on g5. If white, sorry, let's take this position. If white taking with d, now there is a twist on the plot, and suddenly black has big threatening on the first rank together with the queen and the rook. And if let's move to this position. So white must take with the rook. And now it's very easy draw. So it looks very simple. How come so strong players misses such moves? Because it's not so simple. There are some barriers in our patterns that block our thinking, and the computer help us to free these issues. How much time do I have more?
You have time. You still have up to 10 minutes more if you want.
Thank you. I give some more examples. Okay, let's see this one is really nice. All white pieces are aimed at the black king, but both his bishops are hanging. So how should he proceed? He's attacking game. And this game is between Grandmaster Tal Baron and Ido Benarzi. And Grandmaster Baron, this is really talented tactician, misses the combination here because again he played Rook A7. Again he's going to the 7th rank, and after Queen A7 he doesn't have enough resources. Sorry, Queen G6, sorry, I made a mistake, so I want to correct myself. We are not allowed to take on A7 because it's mate what I showed you. The right move for black is to take on D5. And after this, black is absolutely okay. So now white has to find another idea. And the idea is starting with bishop h6. I'm sure we saw this move. Black queen, escape to f7. And now it's the difficult moment of the game when white could play bg7. Go one square, but to the most protected square on the board. And now black is absolutely hopeless. If he's taking, then the rook goes to a7, and after queen, it's ending. So these are the motif of the most protected square. Let's see another one, another combination that Ali Feruza, that is a great tactician, missed in his game with Fabrizio Belia. And in this position, I want to give you a few seconds to try and find yourself how black can win. Let's do it as a quiz. It can be nice. And win. Okay, let's start the quiz. Tell me, you have 45 minutes to find the solution. NG4, Anna, I think it's premature because I can take it. Do we have any more idea? King, Queen H2, I think it's too aggressive. Rook C3, we can take it. What's happening here? But you start looking at the right direction. Okay, so you didn't find. Let's see the right move. So the right move is Rook C1. And now if white will stake with the rook, then the queen is unprotected. And if we go to G4, we win the game. So this is my talk for today. And I hope that I give you some I don't know, clues to how to think or how to be helped with the engines.
Thank
and
you.
How to be more creative and more innovative.
Thank you very much, Noam. This was really, really interesting. Actually, before I let you go, there's a question from Mohammed in the chat for you. Can you tell us how do the engines understand the positional aspect of the game?
So we see today in Stockfish 14 really jumping in understanding positional factors. but still sometimes they are still too materialistic. But I think in generation after generation of the Stockfish and AlphaZero and stuff like this, they understand more the dynamic factors of the position. I think the best understanding of chess that computers have is the dynamic factors, and that's what we learn from them. We've been very materialistic, and now we understand that dynamic factors are worth so much. And this is, I think, the lesson from AlphaZero battle with Stockfish. We all saw it.
Yes, absolutely. What a match that was. And I think for sure we can all take a lot of things from the engines. But as you mentioned, I think these days they are inspiring us more and more and coming up with new ideas. So Noam, thank you very much for that very interesting class. And I will let you go and enjoy the rest of the festivities in Budapest. Thank you so much for this masterclass. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
No problem at all. Bye. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so that was really, really interesting to hear about the computers and creativity and chess. And I think next up we will have Anna Muzichuk, one of the world's leading women players, Grandmaster Anna Muzichuk, former World Rapid and Blitz champion. I see Anna is in the classroom. And Anna, you can let me know if you're ready or if you need a bit more time. Currently you're muted, so but I think she was quizzing in that last masterclass. So I think Anna is here. And wait, I saw her camera there. There she is. Anna, hello.
Hello, Fiona. Yeah, I tried just to see how it works and how the quiz work and how it will look.
Yeah, it was interesting. So let's see. Let me put you in charge. There we go. So a warm welcome to Anna. It's such a pleasure having you here with us today. And well, I'm looking forward to your class. It's quite a personal story, as I understand it.
Yes, hello Fiona, hello everyone, to all our viewers. I'd like to start this class with a short story which is actually connected to Judith. And I have to say the story happened in 1998, but it was just recently when I told it to Judith, and she was quite impressed by it, and I think it will be also interesting for the viewers to know it. So, as I have mentioned, the story happened in 1998. It was when I played European Youth Championship under 10. Sorry, I was 8 years old, but I played in the category under 10 because back then it was like the lowest category. Now we have under 8 youth European and World Championship, but back then it was starting from under 10 and under 12, 14, and so on. So I was 8. I played under 10 and under 10 category. It was played in the city of Murach in Austria. And before the tournament, it was announced that during the free day, there was a day off after 5 rounds. Judith will give simultaneous to the players who will be leading in each of the categories. So in the girls sections and also in the boys sections. So there were 5 categories. Under 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and so 5 girls and 5 boys. And I really wanted, to lead after 5 rounds, because for me, from the very early age, I have to say that Judith was my inspiration. I liked the way how she played the games. I liked her aggressive style, and of course she was the role model. Yeah, she was the best female player, and I guess many girls wanted to try at least to reach what she has reached and to become the best. So I liked her style because I was also an aggressive player. I liked all this these tactical things and tricks and so on. And they also wanted to be the best. So it was a great combination to follow. And it happened so that after 5 rounds, I was not leading. There was a girl, Regular Laura, from Latvia. Maybe some of you know her. She's not that much active now, but from time to time, she still keeps on playing the tournament, and her rating at the moment is around 2300. I believe, Fiona, you have heard about her, right?
I've heard about her. Yeah, I think we are all more or less the same generation, so I remember Laura.
Yeah, true. So, and in the youth championship, she was always like one of the best girls. So she was always trying to fight for the top 3 places, and she was not an easy opponent to play against. I think she's 2 years older than me, so we didn't have an opportunity to play in the same groups later on. But this was the year when we could face each other. After 5 rounds, she was leading, and I think she had 5 out of 5, and I had 4.5 out of 5. So I was trying to chase her. And what I knew was that I would face her in the next round. And so I was upset that I didn't have a chance to play against Judith in the simultaneous because Laura was leading. But I still decided, to go there and to check how it's going and to see Judith. So anyway, it was quite exciting for me. And when I came here, I was mainly just, watching the games, seeing Judith. I was already happy that at least this was possible. But my father, he had a very interesting idea. He saw that Judith was playing against my opponent, my tomorrow's opponent, Laura, and he thought okay, he asked me, okay, Anna, come here, let's work this game. And we worked this game, and he said, what do you think? Maybe tomorrow we will play exactly the same line, like Judith plays today. And
that's such funny.
And I was like, why not? Back then I wasn't that much into the theory. Of course, I knew something. And I played quite decently, especially for this age. I saw this line for the first time in my life, and I thought, why not? I like the plans in this position, and it's active. So let's think about that. And what happened later on, I played exactly the same line which Judith played against Laura. The very next day, I won the game, and later on, I also won the championship. So I can say that partly thanks to Judith, I became the European Youth Champion already for the 2nd time, because I got my first title when I was 6 years old.
That's an incredible story.
Yes, I really like this story, and therefore I wanted to show this game for the beginning, because maybe the viewers who are watching us now will actually also like the plan and try exactly the same idea in their own games.
Sure, Anna, I will leave it to you. Take it away.
Yeah, just a second. I'll have to load. To load my pigeon.
Maybe one thing while you're loading the PGN, because Anna was talking about how she was already competing in the under-10s when she was 8. So just last week, Anna and I met at Sitges at the Women World Team Championship, and I interviewed Anna and I asked her at what age did she start playing, and I was shocked when she told me she started playing chess at 2 years old. Probably the youngest person that I know of. So it's not a surprise that at 8 years old, she was already getting inspired by Judith.
Yes, true. I started playing chess at a very early age. Basically, I started keeping the pieces in my hands, maybe from the day I was born, because I remember my parents, they gave me some of the chess pieces. And I have to say that it's basically thanks to my parents, because they were chess players themselves. So when I was born, they thought like, okay, they would try to get me interested in the game. And if I like it, then they will continue. And it happened so that, yeah, I like the game, and I liked traveling, and I liked meeting new people, and I liked winning. So that's how it continued. And yeah, right now I am one of the best top female players for already more than 10 years. So I'm quite happy about it.
Quite the journey it has been, and indeed, and I look forward to seeing your game against Laura. So let's have a look. And I will mute myself. I would let you show us the game.
No, if you have something to add, or maybe some of our viewers have some additional questions, so just drop them in the chat, and I'll answer them. So yeah, here is the game. I started with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. And here is the line which was not that popular at these days. But later on, I think many even top players like even Carlsen and many others tried it in their own game. So d4, c takes d4, and now of course knight d4 is the main move. But what Judith did, she took this pawn with the queen. And at the first glance, it may seem that it must be a mistake, because what we know from the very beginning, yeah, that we should develop the pieces and we shouldn't move our queen to the center on the first moves, because the queen would be attacked, and then we just lose some tempos. But here the idea is quite interesting. Knight c6 is the logical move, and it was played in the game. And Laura also played it when she played against Judith. So knight c6 was played. But now the queen doesn't go back, but we play bishop b5, pinning the knight, and developing the piece. Yeah, so the queen can be captured as the knight is pinned. Bishop d7 was played, also logical. Now the queen is hanging again. And now we take the knight. Bishop takes a6, bishop takes a6. And now we continue the development, knight c3. So with knight c3, we are actually preparing the long castle. What we will do on the next move, we will put the bishop to g5 and then castle long, and then some ideas in the center like e5. And the problem may be that the queen will be staying under the spin, and also white is quite ahead in development. So we gave the pair of bishop in the open position, what is not that good, but we have the advantage in the development. Knight f6 was played. This is quite logical. Black is also trying to develop their pieces. Bishop g5. Black continued with e6. Also quite logical. Black is preparing bishop e7 and castle short. So now I played a long castle, bishop e7. Here I brought another rook to the game, to the center, rook to e1. And I have to say that maybe all I knew about this position when I played this game is that after rook e1, my plan is to play queen to d2. Actually, rook e1 is an important move because it's protecting the pawn. Then I put the knight to the center on d4. And in case black castle is short, then I will start attacking with f4, g4, maybe e5, f5. I mean, it's quite a direct play and quite understandable one. So if black is not familiar with this line, it's actually it's a bit unpleasant to face it. So black should actually know what they are going to do, because if they don't know the plans, they may actually end up in a bad position, like what happened in this game, and also what happened when Judith played against Laura. So here my opponent decided that, okay, castling short may be a little bit too dangerous, because I have better control over the center, and my attack may be more dangerous when she starts attacking. And she decided to castle long. So she played queen to c7. Now I played queen to d2 according to the plan. Maybe actually here I could wait with keeping the queen on the center because black can't castle long as the pawn on a7 is hanging. I could make some other useful move, but I knew the plan and I stick to it. So when you have the plan, it's better to have at least some plan, even if it's wrong. It's better. The wrong plan is better than no plan at all. So I just played queen to d2. Now a long castle was played. I played knight d4, king b8. And maybe here I think I already started thinking on of my own because I think I didn't know the plan was castling long. And somehow I assumed that as black has castled long, the plan with f4 and f5 and g4 is basically not leading anywhere because the king is not on g8, but the king is safer when white plays with this attack. So the king on b8 is not under this pawn. So I decided to think, and I came up with a new plan. So my thoughts were that this pawn may be too weak, and that's why I played bishop to f4. I have to say that it's not the blunder, because if black plays e5, attacking both of the pieces, I can take on c6 with the check, and then I can move my bishop. And when we have the pawns on the center, my pawn is on the light square, and black's pawn is on the dark square, so that will mean that my bishop is better. E5 was not played in the game. My opponent decided to make. I didn't like this move so much because it's a bit passive. She played knight to e8, kind of overprotecting the d6 pawn. Maybe also she had the idea to put the bishop on f6, but with the knight on e8, you also block this rook. So maybe if black wanted to do something like that, maybe black could think about, I don't know, maybe some a6 move or whatever. But actually after bishop f4, now we have the threat of knight b5 and then attacking this pawn, and we also have another threat, which is e5 at some moment. So attacking the knight and attacking the d6 pawn. That's why actually knight to e8 is quite a logical move. Maybe she still had to go e5 and then trade this. And okay, I believe white is better, but maybe this was a better try from black's perspective. Anyway, knight e8 was played. Now I played f3, threatening my e4 pawn, and now the bishop on c6 is really kind of doing nothing. King a8 was played, quite logical. Black is trying to unpin, and then after moving the queen, black is not under this pin anymore. And here I decided to regroup my pieces a little bit. I played queen to e3. Some of you might think that maybe now it's a blunder because e5 is kind of possible now, and after knight c6 there may be some intermediate move like e takes f4, attacking the knight and attacking the queen, but luckily not, because here we have queen a7, checkmate. So e5 again, it's not winning the piece. Black played rook c8 here, and I continued my regrouping with rook to d2. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to put this rook on d1, and with two rooks on the d file, the threats on the d6 pawn will be stronger. And now a6 was played. It's stopping knight b5 moves. I played rook e to d1. And here I believe black made a tactical mistake. Black played, sorry, not yet. Bishop d7 was played. Now I played knight b3, opening my rooks. And yes, here I think black made a mistake by playing h6. Now I would like to give you the first quiz. Please try to think about the ideas and what white can do here. So just a second. It's the first time I am doing this quiz. So let's give you 1 minute and a half. You will have to guess 3 moves. Try to find White's ideas. I actually don't know what you prefer, because some people prefer that that they are just trying to solve and nobody interrupts them. Some people prefer that, you know, to still keep on listening to some of the stories. So let me know what you think about that. I already see a couple of answers, and there are still 40 seconds. Okay, time is up. Let's take a look at this position and let's think in the right direction, because I see there were many of the ideas: knight b5, knight d5, bishop g3, bishop d6. Maybe we can even take a look at them. Bishop g3 is an interesting prophylactical move, but I don't think the bishop on f4 is actually so badly placed. Some ideas like knight b5 or knight d5, that are the typical ideas for the Sicilian, but I don't believe things will work, because with knight d5, okay, we just take the knight, and then how to create the problems. Actually, knight d5 ideas, they usually work when the king is on e8, because then we can take with the pawn and we open this this file, and then when the king is on e8, the king is in troubles, it's impossible to castle and the bishop is hanging. So usually knight d5 is working when the king is in the center. When the king is not in the center, well, still you have to calculate such moves as knight d5, but I don't see how we can continue. Just let's say if black plays something simple like bishop f6 or any other move. Knight b5, well, it's also leading nowhere, because black can take with the bishop, black can even take with the pawn, and again, I don't see the continuation. Bishop b6 is an interesting try. I think the idea is that on the next move after knight d6 or bishop d6, we are trying to play e5 and then keep an eye on the d7 bishop. But it also seems not to work, because I think knight d6 after e5, black can play knight c4 or knight f5. And okay, if we take the bishop, then black takes the queen, we take the queen, black takes the rook, and in the end of this combination, we are unfortunately, we won the pawn, but we lost the rook. So that didn't work. Let's go back and let's think of this position. So we see that there is some problem. Yeah, the bishop on d7 is unprotected. And what I did, I found the idea of how to exploit it. In the game, I played e5. And now d takes e5 doesn't work, because I take with the bishop, and on the next move, I take black's bishop. So d takes e5 is not possible. Black can't wait, because we are just taking the pawn, right? So d5 is more or less forced. And maybe here we can make another quiz, well, maybe like from here you will find a new idea. So let's make another one. With 1 minute. we already see some correct answers. So from this moment, it seems it's easier. I'm glad that some of you already found the correct idea. And there are still 20 seconds, so I hope more and more people will find it. Oh yeah, we got another. Well, fine. Time is out. So I see like 1, 2, 3 correct answers, and Alero was actually quite close. He had guessed the first move correctly, but he was wrong with the second move. So 95 is absolutely correct. This is what I played. E takes d5, and now you had to see that now we have the resource of e6, which is opening our bishop, and now the bishop is attacking the queen, and also we are attacking black's bishop, so black can't protect the queen and the bishop at the same time. I will quickly show you what happened in the game next. Queen c6 was played. Now I took the bishop, and after queen d7, I took the pawn. And as the result of all this combination, white is a pawn up. So maybe we can quickly go a few moves back to look at it from the very beginning. So please remember this idea of especially here, knight takes d5 and e6. Like when you have the bishop, which is potentially may attack some serious piece, like here the queen is the strongest piece, and some idea when we can push this pawn attacking another piece. So have in mind that such ideas may work. Like here, knight d5, e6, and rook d5. I think it doesn't make sense to show the rest of the game, because like after rook d5, white is already a pawn up, and later on I won the game. So maybe it will be interesting that I show you some other examples from my own game, which I prepared for today. We still have time, right?
Yes, we still have like 10, let me see, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So let's go to another example, and another example will be this one. I have to say in advance that all the examples which I prepared for today are from my Blitz games, and from the Blitz games which were actually very important for me because thanks to the solutions which I found in these games, I managed to get World Blitz champion titles. So these games were quite important, and they also give me some nice memories of these tournaments. So this game was played in 2014 and in the last round. So by winning this game, I became the women's World Blitz champion for the first time in my life. And this is the position. Again, we can see that the material is even at the moment, but black has some troubles with this d6 pawn, because it can't be changed, it can't be pushed to d5, and it's quite weak. So the first move is quite logical. I played rook f to d1, attacking the pawn on d6, and black's response was rook to c6. And now we have another quiz. Please try to find the solution. Just a second. So let's give you 1 minute. I hope many of you will find the correct answer. Bastian has already found the solution. Well done. And Nico, your idea is nice. Also, Alero, you have. No, the first move you made correct, but then you had troubles finding the second one. Okay, we'll discard this. Okay, time is up. So, Nico, you suggested 95. 95 is a perfectly good positional move. Yeah, you place the knight on the nice square. But here there was something stronger, something that that could actually lead to white winning a pawn. And as we know that the first moves that should be considered, they should be the captures. So in the game, I played knight to e5. I took the pawn. D takes e5 is more or less forced. And now I took the queen. I think some of you suggested knight d5 here, but okay, we sacrifice the piece, and after sacrificing the piece, I think we have to be more concrete. That's why knight d5 is not good, but queen d8 is winning. And now the problem is that if black takes with the rook, it actually happened in the game, then we can take the bishop. And after rook d1 or rook d1, I was a pawn up, and I quite easily converted this material advantage into the win. If black took with the bishop, then I would have taken the rook. And now if black takes my bishop, I take black's bishop with the rook. And as the result, we are an exchange and a pawn up. So that was actually working. Well done to Bastian, who found the solution. To all the others, well, 95, some of you were already in the right direction, but try to calculate until the very end. So why this combination with knight e5 works here? And sorry?
Sorry, I think Surya just entered the room, but he immediately muted himself, so that was what you heard.
Surya, hello. I think you will be the next one.
So we have one more person who can help us figure out the solutions.
Hi, Anna.
Yeah, now you have the helper, the Grandmaster Surya Ganguly from India, who is over 2600, and I believe he will come up with some great ideas for the next example. So to end with this example, I'll just tell you, yeah, I wanted to give you some hints why such moves like knight e5 can later on work on your own games. Because look, here black is under the pin, and also here black is under the pin. And thanks to the ideas of these pins, we can actually tactically may try to make it work. And yeah, knight e5 works here because now we take, and now both pins are helping white to win the pawn. So I think I'll just show one last example, all right? And then I'll give the floor to Surya, who will come up with some fascinating games, I have to say, because we have already had a rehearsal, and I was impressed by what he has prepared. I am sure our viewers will like the examples. They are quite difficult, but they are very nice. So just a second, I will load the next game. This position, and I have to say that I was really very glad to play this game, and the sequence of moves which I made here. So let me give you the new quiz. Maybe I can give you more time if you don't mind, because I think some of our viewers need more time to figure out how to make it work. So I'll give you 2 minutes for this quiz, and I think I also have to put the sequence of moves which I want you to find. So let's go. Surya, will you participate?
No, this time I'm just watching silently.
Fiona found it. Bravo.
This one was tougher. The previous one I remembered from the meeting, but this one I had to use my turn on my brains.
Oh, well, actually, I'm glad that many of you were in the right direction. Surya, what would you play?
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. I don't know. I'll start with knight d5, of course.
Okay, 95 is what I played, and then?
I'll put my queen somewhere. I don't know where. So let me see. So rook e1, you want to go king d8. So if I can stop that somehow. So if I go queen d6, you want to go what? Long castle or what? Queen
Long
d6.
castle, yeah, the king can move. So.
Yeah, queen d6 comes into mind. Long castle, I'm thinking about rook d3 and king d7, rook c3. Looks like that should be it, but I don't know if I'm missing something. Or maybe I'm missing knight c5 at the end.
Try to make it in a bit easier way. Actually, this was played
Okay,
in this game. So, like your instinct, you take on d5. Then what do you do?
Rook e1 check, yeah.
Okay, rook e1 check, right? And now
that should be the way. And 95. If I'm playing bullet, it will be 95.
you see, I mean, it's so easy. Just trust your instinct, and that works.
Sorry, I thought you were tricking us maybe because his own examples are will be so challenging that he thought Anna wants to trick us also.
Yes, because before I show you quickly the end of this game, because it ended very fast, I will also mention a few words about the other suggestion. For example, there was a suggestion of queen to c7, which makes sense because it stops long castle and also stops castle short, because now we can take the knight. At the same time, we are kind of losing the tempo with this queen c7, because black can just play, sorry, not here, but here attacking our queen, and it's a big question what we will do next. If we
Can I
move,
do knight d5?
sorry?
Can I do knight d5 now?
95 now. You're so tricky. Yeah, maybe it still works. Yeah, 95. If rook takes, we take, and then we are winning. If black takes, rook e1, and now you have to try to make some knight e5 work. Yeah, otherwise it's quite dangerous.
Yeah.
But
Maybe you could play queen
95
c8 instead of knight c8.
Sorry?
Maybe you could play queen c8 instead of knight c8.
Yeah, of course. Maybe that was not necessary because I think like this should be winning for white. C4, well, it doesn't lead anywhere. So maybe we have to be careful and maybe just, yeah, queen c8 is a safer move. And now knight d5, black can at least take, and after rook e1 to play king f8. The knight is not hanging anymore, right? That's why immediately knight d5. How can you find such moves in your own games? You can just think about that black's king is still in the center, and we can try to prevent castling. And after knight d5, e takes d5, rook e1. It's already clear that black's king will be left in the center, because if black moves to f8, we will play queen d6, and we will win the knight on the next movement. In the end of all this combination, we will be a pawn up, and also black's king will be horrible. If black plays bishop to e7, we win after queen to d6. So king d8 is more or less forced. And now after knight to e5, we are attacking on f7, and also if black takes on e5, for example, with the bishop, we take d takes e5, and this pawn is hanging, also this pawn is hanging, and still the most important is that the king is in the center. And when the king is in the center and black and white's rook are attacking, then black's position is quite dangerous. I will quickly show you the end of the game. Rook f8 was played, defending the f7 pawn. I played knight to c6. King c8 is the only move, and now queen to d6, queen d7, and here we bring another rook into the game. Actually, the idea that Surya that you had in the very beginning, I played rook d3. Rook e3 is equally fine. We bring the rook to c3, and after that, it's just game over. Rook to d8 was played. I think that after queen to c7, what I was going to play, I just started thinking about it now. Maybe queen to d5 is the simplest, and then rook c3 anyway is coming. Rook d8 was played. I played rook c3, and after bishop d4, knight e7 came with a checkmate.
Very nice. Nice finish.
Yeah, so these were the examples which I wanted to show today. I hope you learned some new things, some new patterns, and I will be looking forward to seeing your wins with these ideas.
Thank you so much, Anna. It was really nice, some great examples, and I really enjoyed the Judith story. Some very nice memories, and I'm sure this is an inspiration, especially to the young girls also we have watching the class. So thank you so much, Anna, for your time. It was great having you.
Yeah, thanks to you too. It's great to be a part of this festival, and see you next time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I take control for just 1 second, and just to put Mr. Surya Ganguly in charge. Surya is next, Grandmaster from India. Actually, Surya, I was bringing up your Wikipedia page while preparing, while sitting here, and I thought, oh my God, Surya has won so many things. He's a 6-time national champion, an Asian champion. He has won 40 individual gold medals, it says on your Wikipedia page. So a lot of accomplishments. Surya, welcome. It's a pleasure having you.
Thanks, Fiona. It's a great honor to be part of this, and I'm looking forward for an exciting class.
Absolutely.
Would you like to, do they know about the topic?
They don't know. So this was going to be I thought first, let me introduce you. I have talked about it already a bit throughout the day when we talked about the upcoming classes, but I talked that you will be focusing on your work you did as a second with the legend, former world champion Vishy Anand. And I'm sure you have some fascinating insights. You were part of the team for at least 3 matches, I believe, in 2008, 10 and 12 against Kramnik, Topalov, and Gelfand, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us.
Absolutely. So thanks, Fiona. So yeah, I worked with Anand for his 3 World Championship matches, and today I wanted to show some of his games, which I believe are not as popular as his, legendary games like Levon Anand or Ivanchuk Anand. There are so many. I decided to pick some games which are hopefully not seen before. So let's start with a very simple tactic. And this can happen, at any moment. So this game was played in Bundesliga. Babula was white and Anand was black. White played a very normal, very normal move, A4. So he's saying, if you take, I'm taking here, and if you don't do that, then your pawn is kind of, I'm eliminating my weak pawn. What went wrong? That's the first question. After this move, black is actually winning. So your first task will be to find that. And let me put a quiz here. I will give you two minutes. So you've got 2 minutes to figure out why is this a blunder. If you play normally, if you just protect the pawn with a6, then it's not a blunder. Something white has done wrong. What is it? So how do we start calculating? We start with check, capture, threats. So try to do it that way. Start with a check. Then see if you can trick somehow. Also, let's understand that our best bet is actually the pawn on, if we can take the pawn and actually if we can queen the pawn. Can we do that somehow? That was close, Luciana. It was very close, but you just missed one important move. All right, so I'll give some more time. And this time, let me help you. Okay, if we play a6, it's not leading anywhere. So you can put it in the chat. What does your instinct say? What should be the first move? You can put that in the chat. Just give me the first move that you think could be a possible solution. You can also unmute and say if you want to. Would you take here or would you give a check? Or would you play a6? What does your instinct say? Let's try one more time. So imagine we give a check. He comes here. Now it would be really nice, yeah, if we can take and queen the pawn. All right, so we take. So this is a variation we have to calculate, right? Maybe 2 minutes was a little bit too less. But after take, he takes. Now I'll do this quiz one more time, okay? How do you queen the pawn? Let's do it one more time from here. And this time I'll give you roughly about 1.5 minutes. Be careful, be very, very careful. See which piece can actually stop this pawn. Restriction is the key, prophylaxis is the key here. When we are trying to queen this pawn, what is the piece which is stopping us? And can we control that piece completely? What is its root? So you have to figure out the root for the piece which is actually stopping the A pawn. The easiest way could be to first figure out what happens after A3. What is the move that is actually refuting the move A3? And you have to stop that move. All right, so, okay, yeah. It's pity that no one got this yet. So, you know how we can improve our calculation? First, we have to do the straightforward thinking. So what is the straightforward thinking? After A3, what is white's only move? Can somebody tell me after A3, what is white's only move? You can put it in chat or unmute yourself, whatever is comfortable for you. A3, bishop f6, no, then I take with the king. So it's definitely not that. This king is too far, it cannot control. The bishop has no square to control. We are queening in 2 moves. There is only one piece which can control, and that is this knight, right? Yeah, I got a correct answer, knight e3. So can we say after a3, this is the position, take. So can we say after a3, knight e3 is absolutely the only move that can stop the queen, right? So how do we restrict this knight? You have to stop knight e3. That's the only thing we have to do. Guys, last time and this time I'm giving you just 1 minute, okay? Do this. Yeah, finally we are getting the answers. It's a very important move. So, and it's also a very easy move to miss. And Anand's opponent, although he is a grandmaster, is a strong grandmaster, he did not see it, and of course Anand saw it from a distance. Very nice trick. I really like this one in an endgame. I want everyone to participate. Here in the classroom, wherever you're watching this, the live stream. So just make sure you are active enough. Five seconds to go. All right, guys. I saw some moves with knight d3 check and some with a3. So yeah, as we Just a second. Yeah, here there is knight a3, and yeah, the main problem was if you play a3, as we said, yeah, there was knight a3, but there is also knight d3 check. I saw some players played that, but it does not stop the rook, right? So I can play a move like king e4, and again I'm coming to c2. So which means after king f4, the only move is, yeah, I saw some of you solve here, and also I'm seeing in social media there they have solved, it's knight c4. Now there is absolutely no way to stop this pawn. Very, very pretty, right? I mean, there are 3 pieces, but nobody can stop the pawn, and black wins the game. And it's unfortunate, who is the main culprit here? The main culprit is this pawn. It stops the knight, it stops the bishop, and again, no way to stop this pawn. Let's move to some different examples. Let's do okay. Before I start the quiz, okay, let's think about the position. Here, it's white to play. First, I want you to tell, not any moves, but tell me, whom do you like? Do you like white or do you like black? Just that one, just your evaluation of the position. What do you think about the position? It's a very, very complicated game, but it's also very instructive. Black has a space. Okay, agreed. And black's pawns are also looking very good, restricting the knight completely. The knight cannot go here, knight cannot go there. And since this knight is restricted, that means the queen is also, the rook is also restricted. This queen also does not have any good square. Can somebody tell me what is white's advantage? So black has a space, white's pieces are restricted, but white also has something. What is that? Pawns. White has passed pawns. Excellent. Now, there is one more thing. What about the material? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did anyone actually count the material? White is 3 pawns up. No, just 1. Yeah, white has got 3 pawns extra. Now, but of course, white's problem is, these pawns are not moving. I cannot move this pawn because this rook will take. This pawn does not move. This pawn does not move. So the biggest challenge is to find a move that actually makes sense. And there is one idea to play rook g1 and try to play g4. But after rook g1 did not happen in the game, but I'll start my quiz here. After rook g1, white is threatening g4. And I'll give you just about 1.5 minutes. Can you tell me what should black play? White wants to open up the game. He wants to play g4. What can we do? So I'm also seeing in the YouTube, you guys are quite active. Yes, white has passed pawns. Knight e1 is defending. Yes, that's right. All right, guys, make a suggestion. How do you stop g4? There are more than one move, so there's nothing wrong or right here. But the easiest way to stop g4. A lot of moves are coming. I actually like all the suggestions more or less. Okay. So yeah, it is also possible to play something like, as you said, bishop d4 I got, well, e3 I don't like particularly because of knight f3. Easiest is to play queen g4. Just to stop it, because this knight is not moving anywhere. And think about a position like this. Then, you know, all these pieces are never going to come out. Black could simply play bishop d4 or start rolling his pawns. Black gets a fantastic position. Now, Anand, at this point, did a spectacular move. And I remember when later I was asking Anand, you know, how you played this move so fast. He was also playing very fast. And for him, this move was extremely natural. What piece do you think is bothering us? So we said we have passed pawns, right? So can we say it is this bishop that is actually creating all the problem for us? Imagine if this bishop was not there right now. Then you would play b5 happily. Where would you like to put the bishop? This is slightly tough. So I will give you I'll give you like 3 minutes. Or let me give slightly more. So I'm giving you 4 minutes here. All right, I got a suggestion. I'm getting some suggestions, but so far not any moves yet. So we are looking for the smartest way to sacrifice our bishop so that we can play b5. Now we can sacrifice the bishop in many places, right? Well, yeah, so far I got bishop c6, bishop d7, and bishop e8 as answer. Can we do it in such a way that we solve two problems at one time? We are able to push our pawns, so that's one. And second, we are able to disturb our opponent's planning. So just like we have the strength on the queen side, our opposition, they have the strength in the center, right? Can we do it in such a way so that we create problem for our opponent and also we strengthen our queen side? All right, so far I got just one right answer, and that came from YouTube, and one right answer in the class. I mean, not exactly right, at least the first move was right. So Nico, your first move was right, but second move could have been better. Yeah, I see Luciana also had an interesting suggestion. But the move played in the game is much stronger. All right, 50 more seconds. Keep trying. Many correct answers are pouring actually right now. So I really like that. So bishop c6 I got a number of times, but the problem of bishop c6 is black just takes. And after b5, this b6 square is very nicely controlled. All right, 15 seconds more, guys. Okay. I got some suggestion with f6, which is interesting. I understand you want to create this square, but the problem is black can even take with the queen, and then always this pawn is hanging. Bishop b7, also very, very interesting, I have to say. And take, you want to play f6. This is actually quite an interesting suggestion, but it does not solve the problem of our knight. It does create pass pawn, but it does not solve the problem of our knight. Anand played a fascinating move here, bishop to d3. And he played that very fast, actually. The main factor here is after you take, I not only go b5, I'm not only threatening here, I'm also threatening to eliminate all the pawns. And after d2, knight into f3, white was clearly better. There were some inaccuracies in the game. For example, here it was already possible to take and play d6, and with these pawns it's impossible to stop white. Probably black will have to give the rook, but then again still this pawn is too strong, and if you look at the material, white is like still 4 pawns. White has 4 pawns extra. But yeah, in the game, queen h4 was played and giving some counter chances, which black missed, and Anand ended up winning the game. Bishop into f6 and a5. So this is also a very, very nice trick. We can see how sharp Anand is in such situation. He wants to exchange the queens, and that's why he starts with f6. Of course, if you take with the queen, then we are very happy. We are just rolling the pawns. And after bishop f6, when the queen is attacked, Anand fights another incredible move, a5. And now it's impossible to stop these pawns. The game went on for a few more moves, but of course the result was never in doubt. And here Max and Luke resigned. So let's move on to the next example. This one is actually very famous. How many of you have seen this position? Do you know this position? Have you seen this before? It's one of Anand's very famous game, like really, really famous game. Can someone tell me who was white, who was black? So this was played against Karyakin, a very famous game that happened in Vacancy. And Anand once again played this move instantly. Let's try something direct first. Also, let's count the material. So material is equal, but we see our pieces are not moving anywhere. And white is going to attack. Sooner or later, you know, he is going to attack. If we take rook takes a3, it takes, we take. We are trying to give mate, but it feels like we don't have enough pieces to back it up. Maybe he'll play just rook d2 to stop it. One of the most spectacular move played by Anand here. How can you distract the queen? If the queen is not here, then we are able to play a move like knight c4. Imagine if you can remove the queen somewhere else completely. Then we have this very strong move knight c4, and then the king will come under tremendous attack. Let's try to do this. It's quite difficult. Let me give you I will use the maximum time here, so which is 5 minutes. So what are we looking at? We want to create an attack, and we want to distract white's queen. How can we remove this queen completely? That is our aim. Also, let's not forget that we are not the only one who is going to attack. White also has some plans with f6 and everything, right? So we have to be very fast and bring our pieces. And you know, when we are playing in, when we are talking about different sides castling, then time is the main factor. I got a very interesting suggestion by Matsian. D5. That's actually quite interesting move, I have to say. But there is something even much stronger. There is a suggestion with knight c4, but knight c4 he will take with the queen. So this we don't want. We want knight c4, but before that we want to remove the queen completely. Forget about the material. Absolutely do not care about the material at this point. We have to give checkmate. We have to go for it. So I really like this suggestion of d5. So we are looking for moves like this. Yeah, we are looking for something very dynamic, something very energetic. Okay, I see in YouTube some of the players already got the solution. Got the solution. Okay. since there is only one chance to do it, and I really want you to try one more time, so I'll cancel this and I'll start again. Take another attempt, okay? I give you 1 minute. Take one more try. And let's do it move by move, just one move. Let's just try the first move. Make one more attempt to remove white's queen. Well, rook a3 we discussed. Yeah, rook a3 just takes and then rook d2 happens. So white's main defender is this queen. We want to get rid of this queen as quickly as possible. Yeah, we want to go knight c4, but you know the queen is completely blocking us. All right. So in the game, a fantastic move was played. Knight c7. So he wants to go knight b5. Now here is a very, very interesting detail. I was interviewing Anand on my channel, and I asked Anand that, of course, this sort of thing does not occur during the game, but I asked Anand, did he know that this combination, knight c7, works only with the pawn on h4, and if the pawn would be on h3, then this combination does not work. It sounds so weird, right? It sounds so surprising that if the pawn would be on h3, not on h4, then this move is actually not working. How it is possible? We'll see in the game. So in the game, queen takes c7 happened, the most natural move. Rook c8. Remember, we wanted to get rid of the queen, right? So queen is attacked and queen has to take the e7 bishop. So look, pay attention to the last two moves once again. First, knight c7, threatening knight b5, forcing the queen to come here, then going rook c8, knight e7, queen takes e7, and finally, what move do we play? Okay, a 30-second squeeze here. Just 30 seconds you have, so make your decision quickly. Make a move. The move that we wanted to play for all this time. I got 2 correct answers. Three correct answers. That's right. Unfortunately, rook takes a3 does not work because after take, there is only one threat, and white has different moves. Actually, one of the difficult moves could be just queen a7, not only protecting this but also attacking the queen. But instead, knight c4 was played in the game. Now there is no way to defend. We are going to take, and we are going to take, and we are going to give checkmate. So when you cannot defend, right, what can you do? You have to attack. How can you attack? Once again, let's see your bullet skill. I give you 1 minute. Make a move. Or I give you 30 seconds. Make a move. You have to attack. If you cannot defend, you have to attack. In fact, you should always go for counter-attack. So what is our counter attack after knight c4? How can we attack black's king? We have to go for black's king. Okay. So I saw some suggestion with e5, but also the g2. This is also hanging, and then after there is queen b2 checkmate. There is also knight a3 and queen c2. All sorts of mates are happening. So instead, Karyakin played the move g6. He is going for this king. Now, if we play very direct, imagine, let's say we take, he takes, we take. Let's do the simple one. Let's do the basic one. We are threatening check, checkmate. What happens for bishop d4? I want all of you to get this. Okay? It's mate in 2, and I don't want anybody to miss it. 45 seconds. Mate in 2, guys. The most straightforward mate in 2. All right. Yeah, that's right. So bishop d4 runs into rook a1 and queen to a2, and that's mate. So instead, in the game, sorry, if black had taken knight a3, then at this point g into f7 would have been played. And after king f8, a very nice move, deflecting the rook. So white would have played queen check, takes, and now deflecting the queen. And finally, we see material-wise, white is not doing bad. White just needs to control these two squares, which he would have done by playing bishop d4 and rook d2. And then everything is under control. Now, it's very deep that white only survived because this was coming with a check. If this was not coming with a check, then we could have mated. And that's the reason Anand played the move hg6 first. F into g6. And now going for the same variation. And after gf7, okay, this one, 30 seconds, make a decision. Do you want to go to h8 or h7? Make it quick. We already know it. Yeah, we have to go to h7. Because if we go to h8, again, we run into the same trick. Yeah, this is what we saw in the previous variation. And in next two moves, he'll play rook d2 and bishop d4, and everything is sorted out. Now, finally, we understand that after king h7, why the pawn should have, if the pawn was on h3, there was this check coming, right? And that's basically the reason why everything works with the pawn on h4. So anyway, in the game, king h7 was played. Karyakin played f8 knight and takes. And the whole difference is that black king is not on h8, which means we don't have to take here. We can do something better. And that was check. And basically it's a couple of checks and it's a force mate. Rook a2 check. It doesn't matter where the king moves. We are giving rook a2 check, and either it gets mated here or it's get mated on e2. I'm now going to show one of the best preparation I have ever seen, and one of the most instructive preparation that I have ever seen. All right, a little bit of background story. So this is before this happened in Gelfand match, Anand Gelfand, and Gelfand was extremely well prepared. We did not expect Sveshnikov and Grunfeld, which he kept on playing. He never actually played Sveshnikov and Grunfeld, and the match came to a tiebreak. Now, before the tiebreak, we had like 1.5 days, and all the team members, we started walking. And my experience with Anand has been very fascinating. I mean, we all know about his intelligence, his strength, but very few people actually know how disciplined he is, how hardworking he is. I remember when I first started working with Anand for his Kramnik match, I went to Germany, and we would start our day around 11 in the morning, and we would finish at 1 o'clock at night with a lunch and dinner break. And this was happening every single day. You know, maybe there will be a break once in a week, sometimes once in 10 days. And this went on for like 7 or 8 months. Also during the match, the amount of preparation that we had to do was huge. And it's also very interesting that before the match, Anand would not only work on openings, but he also actually revised end games. He did lots of positions, and also basic end games. Yeah, we also did, like literally rook bishop versus bishop, all basic end games, all sorts of combinations. So it's all about how much hard work you put, and that's how you get there. So the preparation was something like this. Bishop b5 we wanted to play. It was played in fact twice, and in one of the game, Gelfand came up with a very interesting novelty, and nobody had played this before. We were not aware of this, and Anand was completely on his own. And as a team members, you don't feel very great when you miss such a move. Gelfand played e5. Now, the basic idea here is whenever black plays d6 or f6, we want to play e5. But here Gelfand started with e5. And he's saying, I'll close the center. You're not going to get d4 easily. And the game ended in a very quick draw. So before the tiebreak match, the team started working. And I was given an assignment that I have to look at this position, and if I can refute this system, or if I can find something interesting. And all other team members will be looking from the black side. And if I can crack this, then team joins and we work on e4. If I don't crack this, then we play first move d4. After a certain point, we had one idea, and this was knight into e5. Okay, we take the pawn, he attacks our pawn, he attacks our knight, and we go d4. First, let's see the game which happened, which is not that entertaining. In the game, Gelfand played d6. We were not sure if it would be d6 or f6. In the game, Gelfand played d6. And this was all part of our preparation. We attack the queen. We get to an endgame. We are a pawn up, but of course, black picks up the pawn. And something like this kind of preparation we had. We said this pawn is still weak and your pieces are kind of more active than black's pieces. We were happy with this. This is not the reason why I'm showing showing all of you this particular example. We were not sure what to do for f6. And at some point, we got this idea that we want to play king b2. Threatening rook to e1. So if he plays king e7, we go rook e1. Let's say he goes king g6. Let me make a first quiz. And I give you 1 minute. White to play. What is your problem in the position? As white, solve that problem. What do you think is the biggest issue in the position? Solve that problem in the most beautiful way. Think out of the box. Think something different. Very good, Fiona and Luciana. We don't want to open up the position actually. All right, I will give you one more try for those who could not do it. So let's try one more time, guys. So your problem in the position is clearly the king. You have to address this. One question, where do you want your king? Of course, you want it on g1, but then queen takes g2 happens. Where else can we keep the king? Find a safe spot for our king. All right. So our idea was to play king c3. To hide the king here. Now imagine with the king here, you play a5, I play a4, I put my knight on c3. My king is like super relaxed. Yeah, there nothing can go wrong there. One little quiz. What happens if black tries to unpin? What happens if black plays king f7? Now this is a blunder. And you should be able to do this in 1 minute. Why is king f7 a blunder? We can win something really big here. Now we can win something big. We make one move, black resigns. Take your time. There is only one chance in the chessable classroom. Unfortunately, you don't get a second chance. Yeah, so you have to be really precise. What can you win? Okay, it was close. Some of you got, some of you did not. Knight h4 traps the queen, middle of the board. Not a single square available. Yeah, like everything is controlled. You see, every single square is controlled. So then one idea came in our mind. Why not to put the queen on f5? But I showed this to Anand. That, you know, okay, he can play king f7, but we don't mind. This time we don't go knight h4. We can simply play king b2. And you develop your knight here, and his king is also weak. At this point, Anand said, you know, we were looking at this position, and Anand said, yeah, you know, everything is fine, but just have a look at this move c4. There is also a history to this particular move, because in one of the game, we actually missed that Anand can Gelfand can play c4. and this particular move was missed, not in this position, but in a different position. And that came in a draw also. So naturally, Anand was concerned about what to do for c4. Take your wildest guess. I give you I give you 2 minutes here. Take a wildest guess. What did we prepare at this point? What is the most weird move you can play in this position? Like really the move that you don't want to play. The move that you don't want to play, I'm not expecting any blunder like queen d3. But the move that you don't want to play is the best move in the position. So Fiona, I have got like another 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. I think Arthur is already here, so.
Beautiful.
Okay.
All right, 20 seconds more. So many correct answers. So when I said, make the most weird move, then immediately we are getting answers. Yeah, so this is what we were going to play in a World Championship match, and Anand was actually ready to play this. We wanted to take king takes c4. Idea, we want to come back. How can you stop this? You can give a check, but I'm coming back. Once the king gets into b2, he's very safe. You can't play knight d5. So the only way to stop king c3 is to play queen a5. And now you're threatening bishop a6. Last quiz for the day of 1 minute. Where do you hide your king? You can't go on c3. Take your time. Take your time, don't rush. If you can't hide one direction, you can always go to the other direction. Yeah, the move is king to d3. We wanted to hide here, but after black stopped this, now we want to hide here. And this was our preparation to play king d3. So gives a check. Nothing can stop this anymore. So d5, king e2, king f1. Who could imagine that this king actually did not castle but it went from here, went here, and actually came back all the way to G1. So, and our preparation ended somewhere around at this point. White is a piece down, but Black King is completely exposed, and I can bet any amount that if I would have shown this position, nobody would have said that this king made such a fabulous journey. So yeah, this is definitely one of the most fantastic preparation that I've ever seen. I hope all of you enjoyed the session. Thanks for being active.
Surya, thank you so much. I mean, that King March, I think we all have seen some King March, but this one is definitely a very special one.
Thanks, Fiona, and thanks, Arthur, for joining. And looking forward to seeing an exciting class by you.
Mr. Olala.
Olala, yeah.
Surya, thank you so much. This was really a wonderful masterclass with so many special insights. So thank you so very much to you. And this has been fantastic.
Thanks, Fiona. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so after this really, really special masterclass, I would like to say, now it's time. We only have 2 lectures left. But the next one, he's ready. Let me put him in charge. Mr. Olala, Grandmaster Arthur Kogan. Arthur, how are you doing today?
Hi, Fiona. Can you hear me? Everything fine?
I can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Big pleasure to be here with you. Fantastic to follow your show. 12 points from Spain.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. So tell us, what have you prepared? The reason, and maybe I should introduce this better. The reason I call you Mr. Olala, you have been a very successful, a very popular chess coach for many years. And you have sort of started this term, Olala chess, which has spread like a wildfire since. So maybe tell us a little bit about that and about yourself.
Yes, with pleasure. It came from the old good times when I was young and I lived in France, and everything in life was oh la la. Yes, oh la la about good things, oh la la also about bad things, oh la la. And, then simply it's like stay in the head. Mm-hmm. And with friends about everything we were saying oh la la, also about chess moves, great moves, right? Mm-hmm. So there were moves that only oh la la, and there were moves oh la 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 la, no? That are fantastic chess moves. And basically I stayed with this and I invented my system oh la la chess. Mm-hmm. That is based on striving for harmony, for having fun, and giving some life for the pieces. Yes, I'm always enjoying to watch little kids playing with different stuff and giving life to this. Yeah, like my little boy today in the morning with chess pieces. He make them like mother, father, whatever. So, I mean, I really enjoy this, and I did it also a bit with my system to give life to the pieces, because for me, chess is about harmony, about having fun, and of course, mastering the brain, the logic part. So if we can mix it all together, then it's really beautiful.
Absolutely. Speaking of kids, it's so good to see so many of our players back. They were here earlier for the Judit Polgar lesson. So that was what, 3 hours ago. They played the tournament in the meanwhile. So I hope you all had fun, and welcome back. And it's good to have you back. So 2 lessons to go. And Arthur, I saw that you will tell us a story of the Naked King.
Yes, Fiona. This is my plan for today. I like very much this old story for kids about the Naked King. I guess you know about this. When the king was thinking that he's so good looking and going in the street very proud, but in fact, he was cheated and he was naked. Yes, and only one child dared to say, "You are naked." And yeah, this kid story, I always liked it. It's very funny. And in chess, I also like to do it sometimes because, when you play against players that are very optimistic, like in this case, I played against Cifroni, that he is now a quite famous grandmaster from Israel. And he was very solid grandmaster, you know, very positional style, really little bit anti-all-ala in the part of he didn't want to play too creative, and he didn't believe to my fantasies or my creative chess too much. So I won many beautiful games against him, and I will be happy to share one of them. And yeah, finally to say, this is the Naked King. Yeah.
Fantastic. I look forward to this. I will mute myself and we will enjoy your game. Take it away.
Okay, with pleasure. Thank you, Fiona. So here we are. Yes, so it was a long time ago, a few years ago when we were young. Still no one of us a grandmaster. And this game is also special because it was one of the first times I played d4. Yes, before that I was playing mainly e4, but you know, I learned from some Russian trainers that said when you are 20 years old, you have to start to play d4. Now you are mature, so you can play calm, you can play positional, you have much more patience. Let's see how much patience I had in this game. Let's see. So, okay, d4, d5, c4.
Sorry, Artur, we're not seeing the game. At
Ooh,
least
wait.
I'm not seeing.
Let's see why.
Now I see it. Perfect.
Oh, okay. Some reason it was not there. Now?
Yeah.
Excellent, thanks. Yeah, so the story was that he played me also a very interesting line. Do you know this line? The Chabonenko defense in the Slav. That time it was quite new, relative. Nobody really believed in this too much. But there is a famous story about Kasparov, no? That when he saw it first time from Chabonenko, he was laughing like for 2 hours, they say. He couldn't believe because the idea of Chabonenko that explained him with a6 is in fact to develop the bishop to f5. Believe it or not, the idea is to play bishop f5. So after queen b3, we have the funny looking move rook a7. And Kasparov watching this move was laughing a lot. I can understand him. I had almost the same reaction when I saw it first time myself. But in fact, after some time, Kasparov didn't smile so much and he finished playing it himself with black. So it means Chabonenko variation proved to be quite correct. And it's interesting that the reason is nowadays, if we want to speak about the deep logic and beauty of chess in the way of thinking, is that the rook on a7 is in fact protecting against the power of the queen on b3, that anyway is doing nothing against d5 after e6. In the end of the day, the queen will do nothing, will have to leave to find another job, and the rook will come back to a8 and will come back to the game. So this deep chess, of course, fascinating, was very interesting, but was not for my young style. So I didn't want to play to check this main idea, and I played more creative. I played knight e5. So in fact, I don't want to close my bishop from c1. I don't want him to cry. I want him to go to f4, pawn e3, and my bishop on d3 smiling, and I want all my pieces to participate in this party, right? For me, playing chess is like having a party, normal. I want to enjoy it. So no one of my pieces have to cry. This was my main point in all of that chess. After knight e5, my opponent played knight d7. I played bishop f4, e6, e3. Yeah, sorry, I'm used to say the moves because I'm working a lot with blind players. So I always say the moves. They need it. Okay, and here he took on e5, he took my knight, and I have first critical moment of the game. I have to decide, what do I do? Of course, a normal d4 player, experienced, maybe like I am now, older, I will take with the bishop and will say, wow, I have some nice space. And after bishop d6 that I was worried about, change many pieces like the young guys, no? The young guys, they don't like that they change us everything. Only when we get older, we learn, they change us, but we can win an endgame. At that time, I didn't think that much about that. And nowadays, I know that here, after fantastic move f4, closing e5, white is strategically better because better bishop and more space. But this was not for the all-ala style of a young player. If I play like this, I will not show you the game now, right? So in the game, basically, I took with the pawn. Looking a bit strange, and of course, Cifroni face was, what he's doing? Again, he's doing something strange with me. Yeah, I mean, the pawn on e5 is blocking my bishop, so definitely strange. But for e4 players, suddenly we feel more comfortable because we know that having pawn on e5 is very common in the French positions, even in some Sicilian positions. And what we know is that when we have a pawn on e5, we have the old call for a war from the old time, no? Ta-ta-na-na. Yes, let's go everybody, let's attack the king. So bishop is coming, the queen is coming, and we have party. So getting away the knight from f6 is a good sign. But of course, it's not that simple because my pawn is on e3. It's a bit strange. Let's see, knight d7. So now my point was I take on d5. And the idea is, of course, if you take with c pawn, I get my position. All the pieces are coming to attack. So he took with the e pawn. Very logical player. I must say Zifroni has a fantastic logical style and a very good, healthy way of thinking. So he's playing very healthy chess here. That's why he won against so many strong players in his career. But it's a bit provocative, no? Because I say, now my pawn somewhere can go here. I start to have some ideas. But my main idea was, in fact, to open up the game before he finishes development. So I play e4. Surprise for him. Yes, and now he was a bit shocked, but he calculated and simply take on e4. Maybe more experienced player would play the solid knight b6, like said my old trainer Vistanievskis when he was already about 95 years old. He said, I will play knight b6, very solid. And he's quite right. The bishop is open, it looks logical. But not Zifroni, he doesn't believe to my tricks. He played d take e4, of course hoping that I will take, and then he has some checks, and very annoying, I can even lose a pawn. The idea was to sacrifice a pawn. In all of that chess, we care less about pawns. We more care about harmony, pieces smiling. And here the bishop on c4 is immediately with a big smile because f7 is there calling, right? f7 is calling, and immediately some tricks in mind, yes? One of the important things about playing all-a-la chess is that we have the tactics ability always on, and we see that after knight c5, there is immediately a small tactics here. I don't give it, of course, for any test because I know you will find it fast. And after bishop b4, there is another important idea. It's going to be bishop take f7, right? I saw everybody in the audience already voting for that. Great. Fantastic, yes. So, of course, this is some of the tricks I have here in mind. So what to do? I mean, opponent have to develop somehow. He played bishop e7, looks very solid. And next move, he wants to castle. So here we are in another important, maybe the most important critical moment for me in this game. Because I had to take a tough decision. I mean, next move, my opponent want to castle. My intuition from far away was that e6 is probably a good move. But then starting to calculate, I couldn't make it really work. Because if I try to play, let's say, e6, I saw that he can take. If I take with the bishop, he can play something like knight f6, and suddenly offering me change of many pieces, and it's not what I want here, right? Pawn down, no real attack. Other idea, I was thinking, oh, maybe I have queen g4. And then after knight f6, queen take g7, looks very nice. But after rook g8, queen h6, I saw that my opponent have a move like queen d4. We always have to remember aggressive moves also for the opponent, not only for me. And suddenly we see that the one under attack is basically white. Yeah, white is in big troubles now. There is rook g2, there is knight g4 ideas. And of course, this was annoying, no? Because I expected to have more than that. So this is a moment really that was kind of critical, taking my time. And after about 10 minutes, more or less, suddenly, a real story, the coffee fell on the board, believe it or not. We were playing a chess league. It was morning game. And in the morning, you know, we all need some coffee. Most of us, not all, but most of us. I need double coffee normally. And the coffee fell on the board. And of course, it's scandal. You have to go to clean the board, you know. like little kids. Yeah, you're feeling like little kids. But while cleaning the board, happened to me like in these old stories, you know, in the past, or maybe when you see Bruce Lee movies or some Chinese movies, while cleaning the board, suddenly, ooh, Eureka! I saw an idea in my mind. And this idea changed the course of the game. And maybe that's why this game became later on quite famous. Yeah, it was published in also many chess magazines that time. The reason is that suddenly I understood something that is not so common in these kind of positions. I mean, to sacrifice on f7, I see many people even in the audience are thinking about this, yeah? So bishop take f7, of course I was thinking about this, but what else? I mean, he takes and then what? Okay, I saw an idea that maybe I have e6. Looks beautiful, no? The king in chess is not like a dog. It doesn't like to go for a walk. We know this, right? The dogs like to go for a walk, the king not so much. But here I saw that my opponent take on e6 and I didn't find a clear way. I mean, queen g4, he can go back. I'm a piece down. What do I do? And even idea like queen b3 occurred to me before even the coffee fell. And I saw, okay, my opponent running away, and I said, what is this? Now next move h6, he ran away, I'm piece down. Also, he wants to give some check. But believe it or not, Fiona, while I was cleaning the coffee from the board, suddenly occurred to me what I call a genius idea. I say, but wait, let's think like Morphy, or let's think like the old genius Mikhail Tal. What happens if I manage to bring all my pieces together in harmony to smile? And even I don't win by force. Can I do it somehow? And this occurred to me. Yes, I can do this. After e6, king take e6, queen b3. The idea I discovered while cleaning was long castle. Surprise. And I think it is a bit surprising also for the opponent, no? Because having no pawn on c2 anymore and playing a position from d4, you don't expect so much long castles. But here, let's say after king f6, knight e4 check, king g6, long castle, the variation I calculated, I just assess it, yes? Like we say in the old times. I mean, look how many pieces we have in attack. I have bishop, knight, of course, queen and rook. And this rook can join from e1 or h4, h5. All a la time, no? Many pieces in the party, we can dance, we can have fun, right? Fiesta, siesta, more siesta, yes? So, I mean, this fiesta is what I had in mind. And it's, of course, it's very hard to calculate everything, guys. As you can imagine, it's almost impossible. Even engines during the years were changing the opinions, you know? It's very funny nowadays how people thinking that engine is God, yeah? Yes, 3,600 rating and... but even the engines, I mean, during the years, they were changing the opinions about my games, like I change socks every day, yeah? Every day, every new engine, new opinions. So I think it's not so much about the opinions of engines, it's more about the practical human skills. And the human skills here is that after long castle, I have huge harmony. But my opponent, as typical for him, he played king f5. Can you imagine? Typical for Cifroni, he doesn't believe to my bluff, or thinking that it's complete bluff, and say, I want a piece. I'm now attacking your second piece. What are you doing here, man? Of course, when you attack, you have no time for slow moves like bishop g3 or anything, right? So here I had the same idea. Long castle, I'm ready to sacrifice the piece again. And the point is that if you take the piece, the bishop, here is about undressing the king. Yes, as we say, this is the subject. So, I mean, how to mate it looks not so easy. Because the king somehow want to run away the way back here or here. How to mate him? So, as the story, the kid story, the right winning move here that I planned was simply positional move. Just undress his defense. Knight take e4. Positional move. Now if he takes, I have queen take f3. And beautiful all-a-la mate with all my pieces on the board. Right? And this is basically our dream. Yes? This is basically our dream. So, and it's very hard to avoid this, right? Because my next move might be anyway queen f3 and rook e1, whatever. Positional attack. I like this kind of positional attack sometimes, where you don't have to calculate everything. It's very good for lazy players. You just bring all the pieces to the party, they dance and they give mate. But of course, sooner or later, I will have to calculate. You can't avoid this. But being morning game, it's better to be a bit later. So for the moment, we play intuition. My opponent played bishop g5. In fact, the best defense, fantastic defense, that even was found after the game by Zoller, Grandmaster Zoller, is queen g8. This was fantastic defense that I was thinking that is not so great, but Modern Engine confirmed that this is clearly the best. Even that I had some fantastic ideas like this, and I was very happy, but it's not so simple, yeah? Well, here, for example, idea like g4. Somehow with engines, there were some defenses, yes. But here we can see that the attack for humans is too much, yeah? And humans, we don't have 3,600 ratings for some reason. I don't know why. Even Carson didn't manage to get so far, yeah? So in the game, he played logical defense. He played just bishop g5. Very logical defense. You say, okay, I have a piece up. Let's start to change pieces. Let's develop the queen we check. Of course, all my idea of long castle was that I'm making his development very hard. So, I mean, it was not only bringing more pieces, it was also making hard for his knight and queen to come to defense. But now he wants to do this. And bishop g5, another critical moment of the game. What to do now? Yes, I like Gabor, positional player like me. Positional player like me, Gabor. Yes, we have fantastic idea. Let's play positional move. Let's open another file for our rook. If you take, I bring my rook. If you take the pawn, I bring this rook. If you take my bishop, what's happened? It's time for oh la la, super oh la la move. Yes, believe it or not, the same story, like the little kid in our group here, saying, yes, undress the king. Of course, there are many different ways to try to mate, but it's so easy that the king escape. I have to undress the defense. But the funny thing that he can take with a check and is 3 pieces up for black. But after slow move in the style of Petrosian, king b1, we are completely winning because we tried to give check and mate. Let's say king e5, I give check and mate just before he escape. And what else he can try? I mean, the only defense probably is queen a5. This was a way to work the brain after the game to find a mate here, because somehow in analysis, I remember the king was all the time escaping. Yes, he wants to escape somehow. Here there is a funny mate in 3. Okay, rook e1, of course, the idea is to sacrifice the queen and run with the king all around. Yes, and surprisingly, it's not easy because the king has some escapes. But somebody saw the fourth win. Yes, Bastia. Viva Bastia. I was there many times in Bastia. If you are from Bastia, that's a nice place, great place. Yeah, so queen take e1. Queen d3 in between. It's so nice, this in-between moves, right? So much favorite of tactical players like Mikhail Tal, Gabor Pap, many players like this. No, sorry, joking. But also, yes, I mean, this is a great way to surprise your opponent because you don't expect, of course, in-between tactics. But in the game, my opponent decided to go the other way around. King take g4 check. Let's run here and get safe. Of course, to take the bishop will not be so clever because the queen will join, the knight will join, and having 2 pieces up, remember, he can give me 1 queen back to a rook, for example. So I have to play Petrosian. Also, I love Petrosian games. King b1, prophylaxis, and asking him, what do you do now against my attack? Sifroni found an interesting defense, bishop f4. Yeah, I mean, this kind of games, it will not be fun if you don't play against a good defender. Bishop f4, and now, how to continue? So if I bring my rook to g1, this looks very logical, but of course he wants to hide somehow, yes? Let's say he wants to hide maybe even here sometimes, or even go back to f5, of course. But in reality, now it's time to calculate. Okay, Sebastian, not Bastian. Okay, I'm sorry, Sebastian, but still I like Bastian. Okay, so after in this situation, I found a forcing way. Let's see. So we are checking all the most aggressive moves. What can be a nice way to force the black king into trouble? Yeah, having two pieces up, better we don't fall asleep. We play something fast. Queen e6, as Muhammad say. Thank you, Muhammad. Shukran. Queen e6, fantastic. Yes, because now after move like king h4, we have a great way to win the game. Finally, this position I gave to many grandmasters that were missing the winning move. Let's see who will find it very fast. Very good. Yes, many grandmasters fall in the trap, but not Gabor, of course. Not rook g1. Yes, rook g1, knight f6, or even knight e5, and suddenly you can lose the game. Unbelievable. Too many pieces up. Yeah. Yes, rook d3. Lift. Everybody like to lift rooks. Yeah. I remember Fiona winning a few nice games like this with lifting a rook up to attack. I love it. And yes, so I mean, he has to go king h5. What to do? But now we're very close, very, very close. So here we have a beautiful idea to continue. Technical part now. Knight g3 check. Forcing lines. If he takes, I take with a pawn. My rook from h1 smiling, big smile. And a pawn is giving a mate. What can be better than that in chess? So if you go king g5, of course, there is a mate from this side. What to do? King h4. Knight f5 check. I ask him, please, please come to me, baby, to the g file. I want that my rook will smile. He doesn't want. And he's tricky because if I go here, it close. So I say, okay, let's make the technical part correct. First, I clean the pawn. Come to me to the g file. Doesn't want. Come to the g file. I don't want. Now you have to come to the g file. I'm sorry, my friend. No choice. And now, by coming to the g file, first time I think I saw my opponent understood what's going to happen. First time, because till that moment he was kind of very confident. But here, after rook g1, his face went down because he saw that I have a forced mate. King f3, there is a mate after knight d4. Yes. Here is mate from this side. On king e4. You can find a mate, guys. Thank you, Gabor, for your feedback and being here with us. Thank you, everybody. So where is the mate? Muhammad say queen e6. No, Muhammad, please. Knight e5. New game is starting. Mate in 1. Mate in the center is always a bit hard. Sebastian, almost rook g1, but bishop e3 is still there. Mate in 1 is mate in 1. Guys are getting tired, of course. You are doing a lot of exercises every day. All the day today. Queen take f4 will be a way maybe to start a new game. f3, there is no mate. Yes! Sebastian, thank you. Queen take queen f5. Mate in the center. Yes, it's also very beautiful. Always we are happy to do this in chess. this is all a lot chess about, yes? I mean, about having fun, make your pieces smile, creating some harmony, and prove to your opponents that sometimes, I mean, to be optimistic is very good in life, but in chess, it can be dangerous. Yes, we can see this. So I don't know if you have some questions, maybe Fiona, I will be happy to answer, otherwise.
Arthur, thank you so much. And what an Olala game indeed this was. I think a perfect way also set up Gabor, who will be talking to us about immortal games, immortal moves in chess. I think there were a few of those in your game. Mohammed is also saying that was really funny and instructive. So I'm just going to say a big thank you. Really a brilliant game. Always a pleasure having you. Thank you for spreading your knowledge and so much joy for chess. And it was so great having you with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fiona. And yeah, guys, keep on creative, keep on enjoying games. Also, learn to enjoy some boring chess. Yes, prophylactic chess. It takes time, but finally we learn with the age. Okay, so thank you very much, Fiona. Please have fun. Continue to enjoy the show. And good luck, Gabor. I know it's going to be a great lesson. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so Gabor, last but certainly not least, we will have Grandmaster Gabor Pap from Hungary talking to us about immortal moves in chess. Gabor, first of all, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks a lot. I'm a bit sad because I prepared this material that I'm gonna be the last lesson and it's gonna be amazing. But all I see today is immortal moves. So I don't know what else can I show to the guys, but I will try my best.
We will try. It's so great having you here with us. You're from Budapest, not from the venue, but you are coming to us from Budapest, right?
Exactly. Right now, I'm in Budapest and living in Budapest.
Fantastic. So I know this will be the closing masterclass. It's been such an eventful day. So Gabor will be with us for half an hour, give or take, and then Judith will be here to close the day. So enjoy. I will mute myself and have fun, Gabor.
Thank you, Fiona. And once again, a warm welcome to everyone. I hope nobody's tired, because you still need to calculate a couple of amazing ideas. As Fiona said, my name is Gabor Pap from Hungary, and the title of my lesson today is the immortal moves in chess. But what does that mean? How can a move become immortal? I mean, we have seen just today so many amazing moves that what does it take for a move to become immortal? I think a very easy way to describe it is these moves are just so brilliant and so beautiful that they completely shock the player on the other side of the board, and later on got a huge appreciation from the chess community. I guess you have probably seen some of these moves, and there are full of examples in good chess books, but not all of these moves created chess history. But what I'm going to show you is probably you will remember it forever because they are just so incredible. And actually these moves are quite rare, and not every chess player has a chance to create such brilliant moments on the board. But I'm pretty sure that everyone has his or her immortal moves in his career. I also had a couple of amazing ideas and amazing moves and amazing games, but unfortunately none of them became so far immortal. And I gathered a couple of games for today, collected a couple of examples around one theme, and it's gonna be the queen sacrifice, because this is what I truly find the most shocking move in chess. And there will be some that probably you're gonna recognize because they are extremely famous, but I collected also some new and beautiful ideas that just happened recently. So let's start with our first game. I hope you guys are seeing already the board. This is the immortal game itself. They call it as the immortal games. It's a very, very old game, 150 or now it's 170 years old game. And the white player is Anderson, who was probably the best player of this era. We are still in the 19th century. everyone is playing romantic style, sacrificing pieces, sacrificing queens. And back then, not to accept a sacrifice was basically unpolite. So this is one reason why there were so many amazing games, because everybody wanted to just take the pieces and let the opponent finish the game in style. So my first question, I'm not gonna make a quiz now, but I hope many of you know this game already. So if somebody have seen this game, can you tell me what is the beginning of this amazing calculation and the first move of this game? So what do we see on the board? It's complete chaos. Rooks are hanging, the black king is in the center, and there are many attacking moves, but one move will be the immortal move, and this is why they called it immortal game later on. The funny thing is actually the move that happened in the game is not winning. Later on they figured out that black still could escape somehow. So wait a second, do I see the chat? Yes, I see the chat. Again, I want to ask everyone to activate yourself like before. Use the chat, just give me answers. It's not a problem if you don't figure it out. Luciana, of course, she is the most active. Yes, bishop d6. This is the brilliant double rook sacrifice that happened in the game, but this is only the beginning of the combination. So what is going on? Let's first check what happens if black takes this rook on a1 with a check. This is not what happened in the game. Black took the other rook on g1, but first let's realize what is the idea after queen a1 check, king e2, and for example, what happens if black simply takes this rook. There is a super easy mate. Again, I'm asking you guys to figure this out. It's not so difficult like Arthur's game, like Arthur's previous game, so I guess if you are in shape, you will find this super fast. Nobody is using the chat. Anyway, I'm gonna wait. This is an interactive chess channel, so you guys have to work. It's not just a lesson where you lay back and enjoy a grandmaster lesson. You have to work. And I'm also suggesting everyone, when you are in a chess lesson, not just listen to the coach, but also think about the positions and try to find the best moves. Yes, knight g7, exactly, Zachary, perfect. Knight g7, king d8, and bishop c7. So this was the basic idea of the move of bishop d6, but later on they figured out in the analysis that queen b2 would have saved the game, which is quite a clever move because it still keeps under control the g7 square, so knight g7 doesn't work now. And the other trick is if white would take the bishop, then queen c2 saves the game. King f1, queen c5, still it's extremely unclear, and there are many interesting ideas for white, but the modern engines are holding this position for black. So it's funny that the immortal game, which should be a perfect game, I guess, it's not really a perfect game, but just imagine, guys, we are in 1851. How amazing that they could play chess like this 170 years ago. So in the game, black took the rook, the other rook, bishop g1, e5, another strong idea. Now white is covering this diagonal, knight g7 becomes now a serious threat, queen a1 check, king e2, and now there are all kinds of defenses for black, but nothing really works. So now white is already winning. But let me just give you a couple of examples. In the game, black played knight a6, but for example, what would happen if black goes bishop b7? Where is the mate? Where is the mace? Where is the mate? Does anybody see a forced mate here? Because right now, black can escape on c8. This is the plan. So we go just knight g7, king d8, and what now? How can we win the game? I guess there are several winning moves, but just go for one easy one. Yes, Fiona writes that everyone is tired. I know. It's the last lesson. We started when? 10 a.m. It's already like 6-7 hours of chess. Yes, queen f7. I think that's the easiest, queen f7, and black has simply no defense. It's funny that the king on e2 is completely safe. There are basically no checks. Queen f8, queen e8, there are all kinds of threats. Black cannot hide away. Another example would be, I don't even know, maybe f6, but again, knight g7 and the position falls apart. So black played knight a6, stopping knight c7. So now we go knight g7, king d8, and now bishop c7 is not available. There is no mate. And here comes our second immortal move of the day. Again, nowadays, of course, if you open up the puzzle book, you find ideas full of these queen sacrifices. But imagine we are in 1851. Back then, this was an amazing idea. So where is the queen sac, guys? Super easy. Nobody's yeah, Zachary. Zachary will be my guy today. Yes, queen f6. Oh la la, how would Arthur say? Yes, knight f6 and bishop e7. So this is where everything began. Let's say this was the first immortal game in chess, 1851. But now let's move 60 years later, not 60 moves later, 60 years later. And let's check our second game, which is again a super famous game. I hope everyone has seen this position. I'm going to flip the board because we are black. This game was played by Marshall, I think in the beginning of the 20th century, somewhere around 1916, 17. I don't know exactly. And this move is also an amazing beauty, a brilliant idea. But we're going to start a couple of moves earlier. So it's black to move. There are many winning moves right now. Marshall went for rook h6. Another super easy idea would be just to take on f2. White cannot take back because queen a1 is a mate. And a couple of moves later, probably white has to resign. But what Marshall did was absolutely fine. He started with rook h6. And now white's main problem is that he cannot really leave this rook alone. So if, for example, white would go queen g4, then here we see an unprotected piece. Knight jumps to f3, queen takes the rook, and white can resign. So white at least tried to save the rook with queen g5. How do we continue? Simple tactics, pattern recognition. Where do we see something beauty? It's not the queen sacrifice, guys. It comes a move later. Don't sack the queen now. Prepare the idea. I mean, white's position is so vulnerable, let's say. And there are so many tricks, so many ideas, but I guess the easiest is just to take on rook h3. Not the only winning move, but the easiest one. Rook takes h3, and normally the game should be over. White should resign. If white takes back the rook, knight goes to f3, knight takes the queen. Thanks a lot. But white found a kind of resource, and he played rook c5. And here comes the immortal move. Super famous one. Let's do a quiz. Because the chat is not so active. I'm going to do a quiz, and then you have to respond. All right. So I'm not going to give you guys a lot of time. Which line I give you? All right, I'm gonna just do the one move. I'm gonna do the one move quiz for 30 seconds. All right. So black to move. Aha. So actually everyone is listening, but nobody is doing the chat. You're too lazy to write down things, right? Just move the pieces. Fiona obviously missed it. God, Fiona, seriously? Jesus Christ. Yeah, so everyone else got their... No, Nick also missed it. Okay, so we have a lot of great ideas. Everyone went crazy. Knight f3, rook g3, queen e3. I think this was probably a mouse slip. But the move is... Oh, I have to go back to notation. But the move is queen to g3. Guys, make a selfie with this position. It's probably one of the most famous positions of all time. Queen g3. Fiona is doing that. Yeah, so if h pawn takes, then knight e2 is the mate. If f pawn takes, same idea, king h1, rook f1 is the mate. And if queen takes, then knight e2, king h1, knight g3. It's not a mate, but basically the game is over. Black can go rook, knight f1, or just knight e2 check. So queen g3, and this is how to finish a game in style. I really like this move. I mean, this is something amazing. All right, so these first two examples were the famous ones, and I guess most of you have seen those. But now I prepared some new material. I think this is going to be a little bit more difficult. I'm going to flip the board again because we are white. Again, an old game played by Rossolimo, a famous chess player. We have an opening named after him in the Sicilian. So Rossolimo is white, and Reisman, also a great player back then, is black. This is our starting position, and I want to ask you guys, how would you build up the attack in this position? It's not the critical moment, so don't go for the queen sack again. It's not the critical moment. We need some preparation and move to start the attack. So just use the chat. I'm not going to do a quiz, but there are at least 3 or 4 really good moves. And actually the one that happened in the game is not the most precise. So you can even go and find a better idea. So what would you do with white? White to move. First, let's just understand what is on the board, because it's a very complicated position, but it seems like white is in control. White has the initiative. So let's start and give some threats for black. Rook a3, good idea. This is actually what happened in the game. It's a very good move, but not the best. g3, also a candidate move that you have to calculate. There is one move that probably I would play. I think for me this is the most logical idea to play that move. But so far no one went for that. Yeah, rook a3 is a nice idea. When we build up the attack, we have this saying that always bring a new piece to the attack. This is how to create more threats and cause more problems for the opponent. So rook a3 is the move I like a lot. h4, I think it's a bit slow, but it's a good move as well. I think it's also in the top 5-6 moves. Rook c1 again, still okay, but let's move forward, guys. Knight g5 is the move that probably wins on the spot. Knight g5 and just knight f7 is a serious threat, and also there are some tricks on h7. But let's follow the game. Rossolimo played rook a3. Nice idea. Knight e6. The reason why rook a3 wasn't the best is the move c5. Very logical idea. The best defense is the attack to find some counter chances, and black could play c5, open up the diagonal, and at least create some problems for white. But he played very passive. Instead of that, he went for knight e6. Bishop takes d5, eliminating the defensive piece. C takes d5, knight f6, and king h8. And this is where we will stop for a second and do another quiz. So why to move? How to go for the brilliancy award? I'm going to give now 2 moves. All right. No, 3 moves, actually. You have to find a series of precise moves. And let's do 40 seconds, no, 45 seconds. I'm going to be nice. 45 seconds. Another chance for Fiona to... Are you following, or are you doing something else? All right. So far, I see many red moves, which usually not a good news. Okay, I found some. Sebastian found the solution. Yes, again, there are more ways to win. So, but this is what I was talking in the beginning. There are many ways to win the game. but sometimes chess is basically art. Such a brilliant move, such a shocking move that you will remember forever. All right, so wow, we have like 7 different answers. Yes, I see that, Fiona, that again you went for something. So yes, maybe she was not listening. So the topic, the theme of today's lesson is the queen sacrifice. So please don't make knight sacrifices, rook sacrifices. So I'm gonna highlight now a piece. This is the queen on g4. This is what you have to sacrifice. So yes, rook h3 is winning. Even knight f7 is not a good move. Still okay, but not a winning move. Rook h3 is another winning move, and queen takes e6 is also a queen sacrifice. But if we can choose from queen e6 or queen g6, let's go for the more cuter one. Queen g6 is the move. Absolutely brilliant. So same idea like we have seen in the previous games. White just simply puts the queen on g6 and telling black, all right, you can take with whatever you want, you're gonna get mated. So super easy. If black takes with the h-pawn, then simply rook h3 mates. And if black takes with the f-pawn, then what do? We are going for the same idea. We sacrifice another knight, h takes g6, and rook h3. Beautiful idea. So in the game, black tried to save that mate with actually a very nice idea, queen c2. This is the only way not to get mated immediately, but it's just simply doesn't work. Rook h3, bringing the other piece, and here black resigned because if queen takes, knight takes, pawn takes, and rook h7. So another brilliant queen sacrifice, similar idea than in the Marshall game. All right, congrats for the ones who found it. And now let's see quite a recent game, I would say. In 1987, this is exactly the year I was born. So brilliant game from my birth year, 1987. White player is Vladimirov, who was, if I remember well, a second for Kasparov for the World Championship finals against Karpov. And so that was in 1986. So I guess he was probably at his peak in the late 80s. And the black player is also a strong grandmaster. I think he was also a top 10 player later on Epishin. And we are white. White's first move was rook g1. Let's stop for a second because, again, a complex position. Black is a piece up, but the king is extremely weak, and there are all kinds of threats. For example, bishop e6 looks like a serious threat with the idea of rook g8. Bishop d4, just bring the queen to the other side. So there are so many ideas black has to cope with that black thought the easiest way in this position is first let's trade the queens. So wait a second. I just said that we are going to look queen sacrifices. Our queen just disappeared. How we are going to sacrifice the queen? But here comes the quiz. I'm not going to tell you any more hints, guys. I'm going to make a quiz. Why to move? How would you go for a brilliant idea? I'm going to go for only this move. And I'm going to give you guys 1 minute. I already made a mistake because I showed you one idea, and now now it looks like everybody's going for that. I tricked you a little bit. It's not bishop e6. It's not bishop e6. We don't have time for bishop e6. We need a stronger move. We need a stronger move. Yes, Nico found it. Great. All right. Anastasia also, MZHS. Still 10 seconds to go. So this is where our queen sacrifice comes. We are not going to physically sacrifice our queen. We are going to leave that black queen there. We are not going to take back and find another idea. Okay, so time is up. The move is extremely beautiful, I think. Extremely beautiful. Bishop h6. White is not taking back this queen on b3. Absolutely brilliant. What is the idea? What is the threat? I mean, it's queen can go away. This bishop is hanging on h6. What on earth is going on with white? But if you look at more deeply, this position is already winning because black cannot save the mate. So the basic idea is rook h7. This is our threat right now. Rook h7 and mate in 1. So black has to stop that. So if black takes the bishop on h6, where is the mate? Do we have time for bishop e6 now? Where is the mate? God, and I have 5 minutes. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. I prepared one more beautiful game. So we have to be quick. Next, rook g8, guys. Rook g8, no time. Mate in 2. If knight takes, pawn takes, queen. If king f7, rook g7. Unbelievable. Fiona is not appreciating the beauty. For beauty, you need time. You have to just enjoy, open up a bottle of wine, enjoy.
Don't shoot the messenger, Gabor.
Sorry, okay. Yes, bishop h6 and let's finish the game because this is not what happened. Black played knight g4. Smart idea because now if white would take then rook h6 then black could escape on f6. But now the easiest way to mate is rook h7, knight h6, rook takes h8, king f7 and rook h7. Beautiful, beautiful mating net. Still looks like, where's the mate? I mean, it's not clear, but if king f6, then e5, king e5, rook e7, and unfortunately there is no mate, but simply white is just going to take back with the queen. And game over, and this is, I think black actually resigned earlier. So beautiful idea, bishop h6. Guys, download this game from the database, take a look at it, it's a brilliant game, and the end is absolutely beautiful. Question 2, Fiona, do I have time for one more, or do we have to introduce Judit Polgar?
The boss has just arrived, so
Oh,
you
God,
can ask
boss.
her yourself.
Boss, you came too early. And we don't hear you.
With you.
Now we hear you.
Okay, so I'm happy to watch your last one.
You happy to watch the last one? All right. Perfect.
I have 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. That's what I want to say.
Actually, Judith has seen this one already. But
it's beautiful.
But it's absolutely beautiful, and this is one reason I want to show you guys this one is it's from 2018. So this is how I want to prove that immortal moves are happening right now in our era. So it's not just the romantic style 19th century, 20th century games. So this is quite a recent game played by a very young and talented player, Paravian from Russia. And I'm going to make it quick because I know Judith is very busy. And you guys can also download this game from the database. Go through these games. It's just incredibly amazing. I'm going to go for the critical move just to show you guys the idea. So white is on move. We are white. And white started off with knight h7. A nice tactical idea. If black would take back the knight, then the rook jumps to h3 and the queen is hanging on a4. So black actually cannot take this knight. So he played a quite annoying move, bishop f5. And there are all kinds of tricks here. I'm not going to go into details. Knight f6 check, king g7. And this is where white thought that that's it. Last move, bishop h6, and black has to resign. King cannot take the bishop because the same idea, rook h3. But black took the knight. And here comes the immortal move. Absolutely amazing. And if you know Judith's games, then this move is quite kind for her, I guess. I'm not going to make a quiz because we don't have time. So just throw the ideas in the chat. Oh, everyone knows this game. Yes, G4, absolutely brilliant. G4, this is what happened, and this is the actual game, so it's not like only the analysis. This could happen, but it never happened. This is the game that happened in 2018. So G4, and just to show you guys the idea, if black would take the queen, then rook f3 check. The only move is going back, and the most amazing mate in chess is always the pawn mate, so G5. And there is a twist, because this would be already amazing, brilliant, but black had another defense, bishop f4. I know now it's really unclear. There are many interesting ideas, but you can find one more brilliant move. Another queen sacrifice is coming. Yes, Luciana. Luciana knows it. Queen to c7. Absolutely brilliant move. Not queen c4, not rook b6, but queen to c7, distracting the bishop from f4 and prepare the g5 mate again. And if black would take, then g5. Absolutely amazing. So white sacrificed the queen twice, and both leads to a pawn mate. Absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately, black didn't take the queen. He went for bishop h6, and after a couple of moves, he had to resign, and just an incredible finish. All right, guys, thank you very much for listening me, and thanks Fiona and Judith to give me the opportunity to give you this lesson. I hope everyone will find his or her immortal move in his chess career. So good luck for everyone, and see you later, and enjoy the festival.
Thank you so much, Gabor. Some really historical examples. I'll have to go back to look at my classics, clearly.
Do your homework, Fiona, please.
I will. I'll be better prepared next time. Thank you so much, Gabor. This was truly really a nice masterclass to end the festivities. And now we will call up the boss. Judith is here with us, and I think it's the end of our online part. Let me give access to Judith and hear how things went over there in Budapest. Judith, welcome back.
Hi. Well, things were very good here. In the beginning, we didn't have crowded completely, but for the afternoon, it was really crowded with kids. There's so many signing and pictures and happenings on stage. And also there were a lot of playing for the kids with coding, chess and math, chess, PE, physical exercises, art and craft, and some other things. So it was, I also made my simul. I drew 3. I had some really talented kids around playing there. So it's always nice to discover them.
And speaking of the kids, I have to say big shout out to all the kids that are still here. They were here for your lesson at 1 o'clock. Then they played the tournament, and they are still here learning from legends like Gabor, like Arthur. Anna was great with her personal story about you. All our coaches, really, I think it was a fantastic program. Big thank you to Luciana, who was here. She woke up at 3 in the morning. And made sure everything went great. So really, it was super nice to be a part of this and to see all these happy faces.
Well, I'm absolutely happy to hear this, because I didn't have much time to peek inside in the classroom. I was here for my masterclass, which I enjoyed, and I hope the kids did too. And well, it was something new for me, and as I'm very creative and this is my lifestyle, and I try to work with the best people. And I think I found you who made this show working, and the coaches, for them it was a very new platform as well. So if there were anything slowing down or whatever, that was the reason. But everybody was so optimistic, and they were happy to get on board with me. So thanks very much for all the coaches. Gabor is here, the others are not. So anyway, I think really the people, the coaches we had, they are exceptionally good coaches. They are usually leader head coaches in their own country or internationally as well. So they have a lot of practice how to coach and how to develop talents further. So I really hope that our audience and kids had a good time today in the classroom with the quiz questions, at the same time also on YouTube, because I think it could be something to learn from for others also. So thanks very much.
Yeah, and the coaches did some great job putting us all to work throughout the day. Some tricky questions. But yeah, I think we all learned a lot. The coaches were really tough class. So shout out to all of them. It was a pleasure listening to them throughout the day. Thank you, of course, so much to everyone who watched us. Once again, big thank you to Morgan Stanley. We had Shaba earlier in the day. It was great hearing him talk about chess and business. So many different perspectives. Judith, I know you put in an incredible amount of work into this festival. So thank you so much for doing all that you do and for spreading your love of chess. And it's really great to see. It's been fantastic to be a part of this. Maybe a reminder, if you want to follow the Chess Festival, you can do so on social media. You can also send your feedback. What did you think? Did you enjoy it? What do you think could be done even better? What did you love? So on and so forth. And yeah, Judith, I will leave you the closing words.
Yeah, I just see some of the faces here, and it's like warming my heart to see the smiling girls and boys around here. It's so touching that over on the internet and online we are connected this way, and still you can express yourself this way. And I hope we will have a continuation of this. So keep up, and whoever is competing, I wish them good luck. And if you're just an amateur player not competing, just play with your friends, your parents, whoever you wish. And I think chess is something connects people. So go on with it and enjoy. Bye. I have to go to the stage now.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day in Budapest. Bye, Judith.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. So kids, thank you so much. It's been so lovely to see you all, and not just the kids, everyone who's been watching. It's really been a fantastic day. I've been so happy to see all your faces and see you all so active in the classroom. So I'm going to be signing off here today, but thank you so much to all the coaches, to Judith, of course, to everyone who took part, to Luciana, to the sponsors who make this possible. And I hope we will all see each other. Again very soon. And for now, that's it from me. If you have missed any of the classes today, maybe if you were playing in the tournament and you want to see, there was a great class going on while you were playing, I think you will be able to watch everything on YouTube that we did today. So yeah, that really is it for me. I'm going to be signing off. Maybe Luciana can confirm with me that all I need to do, I think, is close my browser. But thank you so much for watching. It's really been a huge pleasure and honor being here with you. And I will see you all very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.